5% discount. Skins, events, hero, everything within reach with a single top-up. Less waiting, more action. Recharge with bonus and play it at next.
Listen up, warriors! The Frozen Sea Showdown is here. 8 Francos, 2 sides. Ready your hooks. Well, the rules? Real simple. Hook 'em over, then bash 'em. Or hook 'em back and stash 'em. Remember, kills will make you stronger. More kills, bigger targets, so swing those hooks. More kills, better hook, so wipe off their looks. Crabs in the river? Hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Stun. Magnet. Reflect. Chests in the cave? Hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Team heal. Team super hook. Crazy ults. Total chaos. Triple hook. Recall hook. Trick hook. No equipment to buy. Auto upgrades for all. Take one down, get your hook back. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Remember these words. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Hooks ready? Let's go!
Between dreams and nightmares.
Welcome back with more MCT AMER South playoffs. It is day 2, and after an explosive start to the playoffs, the intensity is only getting higher. Every team still standing is fighting for momentum, survival, and a shot at the championship glory. Yesterday set the tone, but today the pressure rises even more. Bigger plays, tougher matchups, and absolutely no room for hesitation. The road to the top continues. Let's get into the action. We've got Private Dancer and Rico on the caster desk with their enthusiastic commentary.
And what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? The barrel of explosiveness that is the MCT AMER South has landed us into the second day of the playoffs, which promises to be with more excitement and more action.
Yes, you're totally right. So hello to you, Zena. Hello to you, Private. Hello to everyone here on MCT AMER South. Today is gonna be a very special day, a very crazy, wild, with 2 crazy matches. So here we are, as always, with the fancy suits, fancy casters, fancy productions. Because when it comes to MCT AMER South, we'll be back. Let's go.
And we also want to welcome our Indonesian and Philippines watchers and viewers. I know it's a little early for you guys, so if you are catching it right now, we thank you a lot for coming in and actually watching the matches start.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of action-packed intensity here today, especially with what we left off from yesterday. 2 teams moving forward hungrier than ever. I feel like both teams have made huge and whopping strides when it comes to covering up some of the, let's call it hurdles that they've been going through during the Swiss stage. And that's what the playoffs is all about, is like getting on, putting on your best pants, making sure that you are ready with your best strategies coming into take on some of these great teams.
Yeah, and when it comes to MCT AMER South today with the 2 crazy matches, because we from yesterday, as Private said, we come from big champions from DreamHack, for example, with a King getting back to the jungle, with a new XP laner, a new gold laner, for example, versus Infinity. They brought a fanboy with so many heroes, some of them, some out of the boxes. The other one, we got Octa Gaming versus 9Z, with 9Z getting so confident, play after play, game after game. So today I'm really excited to see what is going to happen.
Yes, and before we move on, let us get a reminder of how the format is for the playoffs.
Welcome to AMER 2026, the official league for Mobile Legends Bang Bang in the Americas. In this video, we'll walk you through the format of the competition. The league is divided into 2 regions, North America and South America. Each region features 8 teams, for a total of 16 teams competing in the ecosystem. The regions compete separately during the season before meeting in the Americas finals. Each region begins with the Swiss stage. All 8 teams compete across multiple rounds. Teams are matched against opponents with the same win-loss record, ensuring balanced competition. Matches in this stage are played in a best-of-3 format. The playoffs are divided into 2 phases based on seeding. Lower-seeded teams begin in Phase 1, where matches are played in a single elimination format. Higher seeded teams advance directly to Phase 2, which uses a double elimination bracket. Matches throughout the playoffs are played in a best-of-5 series. In Phase 2, teams that lose in the upper bracket move to the lower bracket for a final chance to continue. The playoffs culminate in the group's finals. The final match is played in a best-of-5 series to determine the group champion. The champions from North America and South America advance to the Americas finals. Here, they compete to determine the best team in the Americas in a best-of-7. Everything leads here. AMER 2026 starts now.
Yes, and from this point on, every series becomes more important. Every adjustment matters, and every victory pushes teams one step closer to that championship.
Yeah, we saw the stories of the build-up, and when it comes to the Swiss stage, we saw all the placement of all of these wonderful teams. Some teams have to fight tooth and nail from yesterday on to today and to next week, and some teams got themselves a little bit of a break.
All right, now for the reminder of how the global bans are happening during this tournament.
We'll have the global ban in MCT Americas to bring more dynamism and special strategies. Under global ban rules, each hero can only be selected once by each team. After every match, the 5 heroes used are banned for the remainder of the series. The pick ban applies only to the team that used the hero. The opponent may pick it next game. In best of 7 matches, the global ban resets for both teams if it reaches the final game. Expect new strategies, fresh picks, and much more.
Always excited to see the global bans. Just like the Lu Yi pickup the other day was so much fun to watch. Right, Rico?
Yeah, it's really exciting. It's really funny to watch the global ban systems here. So it is very interesting about that, because many people say, oh, wait, is the global ban like in all over the places, all over the world for MLBB? Not only, I think that I think about that possibility because it gets more dynamic in this championship and the tournament, and it is so nice to see so many different heroes. Some of them not outside of the box, not so far from the meta, for example, but it's also interesting to see these heroes being used here with the global ban system.
Yes, always super fun. And a reminder, you guys should follow us in all of our social medias, okay? MLBB Esports. We are on Kick, Twitch, X, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok. You can find what happened yesterday on there, see who won, and also any tips and tricks, and also highlights maybe even from our casters here.
Yeah, if you guys did miss all the action yesterday, including that Lu Yi pickup that came out, that was actually very amazing. You guys can check out our social medias to see all the highlights and things like that happened throughout the playoffs as well. But you can check it out only on our social medias.
Yeah, not only that, you can talk to us, you can tag us in your screenshots here when you are watching this broadcast. So always reminding you guys that you can send the like, share the live, call your friends to see and watch the second day of MCT AMER South.
All right, but now let us get into the action. Let us see the brackets right for today, or what moving forward. Well, how is our brackets going on, Private?
Yeah, as we talked about, the Swiss stage went ahead and showed us who was going to be our first seed through 8th seed. Unfortunately, yesterday we did have to say goodbye to Black Sentence and Titan Esports Club. They were at the bottom of the pile, 5 through 8 there, and moving forward will be DreamMax and 9Z Globin into the 2nd tier. Still, in the 3rd tier there, you can see Entity 7, Alpha 7. They get themselves a little bit of a break, I want to say, for the hard work that they put in getting to the top 2 seeds of this playoff. So it's going to be very exciting as we move forward. Like we said, we've been following around these teams through the Swiss stage. Even last weekend, we were able to see the fight that they were willing to put out. And then just yesterday, seeing all of that put together to help 2 teams move forward into the 2nd phase.
Yeah, so when it comes to the bracket here, when it comes to the playoffs, it's a whole different story, a whole different level for teams. So yesterday we did say goodbye for Black Sentence and Titan Esports. Today is like the teams from today, like they have a second chance that we can say something about that, because the losing teams are heading for the lower bracket, so it's not the end for them. So it makes them, of course, everybody want to win, right? So it makes them like a second chance and a breathing for another level.
So it was exciting to see the growth from these teams. You know, the ones that didn't do so well in the Swiss stage, what they brought the other day was amazing to watch on the screen, right? They put in so much work, and it was a big fight between the 2 teams. Like you would think like the one between Titan and 9Z that they Titan won the first time, so they sweep them, but that 9Z made them go run for their money and ended up coming on top this time around. It's how the tables flipped. But let us get a reminder, MWI right now for the ladies, so you could get in on this action, right? Open registrations May 2nd through May 11th. Gather your girls and get in your squad so you can get in on MWI.
Yeah, so now is the time to shine here for the MWI qualifiers, and now we are about to say about our partner, about our sponsor.
Our sponsor, yeah, Runestone. If you want to up your game, and go to runestone.gg for that data and analytics that they have. It'll help you improve your gameplay.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of information out there for it. If you're trying to get better, trying to get more information, why not choose a company that has the same passion and love for the game that you do? And that would be runestone.gg, a major reason for this broadcast.
It's exciting stuff.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, Runestone is one to get those data. So if you do want to get that chance so you can get on the stage and make sure you can be on that level, right? That is the place for you to go and get your skills.
It's all good things.
All right, enough of that. Let's get into today's schedule and see what we have going on for you today.
Yeah, it's going to be some exciting matches. The same as yesterday, it will be 2 best of 5s. However, the terror of being kicked out might be removed, as the losers here will go down to the lower bracket. Match 1 will feature Infinity, the rematch, taking on DreamHack, the rematch from last Sunday, who went to a full best of 5 series, which saw Infinity move forward. Have DreamHack made the changes that they need to overcome their opponents? And then later on that night, it will be Octa Gaming taking on a 9Z Globet, who seem to have found their groove to come back, and admitted yesterday in an interview. 9Z said that if they want to beat Octa Gaming, they need to play better than they did before. They need to play better than they did yesterday. This needs to be a brand new team if they want to overcome what many thought were going to be the front runners of the South tournament in Octa Gaming.
Yeah, so that's the vibe, that's the groove here, especially from the second play or second match, when 9Z are reaching a good to great here versus Octa Gaming. But the first match here is really funny because it's the third time that they are going to face each other. It is tied up so far. The first game was for DreamHack 2-1, the second one was for Infinity 3-2, and now we have the decisive one here, as we can say, like the third game between these two teams. So it's going to be very interesting, especially because after the big changes from DreamHack here, like as we are talking in the beginning of the broadcasting, we're seeing King heading back to the jungle, Goo in XP laner, the Zeus in a gold laner. So we were talking about like getting time for a synergy, and maybe it'd be a good challenge for DreamHack to prove themselves about the synergy situation.
Yes, and let us check Infinity's lineup. Who's on the roster for you today? Who's going to be playing? It looks like we'll have Rusi on the EXP lane. Jungle will be ZZ. Mid lane is Lionel. Gold lane will be Zyblox. And Fanboy on that roam. I do like our Fanboy. I'm a fan of Fanboy. His roams are pretty fun.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is kind of tearing me up because when it comes to 2 of the favorite players that I have here in the South, Shaikiche and Fanboy are at the top of the list for just their play style. Fanboy has been able to reach outside the meta to have some very unique options and picks when it comes to that roam position. But let's see what else Infinity had to say today.
Rushi. Hace 4 años. Dairo. Fanny. Sanford. Yo mismo. La Pulapu. La Cof de Paquito. El Saber. El Isla. Setiam. La Fanny. Fanboy. Sí. Sanford. A nadie. Urano. Early. Carly.
Oh, that was funny. Fanboy is the most track talker, but anyways, DreamMax here. We have EXP Goo, we have Jungle King, mid lane Shikiche, Zeus on the gold, and Blink will be their roamer.
Yeah, so after looking some facts here about like Infinity's lineup, so we are checking out DreamMax's lineup. So Goo in the XP lane with King back in the jungle, Shaikichi, a Zeus, and a Blink. This team once again is the third time they're facing Infinity is tied up. So now is the chance for them to prove themselves. So now we're going to see a video from DreamMax.
Bueno, mi top 5 de ADC sería... Top 5 sería UPA, de cuarto a Doom, de tercero lo pondría a Gusta la Gusta. Es una ADC que me gusta mucho y tiene mucha experiencia. Y de segundo lo pondría a Fury. Y de primero me pondría a mí.
I'm actually really looking forward to this matchup because, like you said, this is going to be the make or break, right? Each of them has gotten a win, right, between each other. So this will determine who will be the best right now out of the two. But they always had it run like the full length, right? So I think it's going to be a match for everyone to watch for sure.
Yeah, I just feel like there's a lot of history behind these two teams, especially when it comes to just this AMER tournament. What both of these teams have had to go through. When it comes to Infinity, I feel like Fanboy has been doing such a great job of trying to lift his team through a lot of these compositions, and it comes down to how the synergy has been around Fanboy. Not only is he taking a lot of these picks that you really aren't prepared for, to the point that like you've seen a lot of teams that are trying to ban out his roam positions, but it's pretty much impossible because he just has such a deep pool. Not just that, but the rest of the team is able to really complement a lot of his picks as well to form this just great team to form this great composition that you guys weren't prepared for. On the other side, DreamMax is kind of the orphan story where they were having a lot of difficulty kind of getting through the Swiss stage. Finally, before the playoffs, they made some changes that a lot of us were very curious that if they were going to work. The biggest point of that being King making the transition from the XP lane to the jungler position, in which now you've got a Savage on King. Shaikiche was able to get a Maniac on her side as well. So is that change going to be enough to help this team overcome the monster that they faced last week in Infinity here today?
Yeah, when it comes to King from yesterday, it feels like something like unfairy tale, like getting the Savage but not winning the game. So for him, I say, okay, I did my part. The team just didn't win, but at the end of the day, everything was right. Everything was good for DreamMax's winning 3-1 yesterday. But now we are heading for the picks and bans here. The first ban on Guinevere coming out from Infinity, and oh, what a surprise once again, Freya with 100% here prioritization so far with the banning So now we are going to see the next steps.
Yes, they've gone ahead and banned that Harith out. On the side of DreamHack, it seems like their team comp is now working for them. That's their little switch ups have been doing a wonderful job. Like Private was saying, they got that first Savage in the tournament. Was it the first Maniac too, as well? I don't know, but they didn't. I'm not even sure. But they did a wonderful job. But their problem was closing out when we were watching. They had a hard time closing out those games. So I wonder if they kind of were able to adjust that for the matches today. They went ahead and banned out Baxia and Marcel as well.
Yeah, leaving open what I'm trying to see. I mean, we still have Zushin out there on the table that we can go with. You've still got the Phovius and the Valentina. Sora is still available for a lot of these teams, but you pointed out something very well, especially with our interview that we had. I want to say that it felt like they understood that they had a lot of work that they needed to do still to be able to overcome, but we're gonna for both of these teams, if there's something that I went back yesterday, especially as DreamHack, the first thing that I would address with them is the closing out. They have turned into this well-oiled machine in the beginning of the game, but when it comes to trying to rush on the core, maybe we get a little overconfident. We're not all target locking onto the same thing. Do we go for the core? Do we go for the kills? We need to keep that communication up throughout the entirety of this game, because there's a lot of slip-ups. They didn't lose the series yesterday, but it could very easily, especially against a team like Infinity, who's just had such a stellar rise here lately, it could spell the difference between victory and losses here for DreamHack.
Yeah, as we were talking yesterday, like this closing out issue from DreamHack. Yeah, yesterday was versus let me see, I forgot, I have a bad memory. Yeah, it was versus a Black Sentence, was the 3-1. So the first two matches, they were like really having problems of closing out. So we were talking about, okay, it was versus Black Sentence. When it comes to another teams, you know, like more qualified teams, like versus Octa Gaming or Alpha 7, for example. So this could be, and this has to be fixed. It has to be talked to the team, you know, to be rearranged on a DreamHack. But by the time you were seeing, and we were talking here, so the first choice for Infinity comes from for Zunshin, and the response for DreamHack, Suyo and Claude. So we were about to see, we saw actually Suyo in King's hands when he was an XP laner, and also Claude, it wasn't so good, but now Suyo comes in the jungle, and Claude here in a gold lane.
I'm kind of surprised that they banned Phovius instead of priority banning the Zushin, but I guess they feel that they have something here, but they're pairing that with the chip. She's going to be able to go everywhere and CC everything. But they win it, the Suyu though, like you said, the King Suyu is beast, is really good. And now they picked up that Eve, that damage output from her, and the slow that she can give to the team and give that CC will be very helpful.
Yeah, interesting here. We picked up Julian, which you don't really see too often in the meta so far, just because I feel I feel like he's kind of a poor man Suyu when it comes to, he's got mobility, he's got a decent amount of damage that he can dish out, but what Suyu has, including those escapes, is that Suyu can get a bit of defense with a lot of his kit that Julian doesn't have. So he's almost like an assassin, and he has an escape, but it's just not the range that you get on something like Suyu, or that you would get on a Harley who can use his teleport. The teleport is huge for Harley. And Julian, it's going to be very interesting to see how we play this. But Chip out there, that's pretty much the special for Fanboy here. He's been very successful on it. His team understands how to utilize a lot of those teleports to get around the map, to make sure to isolate out any part, especially in the early game. And I feel like that's where we're going to need to focus. Here we just have Eve. We're going to need to look for something else that can kind of support the early game. And I think Infinity is reading that too, because that's exactly where they focus down, taking down the Hilda, taking down the Khalid. So we don't really have that early burst to really kind of offset the Chip, and it will allow Chip to really harass into their back lines.
Yeah, and we used to talk about Fanboy and heroes that he can bring for us, about his hero pools, but we must consider it. Oh, Carmilla. Okay, coming from DreamHack. They want to get a really a pressure on this river, especially around these objectives. Coming with Carmilla here with a very interesting control, a very huge sustain. So that could be very interesting for a DreamHack. But now we're waiting for the response coming out from Infinity here. Assuming there's still gold lane lacking and XP lane. I don't think that it's gonna be carry. I think that versus Carmilla here, it could be she can struggle most of the times. 2 XP lane, maybe Lapu is still open here. Okay, Lapu. Oh, Bruno. All right, so yeah, carry, especially about the range situation, that might not be a good idea.
Yeah. What are they looking for the side of DreamHack here? I'm not even. My mind's not processing right now.
I'm assuming it's going to be an XP lane. I'm assuming Carmilla's going to be the roam, and then we're looking for an XP lane to kind of duke it out with Lapu.
All right. So, well, that one. We'll see what they choose here, but
I think. I mean, if you're trying to close the distance onto the back line, Alice, maybe even Yuzong is not.
Oh yeah, there you go. You're
Alice. Yeah, Yuzong.
You guys are calling it on point today, right here.
Well, it's the first one. It's before we have a lot of these ones off the table. So this one's almost, it almost feels like it's too easy when you have all the heroes available out there for them.
Yeah, so when it comes to like the best of 5, if we go to the last game, for example, we're not surprised if you see Rafaela, for example, here, or Mia in a goal lane. Everything is possible when it comes to MCT AMER South, as we are used to see in these games. We're now here looking at the 2 compositions. We got like with the Zushin, a good control from the objectives. I think that the most of this game here, Private, is gonna depend on how both teams are working on this pressure on the mid lane and the river, through moving forward to the objectives. You know, the turtle, the lords here, especially in the early game, is going to be very interesting, because we're talking about like a Fanboy here, but we have to consider ZZ and Zablox in Infinity's lineup.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game 1 to start our Sunday afternoon. The beginning of the playoffs here for AMER South. It is Infinity and DreamHack looking to make a statement.
Yeah, so let's go, guys. So it's the 3rd game here. Not this 3rd game today, but this is the 3rd game between DreamHack versus Infinity. Everything is tied up. So now let's see in this best of 5. Remember, it's not the end. If the losing team here are heading for the lower bracket, so it's not the end. But oops.
Yeah, immediately catching a stun. Lionel's going to have to use that flicker to get out of harm's way. It does help his team be able to pick up this Lither Wanderer very early. But it's going to be very interesting to me to how is our composition on the side of DreamHack? Are we going to be able to close the distance on the Lionel? Ooh, Fanboy almost getting caught there, but showing that expertise and his understanding of what Fanboy can take, able to flicker out at the last moment. But as I was saying, what do we have? If Goo is, there's a lot on Goo's shoulders to be able to get to that back line to shut down Lionel, because I feel like you're gonna have a lot of escapes from the Zushin to be able to get out of harm's way. Unfortunately, I do have a little bit of a pause, but I mean, when we're talking about Carmilla, you're going to be able to lay down the real world manipulation with the Eve. Carmilla's going to be able to come in with that Curse of Blood, which is going to be able to stun everybody, hopefully, before they can leave the barriers of that real world manipulation. And then when you have them all connected, you'll be able to kind of spread out that damage, the potential burst damage that's going to come out from Eve, that's going to come out from Suyo as well. But they have to be able to catch them. And that's where I'm wondering if they are going to be able to close that distance.
Everything with the Carmilla pick will be very helpful in them getting that damage in, right? They're going to be linked, so that damage is going to be spread out through the entire team. So this is a match to watch. Like, I don't think we've seen Carmilla being chosen or often at all. Or I don't think we've even seen her, but just this is what I love about this, though, the fact that they can just pull out these heroes and try to make it work. But some of the time it does not work out in their favor, but you know, if they can make it work, it's pretty cool to see.
Yeah, when it comes to this matchup here, especially in the roaming of the Fanboy versus Bling, I think that DreamHack came with the idea that they knew that Fanboy was about to choose a chip here in the first game. So bringing Carmilla in this first game here, because the matchup for a chip, especially in the early game, is not so good for him, because Carmilla has so much pressure. It has about the sustainability, it has about the control system. So maybe DreamHack are trying to work in this early game here, especially to get this advantage. And as we are seeing here in the first minute, both Zunshin and Chip, they were forced to use Flick, so they don't have the spell for the first turtle here when it comes to possibly first team fight around this objective. So this early game might not be the best of the roles for Infinity, so they have to check out, they have to look for it as sooner as they can.
Well, when it comes to roams, especially for the first objective, I think you're first of all, the roams kind of have to take a little bit of a step back at that first objective, because most of them don't have level 4 at that time anyway, so they're not going to really be the main part of it. Chip does still have a lot of CC that he can offer out there. Same with Carmilla. You got a pretty decent amount of tankiness and resiliency from her to be able to get a lot of health back, but when it comes to the first objective, she's basically just got a stun, and then she has to kind of run out of there, unless you're going to be able to find a way to get her out after she like engages the entire team. I feel like when it comes to actually being able to hold your own, hold the line inside the turtle pit, I feel like that really leans towards King right now, especially because Suyo has a lot more defensive capabilities for his kit. Julian is very squishy, so I actually am very curious to see how we're going to manage that. Are we going to use our chains to get in there at the last moment and then be able to retreat, or are we looking to actually duke it out and be able to kind of push back DreamHack?
I would like to see this additive execution, like with the chain, like knocking off the jungler, possibly, for example, to avoid the retribution when it comes to the objectives. But now we're seeing here in Infinity aware about this. Oh, here comes.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and start up onto this turtle. You see a lot of the damage coming out there. Ooh, the Throne of Ruin kind of trying to get on. They're all starting to try to get on to Goo, who has taken a lot of damage and might be taking out Goo. Down by Rusi. Blink eating the entirety of that ultimate from Rusi as well. That's going to force back King and allow Infinity some time to be able to pick up this turtle. Meanwhile, at the bottom, Zablotch putting a lot of damage onto Zeus and forcing him back.
Well said here, Private. So with no level 4 for the roaming, so when it comes to Goo here, okay.
Yeah, Zablotch didn't see that flank coming in from King. King's able to come in, get the stun, and immediately put him down, and that is unfortunate for Infinity, as this does get tied up 1-1 apiece.
Yeah, they lost the turtle, they lost the first kill here, but it was for compensating, getting the kill here on Bruno, on Zablocks in a gold lane. So everything is tied up, but the gold lead comes a little bit ahead for Infinity so far in this 3 minutes so far on the game here. So we are going to see, and we're going to wait until how both teams are going to handle that kind of pressure. As we can see in the little map before. Oops, here comes the boom.
Yeah, they went ahead and actually dashed a little bit forward. Curse of Blood comes out, including the Throne of Ruin. Goo in trouble onto the back line and is able to find himself and escape, really pressing the advantage that he has with the Alice and that escaping ability. So great job there by Goo of DreamHack.
Yeah, once again here, Zunshin causing a lot of pressure, causing a lot of trouble versus DreamMax, especially with the stacked lantern here coming with this great crowd control. So once again here, Gu was in trouble. At this time, he was able to survive. He was able to escape. Now head back to the base, regen this HP, and now both teams are heading for the bottom lane, the goal lane here, which are the two. Oops, Gu. Alright, so the Flicker is on the move. The Flicker is still open here, but once again, what a pressure here on the top side versus Gu.
We're at a point though now both roams do have their ultimates for this next objective too. So you can actually go ahead, get a decent amount of pushing in the side lanes, and Fanboy will still be able to come in with the teleport. You see him here looking for an angle to get in. He's on the wrong side. Oh, look at the stun on the 3 members of DreamMax, but down comes the real world manipulation. Is that going to be enough? As you see now, the Alice Goo is taking a lot of damage. Blink gets taken out as well. The rest of DreamMax going to be forced away from this objective.
Yeah, DreamMax here, they should know that Infinity has the global presence from a chip. Oh my goodness.
Blazing Duet onto Lionel. He's going to be able to use that BMI to get away from there as well. King and Fanboy duking it out from the backside. Blink trying to come in, wants to be able to save this tower. Zablotch just launching meteors at it after meteors. Has been able to clear out the lane. And right now, I kind of feel like when it comes to scaling, Zablotch on the Bruno, I feel like Bruno just has a much more intense opening when it comes to the mid game. Zeus really still needs to wait for that late game, needs to wait to get those 3 items so that he can get in. We do have a teleport there. I think we're looking for the bottom tower, looking to be able to push out the rest of a DreamMax and get that tier 1.
Yeah, it's becoming just a little bit complicated for DreamMax, especially because of Fanboy's global presence with the Chip's ultimate. So by the time that we have a team fight, for example, anyone from Infinity can join this fight. Oops, in the top side, King. Okay, he was able to survive. So in the mid lane here could be very interesting for Infinity, especially now working on the macro or working on the map advantage so far and the 2 turtles. As we were seeing, the gold lead here always getting higher for Infinity. 3,000 for Infinity, sorry, when it comes to the gold lead so far.
Yeah, and I feel like this is kind of a great combination. You have the Chip and the Bruno, so you're going to be able to get around. Ooh, speaking of which, the big stun lands on the King, and there comes the damage from that knife of ZZ on that pickup. And we were wondering if Julian would be able to pay the dividends. He is squishy, but he pays, or he actually comes back with that with an immense amount of damage that he's able to output. And you saw just a little example of what he was able to do to burst down King. And now the sieging attempt onto the mid tower. Throne of Ruin lands onto the back line, followed up by the Curse of Blood and real world manipulation. The big blast of damage coming in the form of Zeus, coming in with that blazing duet, but it's not enough as they're still taking a lot of damage, looking for an escape, getting put down. Goo, the second player for DreamMax to go down here in Infinity's 5-2 lead.
Come on, Zunshin is so broken. Zunshin here saved the play for Infinity at least twice with the lantern. This is ridiculous. This hero is it should be banned all the time here because okay, DreamMax, we know that they are qualified, they are strong. So, but at this point of the game, the presence of Zunshin here is so strong, especially when it comes to suppression, especially when it comes to this this situation to get this control, to knock it up players here to help in the team fights. So it's helping all the time here in Infinity when it comes to DreamMax taking the actions, and then we have the response from Infinity. But now, unstoppable for Rusi here on the top side, my friend Private on the gold lane Zeus.
Yeah, he's almost got a whole 10K over Shikitse on that Eve. And Eves are usually known for a lot of their damage. And even when it comes to that last engagement, I feel like it was the perfect setup for DreamMax. You had Goo come in with the Throne of Ruin. You laid down the Curse of Blood. You had the Real World Manipulation. And then Zeus able to come into the back line. They're just not at those power spikes they need to be able to finish people with those fights. Speaking of fights, Lionel taking a lot of damage there. Blink gets forced back a bit. In comes the bravest fighter form from Russo, but DreamMax want none of it and are going to disengage to their towers.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the Trinity here, like ZZ, Lionel, and Fanboy, there's so much crowd control, especially coming up with, oops, here comes Blink once again, the purple buff. Here is the party.
Yeah, Blink in trouble getting sprayed down there. When you have the Curse of Blood come out there, ZZ's going to be able to use those chains to be able to get away. Unfortunately, Goo got caught from the CC from Lionel of that lamp and gets picked back into the team. 7-2 right now for Infinity, and Rusi sitting at 5-0-2.
Yeah, so this Lapu Lapu is really insane so far. Non-stop for Infinity. Here they come. They're causing pressure. No line of defense from the tower number 2 here. Only the high ground for DreamMax. Almost 10 minutes on the first game. The goal lead here heading for almost 9K for Infinity. It's a very huge advantage so far for Infinity Esports. Now, getting the Lord is even way better for them.
Yeah, I feel like DreamMax is doing the best they can. They're not taking fights that they can't win. Unfortunately, that means they're getting bullied all the way across this map. You said almost a 10K gold lead, but it doesn't feel like it because Infinity isn't pressing hard. They're playing very safe. They're methodically getting tower after tower, getting objective, clearing out the minions, clearing out the jungle side of DreamMax. It's just a slow chokehold that they're applying. It just keeps getting tighter and tighter now. All lanes beginning to crash. We have a Lord coming through mid, trying to see if DreamMax is going to be able to withstand this pressure. Sieging coming in from the side of Infinity. You see them trying to take out that top tower. Throne of Ruin connects onto ZZ, but they are going to be able to get away. So I feel like this Lord maybe not having the biggest effect. The good clear speed coming from DreamMax, doing a great job clearing out these minions and making sure that their high ground towers don't take out more damage than they need to.
Yeah, and it's a funny fact here, especially coming from ZZ, because ZZ now he has no kills. He has 5 assists, you know, but his presence is so huge. His presence is so important for Infinity and that composition in their idea, especially when it comes to the chain to knock it up the plays for DreamMax. So everything is working so well for Infinity. Like, I think that, okay, they have the idea, they have the plan, the strategy. They practice this exhausting like so many times, you know. But it feels like something went like way even better than they thought. At least I have this impression, you know, because as you said, DreamMax composition is not bad, you know. Like, they have the Goo, they have Alice, they have Ivy, for example, King with Suyo, you know. But I just think that Infinity here they only play better, you know. Look at Fanboy. Oops, Fanboy.
Yeah, he's looking at him. He's going to go in, and he's basically there to play his role, which is to force away the rest of DreamMax. And here, Rusi going to be getting a lot of the kills, covered with a lot of the suppressive fire coming out from ZZ, who's going to be, he uses those chains. He uses the chains, and then he's able to use, I believe it's the dagger, to just really peel away at a lot of damage of a lot of these people, which is allowing Rusi to be able to go in there and get a lot of those last hits. Not only that, but while we're waiting here, every moment that this match continues, you've got Zabloch getting stronger on that Bruno. Pretty soon he's going to have the Malefic gun. He's going to be able to really dish out damage from a good and safe distance from DreamMax. And unfortunately for DreamMax, I feel like we were starting off at a negative. We had a composition that really kind of favored the mid to late game. Not only that, but we also had no way to close the distance onto Zushin to really be able to punish her. And I've said this over and over and over again. If you're gonna allow Zushin out there, there needs to be a plan. That needs to be the core, the core principle of your composition, unfortunately, needs to be how do we deal with her? So there's two fronts I feel here that DreamHack is just having issues trying to be successful.
Yeah, you're totally right. And one more thing when it comes to the gold laning situation here, because when you have Claude from DreamHack, for example, with the Blazing Duet, okay, it's a very hard ultimate. It's a very good one that can hit all the players from Infinity, for example. But the Blazing Duet, like it takes the time to use this ultimate again, you know. And when it comes to Bruno, for example, he has high DPS, especially on the mid lane, on the mid game, you know. So when it comes to the basic attack with the first skill, Bruno is gonna cause so much damage than Claude. Here comes the Lord, and here comes the boom.
Yeah, you can see a lot of pressure already mounting up onto these side high ground towers. Infinity doing the best they can as Bruno just slamming away at towers. That's going to be the top tower down. Lord crashing and does get taken out by the rest of DreamHack. Infinity need to make a decision here. Are they going to continue this fight? They do have minions pushing their way through mid, and slowly but surely the side lane minions are coming in there. Ooh, a nice throne of ruin dives deep into the back lines, but Rusi comes in. A flicker stun, able to find the back line, and Zeus. Lionel finds a kill onto Goo, and that is 3 players down for DreamHack. Gore at 50%, and game 1 going to Infinity.
Game 1 here, what a massacre coming out from Infinity Esports. 1-0 so far, Xena.
Yes, what a massacre that was. By the 7-minute mark, Infinity already took down the first tower. From the first tower defenses from DreamHack, right? And then Rusi basically getting 5 kills, and then Fanboy getting 5 assists by the 8-minute mark. I'm surprised they allowed Fanboy to even have the chip. Now they might have learned their lesson not to give it to him, right? But now he's already done using it, so he's not able to choose it again. But I'm just saying, unless they wanted that to be the first match, so there's no surprise later, right? So they can use what he had in their arsenal first. I don't know.
Well, it kind of depends. It might be kind of a plan where if you gave them both the chip and the Zushin, who Zushin on her own, I already feel like, I think we explained this in an interview yesterday where they're like, getting Zushin is basically giving the enemy a point. But if you mix that with having chip, basically you've negated one of the points you get. Because I feel like on his own, Fanboy, with whatever composition he goes with this, even if it's not with a Zushin, he's going to be successful. It's almost like giving them an automatic point. If you give them both of this, you're combining, you're basically saying, all right, you could have had 2 points by playing both of these heroes separately, but we let you play them together, so you're only going to be able to get 1 out of it. That's just like a real, like I'm taking a real big liberty on a narrative here, but that was a super successful composition coming out from Infinity here. DreamHack just unfortunately they were not able to close the distance, and they had some great engagements. I feel like they played this composition the way it was supposed to. The only problem was it didn't come online fast enough to deal with Infinity.
It was pretty like almost an Exodia here coming from Infinity, especially when we have Fanboy here playing with Chip and Zushin in the first game here. So it was like a really good situation to guaranteeing the first victory. But when it comes to the highlights when we are checking right now, like Goo was trying to do something, especially in the early game here, to get some advantage for DreamHack. But dude, when you're facing like Chip and Zushin, you know, with this huge control pressure, especially on the river. Okay, we can talk about like the Romans are not reaching the level 4 so far to fight versus in this turtle, but there is still the jungler, there's still the XP laner, for example, that can help on the process, that can help the team. So here, Rusi was on fire with this Lapu. Okay, we talk about Fanboy, we talk about like Zizi, but the whole team from Infinity, they are showing not only a synergy, you know, but a confidence to play together, a confidence in their partners, in their teammates here to play so well, to do the execution so well here when it comes to the victory from Infinity.
Yes, and this player came into the match with confidence and completely delivered. Let's check out your MVP, Rusi. As I was saying, he was going in already with those kills right from the start. He has 605 KDA, 52.3k total damage, and 789 golds per minute. He was unstoppable, literally. He did not die.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to like counters for the Eve, a big one there is Lapu, who's able to kind of close the distance onto the back line, but he wasn't even just focused on her. He did such a great job of being able to find the squishies at each and every one of these engagements, kind of hiding in the bushes. And as soon as you saw like the Throne of Ruin is out, you're gonna start seeing the real manipulation come down, and he comes in from the side to really put on a lot of damage to that back line. So he was just everywhere he needed to be successful for his team.
Yeah, Rusi was on fire in the first game here, especially with this Lapu. So the first game for Infinity comes for Infinity. And we were talking about the global ban, right? So, and this second game, let's see what is going to happen, since like the both teams are not not allowed to repeat those heroes. But there is still some situations and some card on the table that both teams here has to take care. First of all, is Infinity allowed to let this machine open for a DreamHack? I don't think so, because as we are seeing here, it's a high presence and high win rate percentage coming up from Zunshin, for example. So so many questions when it comes to the both teams here, because this is the third time they're facing each other with a one victory for both teams. So they know each other. They know very well how they play, you know, the executions and stuff. So let's see what is going to happen in the second game here. So sorry about it.
Yeah, Zushin is a force, and once I saw her being chosen, I'm like, why did they give that to her already? This is the first match. But like you said, taking out the Zushin and the Chip, those are two strong ones alone, right? To kind of give that CC to the team and be more helpful. So that kind of like might be something that might deter them from getting the next match, for the fact that they took out like something that was already standalone, doing well on it by themselves.
Well, when it comes to the draft, I mean, they banned the Phoveus as the last ban to let the Zushin come out. Phoveus does have a lot of early game force that he can do to the enemy team when it comes to those first few objectives. He only really falls off, or I want to say mid to late game, where your team is starting to get a little bit of defense. Phoveus's raw damage is not going to be enough anymore to really hinder a lot of team fights there. So I mean, I understand the Phoveus ban, but I mean, like I said, you still need to have a plan for it. Unfortunately, it just didn't feel like that composition was going to be able to accomplish enough with Zushin just kind of being able to spray freely from the back line. Now we're not going to be able to use Zushin. I feel like if I am Infinity, we're just going to go ahead and ban that out, and especially maybe just puts the pressure a little bit onto DreamHack here now, because where do you go? Especially when you saw how strong Chip is. Now do we worry about some of those other picks that have been known for fanboy, like the Minotaur that has been very strong for him, the Belleric he's been able to pull out a lot as well. So there's still, I feel like this is just, there's a lot that Infinity has really done very well when it comes to establishing points of strength, pillars for their victories that you have to deal with as you're drafting. It's like, oh, there's so many different things that you have to worry about if you are DreamHack. Not just making sure you don't give away these strong picks to the side of Infinity, but also do we have a composition that's going to be able to be successful here with what we put together? Yeah, immediately a Zushin ban comes out there. I want to say a big respect there for Infinity when it comes to what Zushin can do out on the battlefield.
Yeah, I'm worried. I'm sorry.
No,
Go ahead. No, I mean, I'm worried about like what is going to happen in the second game here because there's so many situations, so many troubles for DreamHack, for example. And I'm not DreamHack. I'm not a coach. I'm not a like, player coming out from DreamHack, but that is the situation for it because not only about Fanboy and this usual or unusual picks that he is allowed to bring for us, like with Kufra, with Belleric, with the other one I forgot now, the Belleric, the Kufra, the Minotaur, even Atlas when he brought. Okay, the result was not successful, but
yeah, the other one was a very successful.
Okay. He brought the Atlas and they lost. That's okay, but. It is not. It's not like okay. If you bring Atlas, you automatically are going to lose the game. You know, like maybe depending on the composition, depending on idea, Atlas can fit very well in other composition. It's a theory, okay? But Fanboy is about to bring other heroes, but not only about Fanboy. We're talking about ZZ. With I was about to say about Harley because ZZ has a very strong early game, especially when it comes to Harley. For example, when he has a follow-up coming out for damage coming out from the mid lane or the XP lane, for example. So here, ZZ's first pick on Harley. It's a very good. It's very interesting for them. And now here comes DreamHack versus with Leomord and Uranus. Maybe thinking just a little about like this pressure that that ZZ can impact and cause with Harley, especially with ultimate. You know, so now DreamHack are going to bringing two like resistant heroes so far.
Yeah. I feel like they went ahead and picked out the Leo and the Uranus because of the fact that they're more tankier here, but then they answered that with picking up that carry to kind of take down the tankiness, right? So and of course they go ahead and pick out the Belleric for Fanboy there. I feel that DreamHack kind of wasted their Suyu pick and that Yi pick as well. So I wonder what mage they're gonna go ahead and pick up here, because those were really strong meta heroes right now too, but they lost with it. So no.
The only thing here that kind of makes me wince a little, well, one on the side of DreamHack is that we don't have something to be able to kind of pick up the Harley to kind of snatch him away or close the distance on this carry very fast. Leomord can close the distance on the carry, but trying to get to Harley might be another story. That is what I was looking for. I was going to say, we either are looking for a Kalia or a Cho or something that can really get back to that back line, use the way of the dragon kick to kick them towards you. On the other side, though, Infinity, you've got a Belleric, you've got the Wrath of the Dryad, that brings everybody together. But when it comes to damage output, you've got basically Harley and Carry who can only hit the first front of that. You don't really have AoE damage that will take advantage of having the enemy team grouped up. And I feel like that's where we're going to need to fill in the rest of this. They take out Farsha, which almost I feel like would have been perfect for that type, but not with the Cho on the opposite side. So, and that's the big thing too, that you're going to sacrifice. A lot of AoE damage. Who do you pick that's not going to get picked off by a Cho out here? So very interesting draft strategies coming out from both of these guys.
Yeah, both teams here are thinking very straightly to the draft composition. Maybe another mid lane is going to be banned here by Infinity. Another one with this damage situation. Maybe Lunox, because they are not supposed to repeat Ivy, for example. Sana with the Ancient Garden here could be a very interesting ban when it comes to this idea of execution coming up with Cho, for example, with the isolation, with the Way of the Dragon. But no, Insungshin, okay. The goal lane could be, because this character might not have this interesting matchup versus Insungshin so far.
Yeah, I feel like a Lunix would be a good choice because Harley's magic, it will or his ultimate can't really get her if she does her ultimate to kind of escape that, right? So for that would be a good choice for the side of DreamHack. But I think for the side of Infinity, maybe a Lilia would be good. I usually play her with her vibes. So that would be good to kind of like get away from it, show where to catch her, she can get out of it, but that'll help when Belric was able to kind of like pull everyone together and she can dish out that AoE damage that you were looking for.
Honestly, I would not have said anything different. You took the words right out of my mouth. Clit is something that we have not seen. It's a lot of burst of damage that you're going to have on the side of DreamHack. He does take a little bit of time to get some of that burst damage, and his range is not as far, well, his escapability is not as great as you see from other marksmen out there as well. But you're absolutely on track. Linux would have been a great point when it comes to the mage for DreamHack, because even if you throw Belric back with the Way of the Dragon kick, Linux is going to be able to do a good job of being able to burst him down. So I feel like that would have been great. Lilia is great on the side of Infinity as well, because you have all of these things where she can run into the middle of them, try to get a lot of that damage, and then even if Cho locks onto her, she's going to be able to use those black shoes to get away. Here, and this is another sweet spot that we've seen from Infinity, where we see that Thamus come out, and I feel like he's done such a great job of being able to not hold inside the turtle pit, but if DreamHack does not get to that turtle pit first, he's going to use Thamus to try to zone away the entirety of the team. So this is going to come down to DreamHack and their rotations, and if they can get to that pit first.
So we're seeing here now, it's a really interesting battle, especially coming out from mid to the XP lane. But now we are seeing a Gord here on DreamHack's composition. This is blowing my mind, honestly speaking.
Gord, wow. I mean, it's one of your favorites, isn't it, Private? You love the Gord.
Oh yeah, I surely do. And this is gonna speak even more. If Thamus gets anywhere near the mid, if Infinity dare to try to fight anywhere inside the middle of that turtle pit, I feel like Shikitse on that Gord is gonna be able to absolutely dominate. This is all, but if it's gonna be a problem though, if DreamHack is gonna be on the outskirts, if they don't get there fast enough, I feel like Infinity's got just a good amount of ability to keep them zoned out from there. It's going to be very interesting to see how these two compositions, I like both of them, and what they're going to be able to try to accomplish here.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, so welcome everybody once again to the Land of Dawn. Just a few seconds ahead here to the second game coming out from DreamHack versus Infinity, and both compositions on the screen for you guys. And yeah, you were right, Private, when you say like, okay, Shikit with the Guard here, like causing dispersion and the tons of damage when it comes to the second ability and to the ultimate, for example, with this high damage, continuous damage in the ultimate, for example, and the possibility to getting the stun with the first one here. But if ZZ finds a flank, if ZZ finds a way to get next to Shaikichi, for example, okay, they have Lumor, they have Sho here who can protect, who can make this appeal versus to Gord, for example. If ZZ finds this way, followed by the ultimate from Zetian, for example, that could be a problem for DreamHack and Shaikichi, which is very important in this lineup for DreamHack so far.
One of the things that I think we've talked about till we're blue in the face is I feel like Shikitse is just one of those mages that I'm just like, I'm not worried about her. I feel like she does such a great job when it comes to placement, to be able to make sure that she's not putting herself in the harm's way. She understands what she's up against and still pick Gord, so I think she understands where she needs to be as far as positioning to make sure that she's away from a Harley out there. The stun that can come out from Zetian, it won't stop the Mystic Gush if it's already out there, but yeah, it will do a great job of setting up for Harley to be able to close the distance on you. So that's, I feel like it's what I'm looking for is how well can this Cho be played to help peel for Shikitse, who we already know she's going to be building Skypiercer early on this board, because I don't think there's a hero yet that she hasn't built Skypiercer, and usually is very, very successful. But Ladies and gentlemen, game 2 coming over as it looks like Infinity's dominance, as hopefully DreamHack are looking to find a way to answer that here in game 2.
Yeah, so we saw a show here with the gold armor. Yeah, the Shiryu here skin, which is a very, very beautiful one. Very perfect for now here. Here's a mid lane, a 2v2 situation. Blink.
Yeah, he's dashing in, looking, but Lionel doing a great job of kind of creating that distance, keeping on the back. And here already, Shaikitse down to about a third of health. That means that both Shaikitse and the Cho are going to have to go back home. He saw there too. Lionel kind of poking in there. Really? Oh, I was going to say, if that interrupted Shaikitse again, you're going to be missing out on this entire wave coming out from the side of DreamHack there.
Yeah, that could be very, very bad for Shaikichi here, but she was able to head back in the base. But now she farmed. I think that 1 or 2 minions in that wave coming out in the mid lane here. But now, 13 seconds left of the first turtles. Both teams are here dancing around this corner. Zeus is taking just a little bit pressure coming out from Zablox. I thought it would be the opposite, though. I thought that the carry would be a bullet a lot more, but to the top side!
Yeah, Blink actually takes a lot of damage. He's not going to be a part of this Lord by Rusi coming from the side there, as we do have a Mystic Gush and a Flicker back from Shaikitse. Is it going to be enough to be able to take out Rusi, who activated that Cauterate Inferno and was taking a lot of health? They do bring him down, and they are able to pick up a turtle.
My goodness, did you see Shaikichi's plate style here? Like using the ultimate and the flicker from behind, not only to get surprised, but only to guarantee that she was continue causing damage in the team fight here. So first turtle coming from DreamHack, first kill for Shaikichi. So everything's working so far for DreamHack.
Yeah, a great positioning there by Shaikitse, even with Blink, who was, speaking of which here, a lot of damage coming out. This Wrath of the Dryad comes out from Fanboy as well, now trying to chase ZZ into the tower. Are they going to be able to find it from the back? Zabloch coming in for reinforcements, trying to put on that damage. It is not enough. They aren't able to find the kill, and they are still able to escape. It is a DreamHack. Meanwhile, though, at the top, Rusi is chunking away at this tier 1 tower.
Yeah, this is what happens when you move like 4 or 5 players to surprise the Infinity's composition so far. So the idea was good, but execution, it wasn't what they were expecting. So Rusi was taking this time, was taking this opportunity to explore the gold energy. Not only the gold energy, but the tower itself. So it has taken just a few damage, an interesting damage. So Rusi here could take some kind of advantage about like this XP situation and the farming so far. But this versus a Uranus, you know, it's not going to be that easy, as we are seeing here this battle in the top side so far.
Yeah, right now we do have a turtle up at the top. DreamHack's in a great position for it. You can see Shaikitse getting into position. Rusi looking for an angle to get in. And unfortunately for Infinity, just not going to be able to pick this up. And they're not able to really answer it on another side of the map either. Not able to get a push, not able to find a kill. Now, big pop-up does land onto Fanboy. And you see ZZ there at the bottom, maybe looking to probably get that deadly magic onto the Cho. Is it going to be enough? No, both of them kind of resetting. Blink takes a little bit of damage from ZZ. Deadly magic is not going to be able to take him down.
Yeah, we didn't see, but ZZ was forced to use Flick on the top side.
Yeah, Goo actually in a little bit of trouble here. You see the Cauterate Inferno activated by Rusi. I do believe I saw that the ultimate come out from Goo as well, but it was not enough to withstand the immense damage and regen that you get from Rusi on a Thamus.
Yeah, meanwhile, here's the blocks was taking a lot of pressure versus the 3 DreamHack players, but now Rusi is doing the proxy once again versus Goo. at least in the top side here, at least in the XP lane, Infinity has a hope with Rusi, but now he can sense the danger because King is coming up, so now he plays back, he gets safe. But once again, this game is getting different from the first one. But even though the 2 turtles for DreamHack, even though the 2 kills for the Dragon Boys, we're seeing the goal lead here is not that big for DreamHack so far. So Infinity, oops.
Oh, yeah, Wrath of the Dryad comes out there too. Goo able to take down ZZ as well. A great answer time coming from Fanboy, but it was not enough to save. 3-0 right now for DreamHack, who are having a great early game here against Infinity, which is going to be a great answer for that first game as well. Now, setting up for this next turtle, Fanboy takes a little bit of damage on the back end. Zablotch able to find that speedy light wheel against Zeus, but they do answer back immediately. Infinity finally able to get onto this board with the kill of Zeus, but no team really in a good position to be able to pick up this turtle.
Yeah, you see here, Blink is causing a lot of trouble for Infinity with this show. You mean he did an astonishing outplay here when it comes to using the Way of the Dragon, especially versus ZZ, which has a Harley. But now we're seeing here the tower being taken down by Infinity, but Zeus, okay. Now they swap the role here. They swap like bringing Zeus in the top side. Meanwhile, the third turtle is absolutely going to DreamHack here. No fighting back from Infinity so far, and now they are playing aggressive. DreamHack is playing forward here, trying to like gain this info, delaying this heading back from the base for DreamHack. But Goo, okay, let's go.
Yeah, you can see them going ahead and trying to get some of that pressure there. Wrath of the Dryad at the bottom as Shy Kite gets taken out by ZZ. That's a huge amount of damage taken off the board for DreamHack. They do end up resetting on the map. You saw that Rage of the Phoenix come out as well for the stun on the DreamHack, but they were not able to capitalize on it. One thing that is interesting to me, a little bit of a fight at the bottom. Ooh, and Zablotch might be in trouble here. King trying to lay on the damage is not going to be able to close the distance. He doesn't care if there's 3 members there. He's gonna burst right through them to find that kill onto the enemy marksman. But what I was gonna say is that what I've noticed is ZZ, I wanna say there's been at least 2 or 3 deadly magics that he's put onto Blink, which is the roam. That's literally the opposite of the target that you want, the opposite of who you want to be around. Lionel taking a lot of damage, gonna have to use that flicker, and still King able to close the distance. The Mystic Gush from the back, and Shaikiche able to burst down the rest of Infinity.
Yeah, no working well here for Infinity, especially when it comes to ZZ trying to damage once again here with the ultimate, but it wasn't enough. And now DreamHack is coming out from the first tower on the mid lane. No first tower on the top side and the bottom side as well for Infinity. So DreamHack now with the goal lead getting bigger at this time, almost with a 5k, but now they non-stop ZZ.
Oh man, imagine getting chased down with King Leomord on that horse, able to chase down ZZ for another kill. Just some great answers of being able to chase down that Harley. Now almost down to all high ground towers for the side of Infinity. You can see at the bottom, Zablot's gonna do a good job, but not with his team trying to get that little push in. Mystic Gush is out as well, and Rusi in trouble. Zeus with the big damage coming out from that Clint, able to find a kill of his own. They are going to go ahead and take down those tier 2 towers, but at the bottom lane, you can see Zablotch doing a good job of being able to get that split push in. Infinity, there's nobody there that's going to be able to answer it just yet. You finally see Goo having to come in on that Uranus.
Zablotch is going to be surprised. The 3 players of DreamHack are heading in the goal lane here, but the cavalry maybe arrive. Let's go, Private.
Oh, Zablotch another flicker, and is able to get the outplay. 3 members onto Zablotch, but able to grab and snatch one person in the form of Shaikiche to take her down with him.
I can die, but I'm bringing one with me so far. That is a Black Samoto here with a carry. He took the 2 towers. He took down 2 towers in the bottom lane here for Infinity. The advantage for DreamHack is going to be very, very bigger so far, very stronger when it comes now with the Lord heading on the top side here. We know that maybe DreamHack can have some issues with the closing out situation here. Let's see what if they fix this problem from yesterday to today. Oh, ZZ on Chaikichi on the mid lane.
Oh, gets caught and taken down. ZZ able to find the angle and the flank to take down the biggest damage dealer on DreamHack. The rest of the team trying to chase. Goo on the back end is not going to be able to close the distance.
Yeah, so now here Rusi took down the Lord and he was able to head back in the base. Oh, private once again here. Like, okay, it's not the end of the road for DreamHack. They lost a player, they lost the Lord here, like the opportunity to maybe take down the high ground for Infinity. But they have to like watch out carefully about that kind of situation. They have to walk with so much careful in this jungle, especially with the squishy ones, Shaikichi and Zeus, for example, because okay, Infinity might be so much behind on the goal lead and or advantage, for example, but they are not dead yet.
Yeah, they do have the patience. They understand even when they're behind what exactly they need to be doing to be successful for this. I'm not sure, like I know we were talking about how much DreamHack can usually kind of flubber things at the end. That is just a great positioning by ZZ to be able to get to that back line to where you think you're safe on that gourd to be able to kind of get to close the distance on your team. But ZZ just finds this great angle on the backside. And I think that's just, I mean, that's just the value you get out of a Harley pick there to be able to kind of get to those side lanes there. But yeah, it does bring up the question, have they kind of been able to work on that late game, keep the things very strict? Oh, they're gonna go ahead and latch on to Blink and do not finish the job. Blink still sitting there at about 50% health for this team. About a 5k gold lead for the side of a DreamHack. 4 seconds left on the Lord.
These cards are getting heavier from Harley. Did you see? Oh, on the top side.
Yeah, Rusi has activated that Cauterant Inferno, taking a lot of damage and gets taken down by Zeus, who was just blasting away at him. And a great job there by Blink, who was being just that wall in front of the Cauterant Inferno, making sure that Zeus had all the time he needed on the Clint to really just blast away at him.
Yeah, 20 seconds now to Rusi head back in the game. DreamHack is starting the Lord. Apparently no fighting back coming out from Infinity here. So the second one guaranteed by DreamHack after a very, very clever pick off on Rusi in the top side. So now let's see if DreamHack doesn't make the same mistake again with like ZZ coming out from a flank or in the back line here to surprise once again Shaikichi or Zeus with the Clint. But now, I think that they learned their lesson because they are all together and they are waiting for the Lord in the mid lane.
Yeah, you can see a bit, oh man. You can see a little bit of a split coming out from the side of DreamHack. ZZ waited long enough. Oh, he was actually going to go back. Keeps trying to figure out if he wants this decision. I think he knows that the Lord is coming in there and he's going to have to come in with the defense. He was looking for another flank, possibly coming for his team. Now, all lanes coming in. Blink does find a little bit of a pop-up there. Fanboy on the backside gets pushed out by King. Damage coming out. Goo takes a heaping spoonful of damage from Infinity, and down goes the Lord. That's going to be one high ground tower at the mid lane. That is down. Goo edging his way to the inside. King coming in from the backside to Lionel. Took a lot of damage. In comes King with the with the Phantom Steed Mystic Gush out there as ZZ gets taken down. Rusi is able to find a kill onto Blink and maybe bit off a little bit more than they could chew on the back end, but DreamHack takes one death and is going to be backing up from this engagement. Oh, just kidding. They're still looking for this bottom tower. Goo in the middle there. Another Phantom Steed. Does that thing even have a cooldown? King comes in again as the rest of the team make mincemeat out of that bottom tower. Rusi, immortality has been procced. The rest of the team not in a position to help him as Shaikiche with the Mystic Gut sprays him down.
Winter Crown now coming out from Guru once again. One player down for Infinity. That was Rusi. And now DreamHack is still causing the pressure. It's still like pushing the waves. Once again, the Phantom team here coming out from King. The focus now is the tower number 3 on the top side. Unstoppable.
Yeah, Zeus is just blasting away, making like short work of a lot of the squishies here. Now you can see the damage starting to land on to this core. Fanboy uses the Wrath of Dryad. It does not connect, and he might not be long as Zeus finds the finishing touches, now trying to put those auto attacks onto the base. And DreamHack, ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves a series.
Looks like the closing game situation has been fixed by DreamHack, and now everything is tied up here, Zena.
Yes, a dominating show right there for sure. DreamHack was popping off in the beginning, right? 6 kills, no deaths by the 9-minute mark by the Jungle King. He's showing them what he's all about. He is meant to be in that jungle role. And they claimed most of all the objectives, I think, as well, and basically did what Infinity did the previous game, so it flip-flopped this time around. So it was really cool to see. This one, like you said, these teams have gone back and forth a lot, and they've always reached like best of 3, the full thing, best of 5, the full thing, so I think that's what's going to happen here today.
Yeah, and I want to say this kind of answered a question I was very nervous about, is do these players have the skill level to compete with Infinity, especially with the jungle, with the mixed up roster that they're coming in with. And for me, what the only question here when it comes to competition, both of these guys seem like they're on a very even kilt here. The question comes down to the drafting. Because I feel like that first draft just really did not favor DreamHack. And here, the second draft, they got a much better answer, able to lock down the Cho as well to be able to answer the Harley, and then just a great amount of damage they were able to dish out, not just by Shaikiche, but by Zeus, who did a great job there as well.
Yeah, so when it comes to King choosing Leomar here in the jungle, so DreamHack was supposed to bring a strong sides here, especially when with Goo and Zeus, you know. So Goo was like, okay, he didn't compromise with Uranus. He was like too strong with a very high sustainability, for example. We saw Clean on the gold lane here, like getting bullying sometimes Zablox with carry, especially when it comes to this high damage caused by a Clint here. So Shaikiche once again with a good position. Okay, she was surprised like maybe once or twice by ZZ with the Harley, but after that, like DreamHack realized that okay, we have to play together. We have to take care about like these flanks, these back lines here, these possible back lines, you know. And even though like Affinity was trying to compensate something with the macro, you know, with using their size to push the minion waves, for example, and not to get so not to take so much pressure, but it wasn't enough for stopping DreamHack's composition, especially when it comes to this damage situation coming out from Zeus, coming out from Shaikiche, for example, and in the ultimate, everything was fine for DreamHack so far.
Alright, here we go. From the first move to that final push, this player stayed one step ahead. Our MVP was King. King the Jungle. King of the Jungle, right? 617 KDA, 62.4k total damage, 775 golds per minute. He did an amazing job to give the team that offense, right? And
Well,
had them all on the defense.
And well, not just that, but he's also able to kind of close it. He was another reason that Harley had a hard time being able to come in, because as soon as that Phantom Steed came on, King was able to chase down Harley. We saw a lot of times where he absolutely like gunned him down, like was chasing him throughout across half the map, and Harley didn't have a teleport strong enough to be able to create the distance he needed there. Here you see the Mystic Gush kind of coming out as well to really help, as King was able to kind of lay waste to a lot of the team from coming in from Infinity here. I'm actually very, very surprised when it comes to Infinity, because I've been talking before that when they use a lot of these roams that aren't the typical meta that you see, they meld and they make sure that the composition favors these roams. I talked about it right from the draft. The Wrath of Dryad is able to bring everybody together in very close proximity, but you don't really take advantage of that when most of your team is only going to be able to hit the front line of that. You didn't really have any AoE damage out there, except for maybe Zetzion, Thamus, but you don't really want Thamus to kind of get in the middle of that fight there too. Or they weren't really able to find those opportunities for him to get in there, especially with the amount of burst that was coming out. And unfortunately, because of that, I feel like it was almost, I feel like it just was not the right time to play the Beleric pick out there.
Yeah, it makes total sense here when it comes to this team fight, especially talking the block ones, because when you have the ultimate coming from Beleric, for example, you don't have okay, Zetzion has this like the damage situation, but she doesn't have this DPS, you know. It's different from a Lunox or a Lilia, for example, casting the spells like continuously to causing that damage. Harley, okay, he has a high potential of burst damage, you know, but he comes in and he comes out. It's not like this DPS continuously also in that composition. So for Beleric, yeah, okay, the ultimate was good, but the following up from the team, as a private said, was not the best idea for Infinity here in this situation. So it was for DreamX the perfect situation, especially with Blink, like every time, all the time, causing this like this pressure, this dominance, like with the Way of the Dragon, always like trying to look someone that it was like for Infinity situation, like they were always concerned about like, okay, where is Blink, where is he, is he about to use the Way of the Dragon here to isolate someone? So these things, these problems were common for Infinity in that situation in the game number 2. So well-deserved win from a DreamX here, especially from the composition, and especially bringing Gord from Shy Kitty here, so new hero that another thing outside of the box from DreamX here, and shows us that they are able to respond these like non-meta heroes coming out from Infinity.
Yeah, just like Fanboy, Shaikiche is really good with having that versatility. She has so much heroes under her belt, so she's able to kind of match Fanboy in that sense, where they can have so many options for them to choose from. I do have to give a shout out to Blink though. His show was on point, picking off all those people. He was there to get those assists in, and he deserves an MVP as well in my book. So go ahead and ban out that Lucian and Uranus.
When it came to that Harley pickup, that's exactly why Cho was able to shine, is because he is the threat for a lot of those assassins that try to jump in immediately. You're going to have a show. And I think I talked about it in the beginning of the game. I feel like Azizi, for some reason, was getting very, very close to Blink with a lot of these deadly magics. And I'm like, first of all, you don't want to be hitting a tank with deadly magic, because it's not going to be able to kill him. But then it's also with Cho that you're getting that close to, whose entire purpose is to be able to lock you down and hit you with the Way of the Dragon. So I feel like maybe that it's just a little bit of an understanding, and maybe a little bit more respect needs to be paid to when some of those counters come out that can deal with you there. DreamHack's gonna go ahead. It looks like Boxia has been left open for them too. Still yet to be played. We do have Phoveus still available on the board, but Phoveus and Valentina available too. So I'm wondering, do we go with both of those together, or do we kind of leave them behind? Because we've got a Boxio out there who's got a pretty decent magic defense right off from the start of it too. So you might not get the best value out of a Valentina.
Yeah, plus when it comes to Boxia and his buff coming out from his stop healing itself, so that might be another thing that Infinity has to think about it. And comes to the response, could be Phoveus and Khalid, for example, because if they be open for DreamHack, for example, okay, totally different, coming with Harris, okay, very strong gold lane, and Yuzong here on the XP lane. Now, Valentina and Phoveus could be the response now coming out from DreamHack.
Yeah, Valentina and Phoveus. What else is open? Sora. Is Sora as strong anymore? I don't know. I feel like people are choosing more things
Or
before they're
Khalid
choosing
and Valentina.
the Sora. Yeah, so like what about Sora? Like, I don't know what people, is there a reason they're not like so set on him as much anymore? I don't know.
I feel like Sora has answers now for them. Yeah, I was about to say Phoveus is the obvious answer here because of the Harith on the board. I'm not sure if we're going to be looking for a Valentina just yet. You make sure that you're not going to, I want to say this, having the Phoveus on your team, make sure that you're not going to pick up the Valentina on the Infinity side, just because of that dashing ability is going to be something that Phoveus is really going to be feeding off of. You already have Harith out there, and Lunox is the great off-end there when it comes to Yuzong, because if you're going to come in with that Black Dragon form, Lunox is going to be able to use that brilliance to be able to get away. Kai is an interesting pick up here. I'm wondering if this is like a jungle. Is this going to be a roam? What are we going to? I wouldn't put it past Fanboy to be using this as a roam. We haven't seen it in a while, but it doesn't have. I feel like it's. I don't even know what the win rate of a Kai is here. I think we saw it yesterday and it didn't do great. I forgot who used it out. It's something I'll have to look up there. But we're going to be moving into the second banning phase for both of these teams.
So we're seeing now Hylos getting banned for from Infinity, and Lydia coming out from DreamHack here, like the focus on the mid lane carry, and now the gold lane, the Moskman from Infinity. Will DreamHack keep focusing on mid lane here? Maybe an Ivy banning, for example, or Farsa. But maybe that could be a possibility, but they have to think about like the possibility for a Kai being or in the jungle or in the roaming here with a Fanboy. But there's a lot of options still here from DreamHack. Yeah, maybe there's still continue, maybe they're still focusing on the mid lane here with Ivy, for example, when it comes to neutralize the real world manipulation. Okay, so this is the last ban, and now we're going to see if Akai is the jungle or a roaming with the fourth choice here from Infinity.
Yes, it's starting to get harder for us to kind of figure out what they're going to end up choosing with all these global bans going on, right? So it will be interesting to see what they decide to come up with here. Kai, it should be very helpful in keeping the team at bay for the side of Infinity.
I guess it kind of, for me, it kind of depends on what we're going to use, and maybe, I mean, I feel like a Kai might actually be a problem if we pick up like a if we pick up like a Cho on the side. Oh wait, DreamHack, we already have the Cho that we just used the last one. Who else? Oh my god, and I'm losing my mind again. The Tsunami Slam of Kalea is one that we could use. If we grab a Kai, bring it back, Lunox is going to be able to burst that down very quickly as well to kind of, if we're looking to snatch the front line. So, though that this does mean with this pickup of Hilda from Infinity side, it does mean that a Kai is the jungler for the side of Infinity. Hilda, I like the early game there, presence coming out from them, but more CC answered on the side of DreamHack. They're going to go with the Bedang pickup.
Yeah, so more choices here now, especially for a DreamX. But Dong possibly, no, not possibly. This is coming out from Blink's hands, and now Zeus with the last choice here with Bruno. Bruno versus.
Well then, okay. I mean, all right. I don't know what
to say, Rico.
I mean, okay. I think that Eldora here could be working the right time after Shaikichi, for example, using the ultimate for trying to escape from the heavy spin from ZZ. For example, you know, but there are so many situations here when it comes to the both teams' composition, you know, especially like ZZ trying to neutralize King with the heavy spin, avoiding the retribution in objectives, team fight, for example, you know, or also Blink here versus using the combo with the ultimate, but versus who? Because I had this mobility. Hilda has the high movement of the speed here. Eldora, that's okay because she doesn't have any mobility here. She doesn't have any kind of escape. So many possibilities are going to see here, my friend Private.
I have the same kind of, I'm like trying to figure out to try to rationalize the Eudora, how well it could do here. But ladies and gentlemen, I guess we are about to find out if that pick is going to even out for these teams. Game 3 of DreamX and Infinity, both teams tied on the board.
Yeah, so everything is started up so far. The matches here is 1-1 on best of 3 and 1 on best of 5. And now here in this best of 5 is tied up a victory for each team. So welcome once again to the Land of Dawn. This is the game number 3 so far, Private.
Yeah, I'm very interested. I'm like you right now. I'm trying to figure out how Eudora really fits into this. I feel like it's going to take an immense amount of concentration and communication from the team. Ooh! Speaking of which, Lionel able to find a kill onto Blink, so Eudora already getting the dividends and the payout for that pick for Lionel as he gets that first blood off of DreamX.
Yeah, first kill here guaranteed by Eldora. It's coming out from Lionel here on DreamX on Infinity. And oh yeah, Eldora in this early game has this this potential of damage. In the mid lane once again it is a 2v2. We're not seeing that because ZZ is heading around the top side with already in a level 4 guaranteed the golden crab for Rusi. And now 15 seconds left for the first turtle here. And now we're seeing ZZ is stealing the lizard in the jungle.
Yeah, for me, the problem is that there's a lot of options or a lot of targets for Eudora, and I'm wondering, Lionel, who is the priority? Who's going to be getting that stun and that ultimate coming out from Eudora to really think we have that Black Dragon coming out, trying to offend on to King, who's having to run away as that Tortoise pushes out, but Shay Kite absolutely shreds him down, even has the brilliance out there, but it's more than enough to allow Infinity to be able to pick up this turtle. On the back end, though, you do see Goo able to find the kill onto Lionel. The rest of DreamX trying to chase down Infinity. ZZ in trouble, gets taken down by Shekitse.
Yeah, Infinity Esports here was too deep trying to get the kill, Private, so it didn't work so well for Infinity. Okay, they guaranteed the turtle, but at what cost? They lost 3 players, guaranteed 2 kills for Shaikichi in the mid lane with Lunox. And now on the top side,
yeah, and they're going to go ahead and they find the kill. They're going to be looking to put the pressure onto this top tower, and nobody from Infinity actually looking to close the distance. So that's going to be a lot of free gold for the side of DreamX. Now we're seeing 3-4 members starting to mount at the bottom. Zeus in the bush, I think, gets found out there by Fanboy. Zaman Force laid down for Zabloch, who's trying to go ahead and get all the gold he can from this tower. On the backside, Lionel able to smash down Blink with the Thunder's Wrath.
Yeah, I was about to say that, okay, Private, all that Infinity can do is like to let Zeus explore some of the gold energy, but Blink once again, here comes King.
Yeah, King comes in for the kill. ZZ's gonna have to use that heavy spin to create some distance from the rest of DreamHack, and they move back into their tower. You see Goo looking for an angle to get in here, just does not have anybody getting close enough. Fanboy, I think, already sensed that in the bush, so he's kind of dancing around it.
Yeah, but now the situation is that the next turtle is hiding on the pitch on the downside. Both teams are aware about that, and I believe that DreamHack has a better position so far, but now him, Fanboy, oh, he can't be surprised.
Ooh, Lino might have been caught there. Tries to come in there with the damage. Shy Kiche able to find a kill on the Fanboy. Zaman Force has been laid onto the ground. Zablach diving in, finds the kill onto Shy Kiche. Lionel next on the block as Goo able to narrow the distance between them. Coming in with that demonic force heavy spin, creating distance as King finds a kill onto Zablach. ZZ next on the roster, bringing DreamHack to an 8-3 game against Infinity.
Another disaster here for Infinity. Okay, the initiation was really interesting for them, but I think that maybe Fanboy was too early in trying to spot the players from DreamHack here, because the rest of the team was like just too far away from him. But now DreamHack had the time to guarantee the kills, guarantee the turtle, guarantee more towers, and guarantee more advantage.
Yeah, 4-1-2 right now on Shy Kiche. I'm not surprised. She has been a force for DreamHack here. Zablach actually might be in a little bit of trouble. King able to close the distance there. Fanboy on the backside. Zaman Force has been laid down to pour some damage on to DreamHack to find a little bit of an escape. Goo comes in. Demonic Force underneath the tower. Looking for the damage. Zeus comes in, able to find the kill onto Zablach. They're not done. ZZ might not be long for this world as Zeus finding a kill onto him on the backside. Lionel with the Thunder Spirit Wrath able to find a kill of his own. Lionel, though, bit off a little bit more than he could chew as Shy Kiche comes in with the damage. 6-1-2 right now for DreamHack's mid laner.
Yeah, Shy Kiche here is on fire with the 6 kills, but we have to talk about Goo and this Phoveus. It's destroying so far here this game so far, because he has this ability and this facility to get the backline here, especially when it comes to Lionel, for example, or Zablach. So it's getting very, being very interesting for DreamHack. That situation especially coming from Goo here and this way to get in the back line. But now Infinity is trying to compensate, especially in the top side here. Oops.
Yeah, they're trying to dash onto Zeus, who does use that dash and is able to still lay on the damage. Even with the heavy spin, he's taking a huge amount of damage coming out from Infinity. King on the backside, trying to close the distance onto ZZ. Is he going to be able to find the Goo on the back end, looking to try to chase him down? DreamHack are desperate for that kill onto ZZ. In comes Goo for the kill. Demonic Force is out. The Black Dragon is out, as well as Zablach able to answer back. A 3-man Petrify coming in for Rusi, but Shy Kiche is right there to dish out the kill. King, not long for this world, gets taken out as well. 14-9.
That was a massacre now coming out from Infinity in this last team fight, when everything seemed to be so well for DreamHack, especially in the first time of this team fight. Getting the first kill for Vios, once again getting the back line, forcing the Infinity players using the flicker. Lionel was like about to die at any moment, but somehow Rusi with the Petrify was like moving the point here for Infinity. 4 kills for Infinity, and now the Lord is on the pit. The goal lead here, there is no more, because DreamHack was just a little bit ahead, but now after the last team fight, everything is tied up, and now here comes Fanboy.
Oh, yeah, he's trying to latch on to Shaikiche, who I think still had the ultimate, still had the brilliance, so wasn't exactly scared of the damage that was going to come out there. Could have used the brilliance at any moment, but this is going to set up for Infinity to be able to get a good put onto this. Lord Black Dragon is out, trying to create that distance from the backside. King coming in, looking for the retribution. Heavy spin is out. ZZ did a great job of being able to use that heavy spin to pit King against the wall. He wasn't going to be able to get the retribution on the backside. They are able to find the kill onto Zabloch and Lionel. So you lose 2, but you're able to pick up the Lord for Infinity.
They got the Lord, but they lost 3 players, or 2. I think there were 2 players in the process. But now they're heading back in the game. But now DreamHack is taking this opportunity to get down the first tower on the mid lane. Oh, once again here, Fanboy.
Yeah, Fanboy answering back there, taking a lot of damage. We have the brilliance coming out from Shaikiche, who might bit off a little bit more than she could chew, looking for an escape. Infinity decide not to continue on with the engagement. They have a lot of presence on the map. They have the Lord up at top. At the bottom, they have Fanboy, who's going to be able to try to put some pressure onto that bottom tower as well. Now you can see they're going to go ahead and try to harass King in his own jungle. Is he going to be able to get that kill? Fanboy going to run into the tower. Shaikiche able to find a kill onto ZZ, able to answer back after that. Lord King on the backside gets a cut onto Rusi, who is going to use that Black Dragon to get away.
Yeah, you know, for one side, I would say that could be worse for DreamHack because Zablox wasn't in the last team fight. But now, I didn't get it what ZZ was was trying to do, like getting the flank, while the Lord is still heading in the top side here. As we see now the items, we got the Has Claws and the Berserker's Fury for Bruno, while I have the Stardom Sight and the Heaven's Feather coming out from Zablox. So we know that this Harriet is going to grow a lot more here when it comes to a damage cost, a damage dealt here for Harriet. I'm sorry. So DreamHack has to take care about this. They know that situation because they have Shaikiche with 10 kills and 2 assists so far with this Lunox. The true damage is coming out from mid lane from DreamHack. It's a reality. So they have to take care about that.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting because you're just looking for Zabloch, who's going to be looking for a pretty expensive holy crystal right now to be able to dish out a lot of damage. Zeus, on the other hand, he still needs another item. There's the holy crystal for Zabloch, but Zeus is looking for he's going to be looking for another item and looking for that range in the Malefic gun as well, so that he can actually start off dishing out the damage. I feel like this next fight, if DreamHack is not careful, Infinity is really going to be able to dish out a lot of damage. That's something that they have to understand, have to respect. Just like you see King has picked up that Radiant Armor for Zabloch so that he's not going to be able to burst him down as quickly. Here, Blink taking a decent amount of damage. Goo coming in. Demonic Force is latching on to ZZ, who's going to back up from this fight. King coming in. Goes into 4 members. This is not going to be enough. Goo comes in. Dominant Force has been laid down. Black Dragon is out as well. King might be in trouble, looking to try to crawl his way out. Blink finds a kill. Shaikiche finds one onto Zabloch. Zeus putting the damage. That is 4 people down for the side of DreamHack. This might be the end.
Zeus is Fanboy in the back line.
What a bait coming out from Shaikiche. Went in there. I was like, why are you going in with such low health? Had the immediate brilliance for the team wipe on Infinity. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't think Rusi's going to be able to stop this push from DreamHack.
Oh, here comes the base. It's not done yet. Here comes. Oh, here comes Infinity defending the base. Triple kill for Zabloch so far.
Just kidding. Apparently, Infinity invigorated there. Rusi just needed enough time to let Infinity get up, and DreamMax. This is what we've talked about. The end game, making it too loose, not of being on control and being on the same page. Some people were trying to hit Rusi. Some people were trying to hit the core. We didn't have the focus, and now Infinity takes advantage of it.
I think that the fans from DreamHack are not that happy with that situation. Okay, it's not the end for DreamHack because the Lord is heading on the top side. They still have the high ground open for Infinity here. But once again, we saw that movie, Private. We saw that happening, Xena. So, DreamHack, they have to take care about that.
My God. I was expecting that to be the end, but oh my gosh, they came back and almost demolished it and even got the Lord and now it's pushing back. But that's what I'm saying, like they seem to like kind of get too greedy with it or something at the end. They have they're having trouble with closing out. I don't know.
You know, we can say about closing out, but I mean, who wouldn't have been like raising their hands, playing with one hand at that point, be like, all right, boys, let's close this up. Oh my God. As they take down 4 people, it was just Shaikiche alone. And the only reason she made it out is because she had the brilliance to be able to negate all of the damage that was coming out from them. A great defense. And this is what we were talking about when it comes to Infinity and still having the patience, still having the know-how, understanding at every aspect of the game what they need to do to succeed and being able to execute that. Where on the side of DreamHack, sometimes when it comes to that late game, the confidence comes out and they just need to get that discipline to be able to kind of still talk to each other, still understand like, what are we doing? Are we focusing on the core, or are we going to try to take out Rusi and then go for the core? Unfortunately, there it kind of got a little bit split up there, and it allowed the rest of Infinity to get back up. Like we said, it's not the end of the game yet, but it was an opportunity that seems squandered by the side of DreamHack.
Not the end for you guys as well, because we still got the game going on. We have more games to come, so you have more chance at getting these diamonds. The diamond drops. The more you engage, the longer you are in the chat, the more chances you have to get these diamonds right here.
Yeah, so please guys, here you have the chance to get diamonds for free watching us. So this is your chance. The more you watch, the more you interact with us, the more you talk in the chat, the more you call your friends, you have more chances to get diamonds here, okay, to buy that skin that you are looking for so much, you know, when you go to the ranked games, when you lose, but you lose fancy, you know, so that all matters here when you get diamonds.
Yes, you gotta lose fancy. That's the only way to do it, guys, okay?
Yeah, so just a little way for us to give back to all of the viewers there. Like you said, stay active, stay chatting, stay respectful to everybody. Like I said, a lot of these teams put in a lot of work out here to get to this level of competition. And man, it's just a big back and forth. This is why I was so excited about the second day of the playoffs, because I knew both of these teams were going to be very even. They faced each other so many times already and always go the distance. It's never like a big smashing where one of them is going to get a sweep. These guys have played against each other so often that they understand the picks, they understand some of the drafting that's going to happen. Right now, though, DreamHack have to kind of dust off their shoulders and kind of get back into it. You see a lot of pressure going into the mid tier 2 tower as Zeus just laying waste to that Lord. They weren't even able to finish the mid lane tower, was Infinity, because of how fast he was able to take that down. Zablach does put the last kicks onto it though, and now trying to put a little bit of damage on to these high ground towers of DreamHack.
Yeah, but now Infinity here has to take care, especially with Goo here and the knocking up coming out from Fulvius. I saw Rusin using the Petrify here versus on Chaikichi on the top side, but she was able to escape with no problem. She didn't use the ultimate, for example, to escape or anything else. So Infinity now, they lost the Lord here. Okay, they got the tower number 2 in the mid lane, but still, this is a very good advantage for DreamHack. Okay, the goalie now heading for Infinity. The most of the players are not with the full build yet, so it might make some just a little bit of a change here. But now we're seeing Rusi with Immortality to buy some time on the thing. Oh, fanboy, you have to take care about that. Okay, he's aware about something in the purple buff, but now he's getting info. Oh, the wall. Oh.
Yeah, he actually gets caught there. It takes about 50% damage. That's going to allow the rest of the team coming in. Here comes the Black Dragon trying to find an opportunity, but they are not able to close the distance. Lionel even came in there for a little bit of a nibble there, but DreamHack did a great job of disengaging from that. Speaking of which, Goo, conceal play comes out. Blink. Oh, they are not able to find ZZ. There goes the stun. Oh. There goes the pop-up. Is that going to be enough? Shaikichi able to find the kill as well. Brilliance is out as she gets and creates that distance. King does have the immortality, but Blotch is right there trying to score another kill. Lionel able to answer back to DreamHack. That's 2 down for the side of DreamHack and 15 seconds left on this next Lord.
I thought that could be better for DreamHack here after Shaikichi getting the first kill on ZZ, and I was thinking like, okay, now this is gonna be very good for DreamHack. But we saw King losing the immortality and then losing his life, and we saw Goo once again here getting killed. And with this superior in number situation for Infinity, it might be another Lord for Infinity Esports, because we have no retribution coming up from a DreamHack. So the Lord here easily guaranteed by Infinity once again.
Yeah, they're going to be able to pick that up. It is a 17-minute Lord for DreamHack. I mean, they've still got Zeus, who's able to really dish out a lot of damage too. But if that last team fight said anything, it's that DreamHack is starting to fall a little bit behind. Infinity is starting to come up on theirs. I believe Zablotch already has the glaive too, so he's going to be able to get a lot of penetration on his abilities as well. Now with the Lord crashing down at the top lane, going to be waiting to see if DreamHack can mount a successful defense.
Yeah, but now the Lord once again heading on the top side. Now Infinity trying to synchronize all the minion waves. So here comes the pressure. Here comes the fire coming out from Infinity Esports, Private.
Yeah, Lord's going to look for that charge coming into the top lane, and that's going to make mincemeat of the top high ground tower. In comes the rest of Infinity. One high ground down. Black Dragon from the side looking for the flank. Is that going to be enough? Lord looking to swing away onto the core. Zaman Force has been laid down. Rusi taking a heap of damage. Immortality has been procced. Zeus is right there with Shaikichi to take down Rusi. DreamHack looking to clear out these lanes before they chase down Infinity. Goo on the tip of the spear of DreamHack's offense here, trying to push into the mid lane.
Yeah, that was a good defense here coming out from DreamHack. They only lost, oh yeah, not so good because they lost the high ground tower in the bottom lane. And I thought it was only the top side, but they lost also the bottom side here. Okay, so super minions coming out from both sides here now for Infinity, while DreamHack has super minions only on the mid side here. So now there's a lot of time for the next Lord here. So both teams are worried about like getting this information on the map, trying to surprise, especially Fanboy here with this facing check situation with Hilda every single time. But both teams now, oh, Fanboy!
Yeah, Fanboy's is gonna be in a little bit of trouble here on the backside, gets caught up there. But I feel like DreamHack needs to figure out a better engagement plan than trying to capture Fanboy. Again, Fanboy's super tanky right now, and you're gonna be wasting a lot of abilities on Fanboy while the rest of the team's gonna come in for that huge amount of damage. And Fanboy, I mean, Fanboy's doing what he needs to do. He's supposed to be in front. he's supposed to be taking that damage. It's just DreamHack is kind of falling for it here. Blink wisely. I was just about to say, if Blink uses that fist crack on Fanboy, I am gonna lose my seat here, because like that's exactly what you do not want to do. And a great front line that is starting to come online for Infinity. ZZ and Fanboy, they're just doing the best that they can to kind of stay up front. Oh, King from the backside, surprise! But unfortunately, he was not able to connect on anybody just yet.
Yeah, so now here Lionel was forced to use the flank. That might be very important in this next Lord team fight, while Fanboy was spotting the rest of the teams here from DreamHack. The Good now trying to cause damage in a Fanboy here. But now the situation is the Lord is open from both teams, and now DreamHack, or either they're trying to find a flank, or either they're trying to push the mini waves, and Blink with the Beyblade mode here once again trying to flank. But now Infinity is aware about that situation.
Oh, yeah, but they're going to see that Shaikiche is at the base trying to clear out these minions. They're going to probably try to burst down this Lord once they realize it's a 4v5 here for this fight. At the mid lane, Rusi shows himself trying to clear out that mid lane as well. Unfortunately, DreamHack's just not seeing a good way in. They need to be able to get that flank. They're trying to get around this huge front line to get into Zablatch, or to get into Lionel, but it's so hard for them to be able to find these maneuvering here with this great front line being played by Infinity. Now dancing around this Lord, it seems about 25% down as well. You can start seeing the minions, and again Shaikiche has to go back to answer these minions immediately. Infinity see that, they're gonna start pressing their advantage, trying to push in to DreamHack. Another wave, Shaikiche, get to the top lane. You can see these minions going in there. The lanes, they have all three pressure of the lanes coming in, so it is going to be able to stop that. But now we have a fight coming out from Infinity and DreamHack. Down comes the Zaman Force. Fanboy taking about 50% damage, still has that immortality. DreamHack successfully have been able to push them away, but the mid tower might suffer for it as there are minions creeping at DreamHack's final high ground tower. Side lanes starting to push in as well. Black Dragon is out. Infinity see this as their moment. If they can keep DreamHack busy for just a bit longer. Lord, 10% getting down. Is that going to be enough? ZZ from Infinity able to get the retribution on that Lord. Demonic Force on the backside is able to take down ZZ's. And down, Lionel able to turn it down against the minions at the base. This is what I was worried about. Is it going to be enough to take them down as Infinity fighting for their lives? And finally, the base minions come out from DreamHack, but it is only Blink alive here to try to defend against three members of Infinity. Can they close it up? Fist Crack comes out. Immortality has been proc. Zaman Force laid on the ground and immediately aims for the base.
That was a really nice cooking here coming out from Infinity, especially with this minion waves coming out from both sides. 2-1 for Infinity. Let them cook, Xena. Let them cook.
What a turnaround that was. I was fully expecting DreamHack to have that one, but at the end they fumbled, and that fumble they were not able to recover. All the Lords went to the side of Infinity. They were not having a good time at the end there. Not at all.
Oh man, when I look at this too, I was gonna talk too about the Eudora pickup too. Just was not having its great day there, but like. It's hard. I don't like focusing on what the team did wrong. I've talked with you guys before about this. I'd rather focus on what's the Infinity was able to do correctly. But yeah, they took the advantage. As soon as they were able to counter that final push, what they thought was going to be a final push by DreamHack, they kept the momentum in their favor. They made sure that all aspects of this composition were covered, making sure that King wasn't able to get that flank or that back door onto them. But then finally, they just mounted such insurmountable odds, taking down 2 high ground towers, minions consistently pushing. That meant that DreamX was constantly on a stopwatch. They were constantly on a countdown to how long they could engage here before they had more minions starting to push at their base.
Yeah, you know what, guys? It is quite painful when you see Shaikichi here with 15 kills, but it's still not being able to guarantee the victory for DreamX, you know, because we saw that situation once again. And I don't know about you guys, but I can only think of one situation when it comes to that almost victory for DreamX. Like, I can only think that the players, like, they're sitting down in a chair on the desk, you know, playing together, for example. And then when it comes to, like, the last mini waves and they see the base exposed and they're hitting the base and they were like, oh, okay, we won that game, you know, and they standing up, like, doing high five with the players and not getting words about, like, the minion waves. And surprisingly, Infinity coming up from, coming back and getting triple kill from Zablox, for example. And, trying to, like, getting able to reverse that situation, you know what I mean? Because it was so close to DreamX once again, and like, and for me it was worse because it was like even closer than that we saw yesterday when it comes to the closing out situation from DreamX. And this game here, that might be a very, very painful for them because they were so close to win, and now they're 2-1 for Infinity. Once again here, South Group playing very well with Fulvio, especially when they're coming up to knocking up the players from Infinity. But Arusi was like able to, especially using the Petrify in the right ways here to, like, neutralize the carry one. Well, we see that situation, you know, that we saw the car minion and Infinity was able to come, it was able to, like, clean the minion waves, you know, like the base was like 10% of HP. And even though DreamX will not be able to win this game, it is so painful for the Dragon Boys. It's so painful. Like, not only Chaikid with the 15 kills, but with that situation. And I'm worried about, like, DreamX mentality now because it was so close for them. They have to be strong now to the next game. But once again, Rusing playing very good. Eldora here. I mean, not sure if Lina was, like, crucial for this game. Okay, she was, like, responsible for causing so much damage, especially when it comes to this burst damage coming up from Eldora, for example. But it gave time enough to the DreamX making a radiant armor, for example, or add things to avoid most of these damages. So, for me, it was like the team spirit coming out from Infinity that was able to win this game. And now that situation here, Private, especially like Infinity cooking DreamX players, like forcing them to heading back to the base now, you know, like clean the minion waves and not getting able to full fight back in the Lord fight.
And our MVP will be Zablox on that Herod, able to turn things back around when it mattered at the end. 845 KDA, 82.7k total damage, and 699 golds per minute.
Yeah, as they turn things around, as the tanky front line of Infinity started to come online with the Akai pickup, with the Hilda, when they weren't able to finally burst down both of those heroes enough anymore, this really was where Zabloch was able to shine, because you had that front line, they were wasting so many. Look at Zabloch comes in here, look at with all the damage here. This is hard to watch. This makes me cringe every single time I see it. If everybody, you saw everybody, 3 people ran and dispersed. That amount of health on the core, I feel like if we would have just everybody stayed together, just hold the line, screw it, everybody auto attack the base, I feel like they could have gotten that down. Instead, unfortunately, they all turned around, they ran, and that really gave them a great opportunity, Infinity, to be able to come back. Zabloch really took the tip of the spear of that composition when it came to the late game.
Yeah, that communication is key, and they did not have that at that moment. Like you said, they probably like split off and were not able to get that tower at the end. Gosh, I can't get over they were really so close to getting it. They do an amazing job as Synergize, just getting the team together and just working it out through the whole. But at the end, I can't get over
it. It was the
so
perfect
rough.
storm for Infinity too. They did exactly like I said at all aspects of the game. They understand what they need to do. I feel like their draft kind of was hindering them at the beginning to the mid game. It was a real Lionel. You just were not getting. We were not getting a lot of value out of that Eudora. I feel like it was basically all we were waiting for Hilda to get all of the defense items. We were waiting for the Akai to get all of the defense items that they needed. So they weren't immediately getting bursted down by the composition, and that's where Zablotch was able to kind of come in and output a lot of damage. Not just that, but the focus to be able to take down and keep the side lanes pushed out so that you had the amount of minions coming into the top and the bottom where the high grounds were taken out. That meant that the biggest damage dealer, your biggest threat, Shaikiche, had to keep on rotating back to the tower to start taking out those minions. You saw at that last one when she rotated back immediately, Infinity started the fight with them. And I feel like had Shaikiche been there at the beginning of that fight, I think maybe things would have turned around for the side of DreamMax for that fight. Unfortunately, just a great game and a great strategy coming out of Infinity.
Yeah, and I agree with Xena because despite what happened in this game, DreamX did an amazing job. You know, this situation that could be the victory for anyone. Anyone could win this game so far. But when it comes to that situation that we were talking yesterday, like the closing situation for DreamX. It's not only it's not the same that we saw yesterday, but it still is like a ghost coming out from the past to haunt a DreamX and somehow. So they have to think about it. But now, guys, I'm really I'm more concerned about what the DreamX guys are thinking now. What Shaikiche is thinking now, what the guys are thinking now after this painful defeat on this third game, considering how they lost, you know. So okay, if they lose today, it's not the end. They are heading for the lower bracket, but in the competition, no one wants to lose. Everybody wants to win, you know. So let's see what the boys of the DreamX here are thinking about that.
That's what I love about this. It's not over till it's over, and you just can't count. You can't count it out until you fully get that tower down, right? You can't pre-celebrate because that's what's gonna happen. You never know. But here they are going into these drafting right here. They're banning out the Zushin, the Gwen, and the Harith, and on the side the Freya, the Soyu, and the Boxia. But they are going to pick up the Marcel on the side of Infinity.
Yeah, we've seen how well Marcel, when played correctly, can have a huge effect on teams when it comes to being able to offend ganks or pushes by the enemy team, or even when it comes to the objectives, being able to use that golden hour to freeze out, especially if the enemy team is the second one trying to get position on the turtle. The golden hour does such a great job of keeping them zoned out with more than enough time for you to be able to get a great retribution on there as well. Here I have to wonder, just because DreamMax, oh man, that was basically their game to win. I mean, games like that, I mean, if that doesn't tell you never surrender in any of your ranked games or anything like that, then it's there's always a chance, even if it's like the most minimal. That should be the one to tell you never to surrender. Here now, DreamMax, they're gonna go ahead, pick up the Harley and the Hilda.
Yes, I have a friend who looks exactly like what you said.
There it
Private.
is.
Like in the first level, if you lose the flick and say, "Oh, surrender," I give up. Let's go. No, next one. They say, "Oh, what happened? You only lost the flicker. Come on. There's still a lot of games to happen here." But now, analyzing here now, Infinity's composition so far with Redrin and Beatrix here. I'm still waiting for the chat was talking, Private was talking firstly, and the chat was talking later about when it comes to Marcel, maybe there's a good chance for a Changi appearing here with the meteor shower, for example. That could be a very nice execution for that composition. Let's see if Infinity is thinking of something about that. But the fact that it's Beatrix appearing here though once again, I want to see the rest of the composition, because okay, with Marcel that could work, but maybe for like with execution with Golden Hour and the ultimate, I think it is as a Wesker, a Joy, if I'm not wrong. You know, that could work for this composition coming out from Infinity. Now a carry here for a DreamX. Oh, they're banning Kagura here, considering the mid lane and Farsa, but Leonel Leonel bringing Eldora. Not surprising that he was about to bring Kagura as well.
Yeah, I've seen that Beatrix and Marcel has been paired up and worked very well together. So I'm not really surprised that she's being chosen there, because of the fact that, yeah, he's gonna do that Golden Hour and then she's gonna do all of her ultimates on that, and then it's gonna rain down and kill everybody in that spot, right? That massive damage and hold for her there. The carry, I guess they picked this carry to kind of deal with the Fredrin, kind of like be able to knock him down later on here. There's so many bans. I'm not even sure what else is open right now.
I'm trying to think. I think it's Wesker is the machine gun or the shotgun. Wesker's Elation.
Okay, thank you.
I think the machine gun is Niburo, and I mean, Nibiru's Passion. That's the spray that goes out there. That's the continuous damage, and when you use that with the Golden Hour, they all of that spray just kind of waits there for a second, and then after the Golden Hour ends, boom, you've got this big wave of just a ton of bullets from Beatrix coming out there as well. So I like that coming out there. My only problem is, you have a Beatrix on your team in lane who is doesn't really have the domination when it comes to lane domination. So that's something that Infinity is going to have to constantly rotate there for. I mean, with the Marcel too, you've got some great rotation, some great speed, and a great amount of early game presence there. The only problem when it comes to, for me, when I was thinking about that Golden Hour that can stop the team from getting into the objective space, Harley's going to be a little harder to catch with that, just because I think the last time we saw the Golden Hour used like that, it was against the Fredrin, who's like kind of bulky, has a little bit of a dash, and it's pretty easy to catch him with a big stun like that. Harley, especially with the way we've been seeing him played at this level, gets around all these different angles. You're basically, you're afraid of every single angle that can come in from the turtle. So it's going to be something that Infinity is really going to have to be careful and keep track of. But anybody, I mean, Fanboy has been amazing on all of the roams he's choosing here.
Now, like, okay, now we're seeing Valentina coming out from DreamX. High probably here for Shaikichi in the mid lane. But when it comes to Infinity's response here, I found it interesting here, especially when it comes to Glue. Then when you have a Harley on the other side, that maybe with the teleportation here, is Glue using the ultimate that he can glue on the Harley here and cause discontinuous damage so far. So now see Lapu as the last choice. He is coming out from a DreamX, and both compositions are finished.
Yes, it looks like a fun match here. Double Golden Hours. Let's go.
Oh yeah, it's a great pickup there for the side of DreamX, especially on Shaikichi, who has just been phenomenal in the lane. Unfortunately, even with the phenomenalness that she had with that last game, did take an L for her team. So DreamX, all is on the line here, or they get dropped to the lower bracket. Infinity have got a comfortable little cushion here. This is their game point.
Yeah, so let's see what's about to happen here on DreamX versus Infinity on game 4. This could be the last game for the first match for today. And always remember, guys, the loser here, losing team, is not done in the tournament. He is heading for the lower bracket and wait for the other opponent here. But so far, it is 2-1 for Infinity. So everybody here, welcome to the Land of Dawn once again. Infinity Esports versus DreamX. And now we're seeing King. Yeah, King was about to check out what is happening on ZZ's side, but now he heads back to the purple buff. I thought he's sitting. I thought it's a purple buff.
Yeah, I was actually wondering about that. I think we saw this before too. I commented on it. Like, what took King so long to get back there? He's just kind of going out there. I do this a lot too when I try to jungle. I look in the enemies, see if they're getting their buff. If they're not, I'm gonna go ahead and try to steal it. Here, you take that walk of shame back to base because you saw them there and you're like, all right, I'm not gonna fight that. I'm just gonna have to go back. Now, you see a little bit of a fight over in the jungle. King was able to pick up the Little Wanderer though.
Yeah, so after the first minute here, bro, teams are focusing on getting the farm, but oh, Blink, what are you doing there?
Yeah, Blink, I mean, this is a lot of CC that Fanboy can have here, so Blink's gonna have a little bit of a problem there. Both Rusi and Fanboy surrounding there with that damage. Is it gonna be enough to take down Blink? It is not, and that's just kind of what you get with that Hilda, the early game defense and regen. Look at already almost back to full health for Blink.
Yeah, almost full HP here for Blink. Using only like avoiding and only with the stabs here coming out from Hilda on a 1v2. That clutch that could be very interesting, but now Goo can be the next target.
Oh, ZZ in trouble. 3 members are going to go ahead and surround there. Is it going to be enough? Appraiser's Wrath slams down, but down goes ZZ. Is not able to get saved, even with a great Appraiser's Wrath that drops 2 members from DreamX down to 25% health. Fanboy and Rusi trying to lock on to Goo, but it's not going to be enough for them to be able to find the damage for that Lapu.
Yeah, I can tell you that one more dagger in ZZ's item here, that could be enough to guarantee 2 kills for Infinity and Fredrin. But here, the fact is the first kill went for a DreamX on King's hands. But now the turtle here, both teams are aware, and Goo is trying to do something. Oh, Shaikichi. All right, here we go.
Yeah, Shaikichi does have to use that dash to get out of harm's way. Rusi trying to chase down Blink, half health left on his Zablotch at the bottom. Deadly Magic is not going to be able to find the kill. ZZ is able to pick up the first turtle though, so they do have a little bit of defense now in their pocket if they're going to be able to use it. And this is what I was talking about before, is Zablotch having a little bit of trouble in the lane. Not really a great, a great laner when it comes as a marksman. You're waiting for a few of those items. The Beatrix pick is really just gonna shine with the golden hour, and as we get later and later, and they're able to secure a lot of those items that they need.
Yeah, but now DreamX is heading for players. Oh, 5 players here on the mid lane. Heading for the gold lane. Now, Fanboy is aware about that. Blink is coming up. ZZ and Lionel. Oh, this is going to be a very interesting situation for Infinity. Let's go.
Oh yeah, Blink actually engages on that. Appraiser's Wrath comes down, slams the Zeus down to 50% from the backside. Shaikichi trying to come in. Are they going to be able to find a kill? Onto Zablotch. A great combination from King and Shaikichi to lay on that damage to find themselves with a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, that communication didn't work well now for Infinity because the blocks were trying to hit the tower, like especially with the gold energy, while the rest of the team was like focusing on a Blink on the tower, between the tower number 1 and number 2. So DreamX once again has the good play here to surprise the blocks on the bottom lane, getting another kill for King.
Yeah, it was actually really great, too, to have DreamX. Half of them were underneath the tower, and then you had the duo. Ooh, actually coming in with Deadly Magic. Rusi takes a decent amount, is going to be able to find and escape and save his tower. On the back end, ooh, Shaikichi, are they looking for a way in? Rusi sitting at about 50%. I think they're going to go ahead and disengage from this, though.
Yeah, so now once again, you have, after 5 minutes, another turtle. Oh, Fanboy!
Fanboy with a golden hour that misses all the members of a DreamMax, and with that advantage gone, DreamMax actually clean up with 2 kills onto Infinity. That's going to enable this Lord to go over to DreamMax as well.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not sure about that, but I have a feeling that we are having 5 games here in this match so far, because Marcel is like, okay, maybe I'm being too early. The second turtle here heading for a DreamMax, okay. But at this point of the game, I mean, like, Marcel, especially in the Fanboy, that could be not so good, especially when it comes to the execution and the initiation. So Infinity already lost the first tower in the bottom lane here, which means more advantage for a DreamMax. 4 kills to 0, and the goal lead here almost heading for 3KR in the mid lane.
Yeah, they're looking to try to mount some type of pressure here at the mid. Ooh, at the bottom, ZZ takes a little bit of damage. King comes in. Appraiser's Wrath slams down, but slams down onto Blink on that Hilda, which isn't going to really be doing a ton of damage. Still more pressure starting to mount at this mid. Goo manning the front as Shaikiche waiting for an opportunity. Out comes the golden hour, is able to freeze Blink and gets bursted down with the help of a Fanboy who secures the kill for his team. Finally, Infinity on the board.
Just to burn my tongue, but oh, King in the backside.
Ooh, yeah, Rusi is going to be, he was going to try to teleport away, but had that deadly magic still on him. Is going to be able to get away from here. Just take a look at the damage there. I believe that was Shaikiche, and was that King or Goo that was at the top of the damage? 2 for the side of a DreamMax, just manning up the top of the damage for this game so far.
Yeah, so in the game number 4 here, so now DreamMax has this advantage, especially when it comes to the towers. Oh, once again, King here on Fanboy. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he is able to get away from that, but you could see DreamMax already inside the jungle, not really afraid of Infinity, is going to be clearing out there. That's going to go ahead and start them onto this turtle. Ooh, they're going to come in, try to get that damage onto Zeus, who might be in trouble, and Lionel able to find the kill there, turning this around. Infinity's advantage. Down comes the Appraiser's Wrath, but it comes down onto a Brilliance, the J-Kite, who was able to negate all of that damage. So a little bit of a wasted ult there coming out from ZZ. DreamMax still not trying to give up this turtle just yet. They're zoned out though, and ZZ's going to be able to pick up the second turtle for Infinity. A 2-4 game, still DreamMax's advantage.
Yeah, it was a clever move coming out from Shaikiche here, using the Brilliance, the ultimate coming out from a Lunox. Even though that Infinity got the second turtle. Oh, here they come.
Oh, we do have another golden hour there. Zablach is waiting, and ZZ goes down again. This is, I mean, this is what we were trying to do with the golden hour. We were waiting for it to come online for Fanboy. He missed the first one. That kind of beset some of our expectations, but he started to come back online. I feel like 2 golden hours have resulted in a death for the jungler of DreamMax. So started to get a little bit of that value out there. Shaikiche comes in here from the flank. Fanboy not looking for a fight just yet.
Yeah, so now meanwhile this was happening on the bottom lane. King was like taking the chance and taking down the second tower on the top side. More map domination coming out from a DreamMax so far. No, tower number 1 in the mid lane, which unlike most of the people, they consider that is the heart of the map. It is heart of the Land of Dawn here on Mobile Legends, and now both teams are like up to do something on the bush. Like we see like Infinity players on the bush in the goal lane 1, and now they're moving back, they're heading, they're roaming. Meanwhile, there are 30 seconds to the first Lord. Actually, I don't believe there is gonna be another turtle here. So the first Lord is about like 22 seconds, and now the King, okay, using the teleportation. Now he's able to escape, he's able to survive, while the DreamMax is up to do something.
Yeah, when we take a look at those builds, Zabloch had built Malefic Gun and Sea Halberd, which is interesting to me because usually with Malefic Gun, you want to have like a base of damage for it, like what we saw yesterday from DreamHack, or what we saw yesterday from the Beatrix was an early game BOD. So you had a huge amount of damage that was being output by them. Here, we've gotten the range, we've gotten some anti-heal, so I feel like we're kind of nerfing a little bit of the damage. Oh, Brilliance is coming out here from the side of Lionel to try to get away. Golden Hour is out. It doesn't really catch anybody from the side of DreamMax. On the backside, King might be in a little bit of trouble. Gets taken out by Rusi again. Another Golden Hour comes out as ZZ gets caught. Is that going to be enough to take him down? It is not. And for the side of DreamMax having trouble, King has just been getting really zoned out from a lot of these objectives. That has not shied DreamMax away from some of these fights here. You see Blink and Goo right up on the front trying to come in with that bravest fighter form from that Lapu Lapu. Goo takes a little bit of damage. A stun issued out to the side of Rusi. Now on top with the ultimate does allow ZZ to pick up the Lord for the side of Infinity. Now they're looking for a fight. Goo in trouble, gets taken down, but immediately answered back by Zeus. Now, the three members, Shakiche does get a little bit of a stun, but now gonna focus their efforts on trying to clear out the lane and the Lord pressing at top.
Yeah, but I told you guys before the game started, I was like hoping that Rusi with the glue using the ultimate on King, because when he uses ultimate, it doesn't matter if the King using the teleportation or not. He hears his talk, you know, on King's head. And that would happen and guaranteeing the kill for on the DreamMax jungler. And not only that, but getting the way easier to get the Lord. But now the Lord here like almost being useful in the top side. Meanwhile, the Infinity is trying to focus on the mid lane here, but with no success. But even though that was an interesting situation from both teams, especially for Infinity here, like getting the Lord. And now we have a cursed helmet for Rusi here. More like magical damage so far. Oh, magical
DreamHax
defense.
Figure out a plan here at the beginning, before we get later and later here. Because right now, the only reason that DreamHax is winning, I feel like, is because the immense amount of damage they're able to output. From the top 5 damage, 4 of those belong to DreamHax right now. But that's because kind of the slow play that is coming out from Zabloch. Finally, you see there has picked up the BOD. So now, once that Nibiru's Passion comes out, it will be doing a good amount of damage to DreamHax, depending on what their defense is looking like as well. But like I said, right now, DreamHax, I mean, they have the damage, they have an immense amount of damage, but still getting thwarted, getting pushed away from a lot of these objectives. When it comes to getting trapped underneath the Golden Hour, or Rusi, who's doing such a great job on this glue to be able to kind of get to those back lines and get to the squishies to be able to find a lot of the damage there. 3K advantage by DreamMax so far at the 13-minute mark.
Yeah, Holy Crystal now for Lionel. So meanwhile, DreamMax is like working once again so clever in the micro game here, taking down the tower number 2 on a bottom line here. Only the second one remaining on the mid lane for Infinity. After the 13 minutes, we are seeing here the gold lane heading for DreamHax, almost for a K exactly. But once again, we saw something similar in the last game. DreamHax was about to win the game, but with like only 10% of the HP, they were not able to win. But now, oops, ZZ and Leona can be surprised.
Oh, Blink goes into the back line, caught by a Golden Hour. Is that going to be enough as Glue actually able to find the target? Zeus in trouble, trying to get underneath the tower to take down the Glue. Is that going to be enough? Zeus, gets taken down by Lionel, who dives in underneath the tower, using the Brilliance 4 and escape. Goo taken down as well. That is 3 down for the side of DreamMax. Infinity looking for an opportunity to be able to take down this Lord. King is still up, finds the damage. Excuse me, finds the damage from that ultimate to be able to take down Lionel. Now a Golden Hour. Shakiche right there and wait, but Zabloch is ready to take down that Lord.
I saw the golden hour say, what's going on? But actually it was Shaikichi using the ultimate from Valentina to try to steal the Lord. Even though that was clever move, that was unsuccessful for DreamHack. But once again, King using the flank to get a kill on Lionel. But they lost the players in the process. They lost the Lord once again. And let's see how this Lord is going to be used by Infinity.
I almost feel like that golden hour might have worked against them because that allowed Zablotch with the Nibiru's passion. That's a lot of damage that you can dish out with the Nibiru's passion to wave past into the Lord. Now a lot of power mounting into that mid lane. They do take down the tier 1 tower at mid, starting to work onto the tier 2. DreamHack so far not able to answer back with too much defense of their own. Minions mounting at bottom, Lord coming up at top. You could see waiting, King looking for an angle to try to come in with that deadly magic. Is he going to be able to find it? Does not find the kill, but in comes the rest of DreamHack to finish the job for him. Now the rest of DreamHack's going to have to pay attention to this Lord that is crashing up at top, and Zeus with the speedy light wheel is more than enough damage to take it down.
Once again, being like a lifesaver coming out from DreamHack here, getting the kill on Zablocks. We're seeing here now, once again, the damage dealt ranking with the Shaikichi and Kinging, both from DreamHack. Oh, also Goo in the 3rd place here, coming out from DreamHack here. We have 3 players from the Dragon Boys. So the game now here, almost everything is tied up. Goo, let's go.
Yeah, Glue might be in a little bit of trouble here as he latches onto Zeus. And Zeus, who might be uses that flicker to get away from the golden hour there. And now Blink takes a heck of it. The Brazer's Wrath gets taken down. Rusi pays for it on the other side as well. 1 down for both teams here, 9 and 9 apiece.
Yeah, so 1 player down for both teams. Only 38 seconds left with the next Lord, but it's going to be time enough for the players to get back once again. DreamHack was like trying to cause this pressure on Infinity's jungler to push the minion waves to avoid this kind of troubles, especially when it comes to the next Lord here, because if the minion waves are like pushed away from your side, it could be very interesting when you get the Lord, or even though you lose the Lord, at least the minion waves are not like pushed against your side. But now 6 seconds to the next Lord. DreamHack here like trying to play in this macro, trying to work with this macro, and now I believe that they have a better position now. Leonel has to take care about that on the jungler on the downside, but now both teams are not both teams, only Infinity is heading for the Lord at this moment, but Blink, they're trying to flank here versus Infinity.
Yeah, and down to 50%, down to 25. Goo on the other side, comes in with the bravest fighter form. ZZ is able to pick up the Lord. Fight has been issued out. Are they going to be able to find the damage onto Rusi? Ooh, actually able to use that flicker. Rusi on the wrong side of the map right now. Shaikichi able to make short work of him. But DreamHack do have themselves a Lord that they are going to have to contend with at the bottom lane. Still trying to mount a bunch of this pressure at mid. Eventually they're gonna have to turn away.
Yeah, another Lord here that actually apparently is going to be useful for Infinity, but now here they come. Here they are playing together, causing inspiration here, especially in the mid lane. But look again, Blink trying to get a backline, trying to do something here to help DreamHack.
Ooh, Zeus with the speedy light wheel, gonna go ahead and spray on some damage onto ZZ. Ooh, and Golden Hour is out there. Shaikichi's own Golden Hour is going to be enough. Goo finds a kill onto Lionel, who replies and is able to take down Shaikichi. ZZ next on the chopping block. The deadly magic going to make short work of him. Fanboy and Zablotch running for the hills. They are not going to be able to sustain into these fights, and unfortunate for DreamHack, they do have to turn their attention to try to protect these high grounds.
Yeah, 2 for 1 here for DreamHack, but at least at this time, the minions were able to take down the tower on the top side here. No high ground for DreamHack. The minion waves on the top sides for Infinity. My goodness, another like close match from coming out from both teams here. Like Infinity is getting the Lord, you know, but most of them are like, okay, only getting the Lord to buy more time to take in a breath after a DreamHack's pressure for most of the time at this game. So it is working so far. They're still waiting for like Lionel with this high true damage coming out in the late game, or the blocks with the huge damage with this Beatrix also. But DreamHack is doing a great job, especially when it comes to trying to find a flank, trying to find a backline here with Blink, with a King here to burst the damage to surprise the Infinity's composition. That is also working well. So this is a game that is going to be closed by details.
Yeah, and I feel like the difference here, this is going to be a long game. These guys are so evenly matched, even with this draft, and especially with both teams having a golden hour to really be able to compete with. It's just been immediately, it's so hard for either of them to be able to find like those great engagements that they want. Here, you see a big build up here at the L bush for DreamHack, looking for an opportunity to try to come in on the backside. ZZ and Blink kind of duking it out there. DreamHack are making me nervous here, just watching them kind of like shift and adjust, looking for the angle, coming in onto the backside, looking for Fanboy, who finds himself a golden hour. Shaikiche using the brilliance. What an IMU brilliant, or that was Lionel. That was kind of scary for me. I was like, what was, I was so confused. But yeah, Lionel able to get away from there. One person down. That's going to be the jungler for the side of Infinity. Do they want to try to contest this? We do have another brilliance coming out from Lionel. It's not going to be able to do too much damage, and unfortunate for Infinity, not in a great position. They're still trying to press their advantage here as the Lord gets reset, and DreamHack unable to capitalize even with the jungler down.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure here on the DreamHack's shoulders because the Lord is not getting done by the Dragon Boy so far. 10 seconds for ZZ coming back from the game again, but now they decided to try and melt down this Lord as sooner as they can. Here we go, Private.
Yeah, you're gonna see now they still have 3 seconds. ZZ just got back up here. Lord down to, golden hour, hoping that they can close the distance for ZZ. A big damage going on into the back line. Another golden hour. The Lord has been reset. Rusi in trouble. Shaikiche finds a kill. A double for Shaikiche. Zablach able to answer back, and so is a Blink. 2 down for both teams right now. Evened out. King gonna be looking for a way into here. Is taking some damage down onto those lanes, but is going to have to go back to the base. Oh, actually, he doesn't. He stops that recall and is looking for an angle to get into here. Oh, do they not know? King is on the side. He's going to be looking for Zablach. He finds the deadly magic. Zablach, not long for this world. Has the immortality, though. Is the rest of the team going to be there? Shaikiche is there to dish out the damage. Immortality proc from ZZ. King trying to put the damage on to the enemy jungler. And that is 4 people down for Infinity. DreamHack looking to tie this up, putting the damage onto the core, but they don't have the damage.
What? Why are not they getting the Lord? King are like trying to regen this HP. Now he's full HP once again. Okay, they went for the Lord once again. King and Shaikiche, and now Blink trying to do this front line. But Infinity is coming also to the fight back here. Let's go, Private.
Oh, King decided to go ahead and put some damage on the Fanboy, taking their attention from the Lord, diving into the backside. Lionel might have opened himself up for a lot of damage. DreamHack immediately blow him up, and King, along with the rest of the DreamHack, have claimed the 24-minute Lord.
No danger situation in that time for DreamHack here. Guaranteed this Lord, which is what's immediately heading on in the mid lane here. Now, DreamHack with the Lord advantage, with the player numbers advantage, they can have the final push here to turn the game tied up so far, Private.
Yeah, high ground tower at mid being focused on. Bravest fighter form comes in from Go. Fanboy. Ooh, on the backside, Rusi who uses that winter crown, trying to last out a little bit longer. Down comes the Appraiser's Wrath. ZZ able to find himself a kill. Golden hour. The damage onto Blink does not finish the job. Lord swinging away on the core. Shakiche finds a kill onto the jungler. Is this the end? DreamHack are taking us to a game 5.
Oh my goodness! Why things has to be so difficult for DreamHack, especially when it comes to finish the game? But the reality is, 2-on-2, everything is tied up in this best of 5, Xena.
And here we have it. We're going to a best of 5. They always take it all the way, these two teams, but they give us a show, right? That back and forth between the two is really cool to see them, you know, like go just clash. I don't know. But that one time DreamHack was that killed everyone and then they were on the Lord. I was kind of like, they had the Lord free for them, right? I was kind of like, why aren't they going for it? But was it a strategic play?
I'm not sure if it's about strategic. Well, I mean, yeah, it was strategic just because they could not afford to just focus on the Lord because of what members. I believe it was still Fanboy that was up. They didn't have the damage to be able to burst the Lord down. So at the best, they probably would have been 50% down by the time the rest of the team had come up. So I think I appreciate the call. As long as everybody, honestly, whatever the call, as long as the entire team's on the same page, I'll support it because they all turned away from it and they're like, okay, we just need to set up for this next fight. And for them, it was a benefit because they got the jump. They were able, Lionel was so desperate to get into there, dove so deep. They weren't even focusing the Lord yet, but Lionel dove so deep with the brilliance that by the time the brilliance end, Lionel had been chunked down by DreamHack there. So that really afforded them the opportunity to be able to push back Infinity.
Yeah, so everybody here has a time, has a period that they are being impatient. And that was Infinity's turn now, especially with Lionel trying to like solve the problem to save the day here for Infinity, but it wasn't enough. But once again here, DreamHack, the early game was really good for them, especially with King getting the kills, especially with the turtle ones. But that composition coming out from Infinity, it was about like getting up. They needed time, especially for Lionel here and Lunox with very strong late game. But even though DreamHack was like, okay, they were like looking for the best way, the best chance to get advantage on the team fights. For example, we all used to see so many times King and Blink trying to flank, trying to backline here, especially with the King trying to burst damage with the ultimate coming up from Harley, for example. And it was like working so well. But at some point of the game, I think that DreamHack was like, they were having so much pressure in their shoulders that they were like, okay, we have to get the Lord, but we have to like get at least 3 players down coming out from Infinity here to secure the Lord like easily, you know. So it wasn't really easy for DreamHack to do that. But even though like Lionel once again being so early trying to solve the problem, it was a goal chance for them to get the Lord and the final push.
I mean, it was it was huge for the side of DreamHack. I feel like Infinity's draft, you're absolutely right. It took time to get online, but Xena.
Yes, big moment, create stars. And this player rose to the occasion time and time again. It is Shakiche with 6,212 KDA, 104.2k total damage, and 596 gold per minute. She is such a rising star. Like, she has been a constant factor in wins or stays like less feeding. Like, she doesn't feed as much even if they lose. She is like very consistent. She's an amazing player.
Yeah, I've been saying it consistently about Shaikiche when it comes to her ability to maintain focus, understand what she needs to do separate from the team. Even if the team is losing, she very narrowly finds herself out of position. Here, I was almost gonna say I felt like it was almost a hurdle for Shaikiche to have the golden hour, to continue to use the golden hour, because I felt like she was doing so much better when she was able to use damage for the team to be able to get a lot of those kills. But here, even with a support-esque type of ultimate, able to really be a pillar for the type for DreamHack here, to be able to find these great angles and to be able to kind of find a lot of these kills as well.
Yeah, despite of this DreamHack's lineup here being so good with so good players, I'm not afraid to say that Shaikiche here is the best player of the DreamHack so far. You know, especially that she being one of this pillar, playing so solid with a high performance with the most of the times. You know, she doesn't compromise, she doesn't feed, as Zena said. So when it comes to bring some comfort zone for DreamHack, Shaikiche is the answer on that lineup so far, especially with these changes that we saw from a few days coming out from DreamHack.
Yeah, I do enjoy the change that they have on the roster. I feel like they're shining a little bit more in their roles. Especially King, he did an amazing job just switching back into the jungle role like he used to do before there. And the new players as well, showing that support for the team. They do run the map pretty well in the early, and that shows great teamwork for sure.
Yeah, my only complaint here, I mean, I'm kind of heartbroken. I'm kind of tossed out. I feel like it's a menage a trois of two of the players, two of my favorite players here, Shaikiche and Fanboy, who's been doing such a great job of the roam on the side of Infinity. I've absolutely loved his choices out there. Here on the side of Infinity, though, I feel like we really leaned into that late game without really, I mean, they weren't getting torn apart in the early games. They just lacked a lot of the oomph in the firepower that they needed for a lot of these engagements. And I felt like when we looked at Beatrix's build, the first two items were a Malefic Gun and a Sea Halberd. That's saying, like, you're really not doing much in the early game to be putting out that damage. I do like, and I know it's kind of a niche thing to kind of recommend, but I liked when I saw it yesterday. They immediately went for the BOD because they understood that their firepower, the Nibiru's passion, that is going to be the main source of damage for the team when that golden hour comes down. And unfortunately here, as we moved later and later, you started seeing the damage coming out. You started finally seeing Infinity start to creep up in that late game. But by then, I feel like DreamHack had afforded them enough cushion to finally be able to finish the job there. We didn't have enough offense in the early game to be able to shut them down.
Yeah. So the question is now, after seeing like so many banned heroes here at both sides, we're heading for the 5th game here. Once again, Infinity showing the respect about Zunshin, so no Zunshin in this last game so far in this best of 5. DreamHack banning Suyu and Baxia. Oh, hey, where is Freya, by the way? Freya is being open so far. I wonder.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm sure they didn't forget.
Yeah, the first pick, yeah, especially
there
the first pick coming out from DreamHack. Yeah, okay.
Darn, we thought we were gonna see her.
Dang, I'm actually kind of mad, Rika. You got my hopes up for a little bit
I
there.
know.
We got see a Freya fight. Nope. I think did we see a Freya yesterday? No, right?
We never seen her
yet.
No.
We're absolutely 0% here in the South for the Freya. Here on the side of DreamHack, they're going to go ahead and scoop up Harris very quickly. And I like this too because they banned out the Phobius. So you took out the biggest weakness that Harris has out there. Do we go with a Granger pickup on the side of Infinity or a Barats?
They're picking up the Barats. Yeah, the Granger is still open for them on their side as well. I was gonna say, what marksman is even open anymore? Like, they used Bruno Carey and was it Was it
Yeah, I was about to say Moscow.
I don't know. Beatrix is there. Oh, Moscow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And that was one of the few left here. Like it was still getting to be used in the meta or in the competition so far. So Barret here probably the highly probable heading for the jungle here for a ZZ. It's a good choice in my opinion, because it has like a stacking. By the time that he was like getting hit, getting damage, he was stacking his ability, stacking his buff here, especially with his ultimate to get this possibility for isolate a player, for example, for the rest of the team with follow-up with the damage. That could be very interesting for Infinity. But the response from DreamX comes really strong, especially with an X-Borg and Farce as well.
For me, I like the Farsa. I like the damage that's going to come out there. That's going to be a real thorn on the side of the Moskov. But to answer that immediately with a Kagura, I know I shouldn't lose hope, because Shaikiche has been the queen of like positioning, knowing where you need to be on the map to keep yourself out of harm's way. But Kagura just really specializes in being able to kind of take down, especially still, she specializes with taking down marksmen, but when it comes to a target that is going to be still, that you need to be for those feathered airstrikes, it's like, man, we need, I feel like we're gonna need to really be able to lock down this Kagura or protect our Farja. Kagura is gonna be, and if your focus is to chase down Kagura, she's actually very slippery, because she's got that umbrella escape that she can use to try to get away, and it's very risky here for both of these sides.
Yeah, they're gonna for sure. Kagura is a great choice there to go for that Farsa, but like you were saying, Shaikiche is really good with her positioning and great at not dying. So that's gonna be fun to see how she's able to get away from all of that, or if she's gonna be chased away and she can't make that damage. But they're gonna go ahead and target Fanboy here, banning out that minnow. See, keeping it low on the roam choices here. Also, Kalea is being taken out as well.
Yeah. So if you say that Shaikichi here is like an undying person, is an undying player so far, is when it comes to playing with Gord, for example, with a zero mobility, don't tell me when she comes with a Farsa, for example, with the bird form, you know.
Yeah,
so
true,
it is gonna
true.
It's gonna be very like interesting for Shaikichi here and the Farsa in that composition so far, Private.
Yeah, and now that we're whittling down, I am kind of wondering where we're going. A lot of respect being paid to Fanboy here with that Minotaur taken off the board there as well. I am kind of curious where we go. We've already had the Belleric out there. Minotaur is not going to be an option. Chip was the first pick, so that's not going to be an option for them as well. We still have Kufra, but it doesn't really shine except for against Harith. Here is where the Kufra would shine, unless we're really talking like him being able to get a lot of those sets. I'm actually very curious where we go. It's going to be the next pick going over to Infinity. Uranus out there, and I'm actually, is this going to be a XP or a roam?
Yeah, I don't I don't even know, but I think Kufra would be a perfect pick actually to kind of like get them off of the board with the Harith, because Harith can be a menace for them later on if he keeps building up. So if they stop him from gaining any momentum and keep him from doing his little dashes, then that will probably be a helpful factor for them in winning this match.
In the relentless flow
yeah,
of time,
you know, guys, I'm feeling. I don't want to be early, but I'm feeling an Atlas here in
I was about to say, when you were naming them, I'm like, Atlas was another one, but I don't know. I think Kufra would be better.
Yeah. I mean, despite that they lost with Atlas, with the last Atlas from Infinity here, I mean, I believe that is going to be like a very huge wall coming out from Infinity's composition with Uranus or in Barret's, for example. And I think that Atlas here, like using the ultimate with the execution, it can come with the burst here coming out from Kagura and just following up from a damage, you know. And I believe that could be very very interesting, especially if they wanna like turn the team fights longer, as they need to guarantee objectives and other things on
There
the
it
map.
is.
But no, Kufra, okay. My bad.
As I was thinking about it, and I sat on it and I let it digest in my stomach a little bit. In the early game, we don't need to worry about Harith too much because he doesn't have the damage just yet. Farza, though, with the feathered airstrike, we can use that Tyrant's Rage to be able to close the distance and absolutely disable Shaikiche, or at least be a threat for Shaikiche. And then as we move into the later and later game, that the bouncing ball that Kufra does can be the threat to the Harith pickup. So we'll see how this comes together. Man, it's a high risk, high reward. We are at a game 5. Both these teams know what they're doing. It's hard to try to pick here, but ladies and gentlemen, we're about to see who will rise to the occasion. And this is game 5 of DreamHack taking on Infinity.
Yeah, my friend Private, so let's go. So now taking this opportunity to thank you once again, guys, in the chat. So hello to the Casablanca, hello to GM Hunter, Dras Ray, Tommy, everybody on the chat, the Churro, Zena. Yeah, somebody told me that she's a really nice girl coming out in the chat again here. So everybody, thank you so much for your support. Don't forget to send a like. Don't forget to share the broadcast. Call your friends, because this is the last game coming out from the first match. DreamHack versus Infinity. Things are gonna be wild here, Private.
Yeah, I'm actually very curious to see how some of these compositions are going to work into each other. Where are we going to be going with the Daytona's Welcome too from ZZ? Who's our target to be able to take down on the side of DreamHack? Is that maybe King that we're going to be looking for? If we kind of gulp him up there right before the objective is about needing to be retried. Is that the plan here? I'm very interested. Like I said, there's certain drafts that really kind of, especially here at game 5, we really kind of dig into those hero pools to see what a lot of these teams have left out there. So far, not too much. Ooh, we have Tyrant's Rage that does catch on the Blinks. Now damage coming out from ZZ, and Blinks might be in a little trouble. 4 members able to tear down Blinks, and that's going to be the first blood for Infinity.
Yeah, so playing together here, it works so well for Infinity, getting the first kill. And now 15 seconds down for the first turtle, but once again on the river, the X-Bar could be in trouble. Ooh, he already lost the last Insanity.
Yeah, in the early game here, Infinity really taking an advantage here. Able to find a kill already onto Blink, and they force King away from the objective immediately, taking away his ultimate, and now that's going to be a free turtle for the side of Infinity. You see this big rotation of 3 members coming down through the river there, looking for an opportunity. Out comes the feathered airstrike, but Zablach quick on the dial to find the disengage.
Yeah, so the first turtle here go open the top side, Rusi versus Goo. Okay.
Yeah, but Goog actually trying to come in there. But I mean, you've got the stacks coming on from Rusi. The more he gets hit, the more healing he gets for his team. So he's just trying to keep that up. You see, he even goes into the tower to take a shot there. Now he's going to go onto the gold minion, try to keep up those stacks for his healing ability.
Yeah, so while we're watching this battle on the top side, here we go.
Yeah, Blink in a little bit of trouble, doesn't get a Daytona's Welcome, but Shaikiche is right there to take down ZZ. Fanboy down to 50% health. Lionel able to find the kill onto Shaikiche. This is what we were worried about, but Lionel not able to find an escape for himself either.
Yeah, so Leona was trying to escape with the umbrella, but he wasn't fast enough here. But now 2-2 on the kills so far, and both teams are waiting for the next turtle. We're seeing now the damage dealt ranking so far. Goo, but he can be surprised. Rusi versus 3.
Oh, yeah, you saw that final slash come out on the Rusi to keep him underneath the feathered airstrike. What a play coming out from DreamHack. That's just connection and communication and synergy with your teammate.
Yeah, but now here comes a try for response. Oh, here we go.
The Tyrant's Revenge and Tyrant's Rage out there. King has to disperse. He didn't want to have to deal with that SOD from the incoming Zablotch, so he has to back away, unfortunately tying this up at 3-3 apiece. Speaking of 3, the trio down here from DreamHack unable to find the kill onto Zablotch. Tyrant's Rage warming up, tuning up the band is a fanboy as they continue to try to spray on this damage. 4 members of Infinity here out as well. A Rogue Umbrella goes out, does not connect. Blink with the healing out there. Now Rusi in a little bit of trouble, does take down to about 50% health. Ooh, Yin Yang Overture comes in. Down comes the AOD, or the AOV from the side of DreamHack. We do find a kill on the side of King, able to find himself a kill there as well. No pressure, gets a blotch. Might be in a little bit of trouble here. Are they going to dive underneath the tower? They choose not to instead, while King's trying to put on the damage to this Lord, or this turtle.
Yeah, now the second turtle here guaranteed by a DreamHack after a very good team fight in the last few minutes from a DreamHack. But now they are guaranteeing the tower number 1 in the bottom lane here. That means more resources, more item for Zeus. Zeus here with the Harriet with 1 kill so far. So Harriet here with the items, with resources. It's a fed up one, so that might be not a good idea for Infinity or a situation though.
Yeah, right now sitting at 5-3. You can see the damage. Goo and King doing a great job keeping up on the leaderboards for DreamHack. I feel like every single composition we've seen coming out from DreamHack, they just, the focus is usually on a lot of the damage output that they can have on these teams, and they do such a great job of it in the early game. In fact, I want to say in the early game for DreamHack, we find very little to complain about when it comes to them. It's just in the late game where we have those issues. AOD coming out from the side of Blink does not connect, but mostly used to zone out the rest of the Infinity.
Yeah, Infinity was trying to get more damage on the tower number 1 here in the mid lane, but with the avatar of the Guardian here, they avoided, DreamHack avoided that situation. But now, King, they has to take care. There might be a 1v3, but now the rest of the teams are Infinity are heading for the mid lane.
Yeah, that was interesting too. They saw an opportunity up at top, but I don't think they actually liked it. Ooh, Fanboy does catch a Tyrant's Rage, but Goo able to find himself an escape. Ooh, they really are diving deep onto Zablotch here to zone him away and find the first tower of the game.
Yeah, Zablotch here now is in trouble. He doesn't have the first tower here, so he has to play a back. He has to get safe all the time here, especially when he doesn't get an info about the rest of the DreamHack team. But now the next turtle is on the top side of the river, and both teams are dancing.
Ooh, yeah, Shaikiche looking for an angle to try to get in here. They're trying to push away Rusi. Feathered Airstrike comes down. King able to find himself a Lord. ZZ in trouble, gets pulled back, and Goo able to find the kill. Meanwhile, Rusi is able to find a tower at top. And at the bottom, they're going to be able to find another tower here. Last Insanity comes out, is able to find the kill onto Lionel, and they are going to make short work of this mid tower. Fanboy just narrowly able to get away. But what I'm impressed with is the macro coming out of Infinity. Even with that lost fight, they're able to find 2 towers.
Yeah, they got 2 towers here. The goal lead was not so far for DreamHack here, and now Rusi versus Harriet on the top side here. Okay, Serenus versus Harriet is not it's not like a thing that we used to see every day, but once again, Infinity. Yeah, I'm not sure if ZZ with the Barrett here is doing a good job, but now Rusi can be the next victim.
Down is coming the damage for the side of a DreamHack. Zeus able to find the tower up at top, and now looking for a little bit of a disengage. They're trying to push out the side of Infinity from this fight.
Yeah, but once again, DreamHack getting the Blade of Destiny here, hitting no one. ZZ could be in trouble. 4 players, and Rusi again.
Yeah, Rusi in trouble here as down comes the Zaman Force for that side. Zabloch able to find a kill or find a tower at the bottom. Out comes the feathered airstrike for Shaikiche. King able to find Fanboy with that last insanity. Now ZZ alone at the top tower. Goo getting taken on by 2 members here. Is he gonna be able to find the kill? Final shot comes out to Zabloch, but Zabloch able to find the outplay.
But now here comes their DreamHack's response. This is 2v3. Leo now on the bush. He was able to get back in the face. And Zabloch was alone. Okay, bye, my friend. I have to go. Maybe you lose your life, but I'm safe. And now here's the Lord for DreamHack. But Infinity is coming up. Will we have a fight back here? Oh!
Yeah, now they're going to go ahead and continue. ZZ able to find an early kill onto Shaikiche. That's going to be a big amount of damage down for the side of DreamHack. That's going to push them away from this Lord, while Infinity now going to start pushing into this fight. Final Slash comes out. SOD coming out from Zabloch. We do have the Avatar of the Guardian slamming down onto both sides, looking for an angle to get in here. Blink taking a whole lot of damage. Down comes the Zaman Force, able to take down Lionel. ZZ in trouble. That's going to be the Infinity Jungler down for the count. Rusi next on the chopping block. Zeus able to find the kill there. That's 3 players down for Infinity.
3 players down here. DreamHack getting 3 triple kill. Oh, triple kill actually coming from Zeus. Oh, once again now Zabloch is the next victim, and this Lord could not be easier than that for the Dragon Boys.
Yeah, now they're going to come in here. This is going to be a very easy Lord for DreamHack here. 14-5 Infinity. Their backs are against the wall here against DreamHack. This is game 5. There are no more chances for this series. They need to be able to find an angle, find an advantage that they can use to find an angle for some type of success here. Right now, they're getting out damaged, they're getting output, they're getting pushed away from objectives, and I don't know what else they have in the tank for this.
Yeah, so Fanboy here is trying to do something. He's trying to flank, he's trying to get this initiation, especially with the Tyrant's Revenge and the Wrath, but the fact is, maybe there's not like enough damage yet coming out from Infinity's composition. When you see like Zabloch here, like I'm not sure if I see only 2 items, but now he comes again. DreamHack.
Yeah, right now, the Feathered Airstrike being used in succession with this rushing power. Lionel in a little bit of trouble here. Final Slash is going to push Rusi into the back line as well. Shaikiche trying to lay on the damage on the back line too. Rusi taking a heap of damage, trying to find an escape. Zaman Force has been laid out. Still 4 members left of Infinity. Lord ticking away at the bottom high ground tower.
Go leading here, almost very high for DreamHack. I think that they're heading for the final push. Could it be?
Yeah, is this going to be the end? It does look like DreamHack. Ooh, this is where they kind of have a little falters when it comes to the last end of game. Last Insanity is out. In comes the Winter Crown from ZZ, but does not save him from the rest of the damage of 5 members of DreamHack. And very wisely, DreamHack going to disengage from the core there, looking to possibly find an angle onto another high ground tower. Mid and top now being focused on. Infinity not able to find an answer with some defense. The Feathered Airstrike raining down damage to zone out Infinity, and they might be looking at this final high ground tower. Now they're gonna come in. Avatar of the Guardian slams down. Last Insanity out and in the open. Zeus able to find the tower, but Infinity have to disengage back to their tower. DreamHack disengage from the core, but with a victorious push.
Yeah, the whole base exposed now here for Infinity. DreamHack playing so well at this fifth and the last game. We're seeing the items so far: the Trinity Core for Moskov, Golden Staff, Corrosion Sight, Demon's Sword here, Demon Hunter. Meanwhile, you have Harriet with the Stallion Side, Heaven's Feather, Holy Christian, and Infinity Glaive so far here. So it's a Harriet with 5 kills coming out from Zeus, and now DreamHack waiting for another Lord. They don't want to take any kind of risks here to lose this game. Now here we go.
Yeah, and oh, another feathered airstrike is going to be able to take down Rusi. Zeus with the finishing touches there as well. Detna's welcome coming out. King going to lay on the damage to ZZ. That's going to be a jungler down for the side of Infinity. Are they looking to finish the job here? SOD, I don't think he dares use that teleport to come behind them now as minions starting to spray onto this core. All the angles are out. Zaman Force laid down. The damage is out. Lionel down. Is Fanboy long for this world? Ladies and gentlemen, DreamHack will be moving on to face Entity 7.
With a very different story here at the end of this game. DreamHack slashes away and guaranteed the upper bracket situation, Zena.
Wow, they showed it here, guys. They are the better team is what they're trying to say, because they had like they had the 3 clashes, 1-1 each, and then they got this one on the third, right? But there's still more chance for Infinity to go against them, right, later on. So we still have more to see for sure. But the changes that they've had has seemed to make them a terror to deal with. DreamHack started off strong again with the round, like 4-0 in kills by the 5-minute mark, and then they kept it pretty even, and then they kept rolling with it, right? And they ended up taking it all in the end and dominated with 21-6. That is crazy. A wonderful job by the team.
Yeah, King here with 6-0 and 11. There's just a man when it comes to the draft here for the side of Infinity. I mean, Barat's. I just don't think it worked out. King with the. I feel like King immediately knew exactly what he needed to do to be able to kind of take down that pick, especially with the Uranus out there too. Xborg was just a great solution out here, especially once you get all those stacks up, you start doing true damage to them as well. Here you see 6-0 and 11 for King. He was, especially in that front line, just really pouring on the damage to the point that Infinity was not able to hold that front line of them.
Yeah, and despite this whole idea, they had to get a physical damage hero here, because they were bringing Shite here with the Farsa and Harriet with both magical. So someone has to be responsible for this physical damage, and it was for a King here with the Export. But once again, Infinity trying to think outside of the box, bringing a Barrett, for example, and a Cooper, but at this time it wasn't enough for beating a DreamHack. But once again, they're not done at the competition. They're heading for the lower bracket. But here, as we were seeing the highlights, for example, we always see a DreamHack working in that high composition burst. Coming out from King with the last Insanity, coming out from Goo with this very knockout possibility, coming out from Arlott, and so many times here. It was a huge control, especially coming from the AoE from Gatoch Kaka, for example. That could be another, that was another hard situation for Infinity. So the whole DreamHack's composition was so hard to Infinity face, and it wasn't enough to beat the Dragon Boys in the last game.
Yeah, and I have to wonder how much the global bans kind of came into play there at the end. I mean, we've seen them go into a game 5 before, but some of those picks there, like, I mean, the Kufra was a bit of a stretch. I mean, I know what the actual option was for it, but Zena, the MVP here.
All right, King here sitting on his throne once again, getting that MVP. 6-0-11 KDA, 88.2k total damage, and 721 golds per minute. They all put in so much work that I was not sure who was going to get MVP, but this is well deserved. He deserved that, every bit of it.
Yeah, I was thinking about it would be between Zeus or King to be the MVP of this last game here. Zeus played very well with Harriet also. But here, the MVP goes to him. King. Once king, you'll never lose the crown, especially in the jungle. So when it comes to the Xborg here to cause this damage, especially with the last insanity here with the following up from this DreamHack composition, and it worked so well, guaranteed the last victory here in this best of 5.
Yeah, man, this, I already knew that this was going to be a war between both of these teams, so evenly matched. And here, and this new draft, or not the new draft, the new roster coming out from DreamHack here, really putting in the work, the synergy that they had here. Man, a great game here, even with a little bit of a flubber that we saw earlier when they were trying to close the game. I believe it was in game 3, trying to close that one out and eventually taking the L on that one. I was worried because I'm like, man, are you going to be able to kind of just find the center again that you need to, because that's frustrating. And I was so frustrated watching it in a replay. I was just like, oh my God, like what do you do from there? But that just tells you how much that this team has grown, how much maturity that they have to be able to kind of, all right, guys, that sucks. It hurts, but we know what we need to do to continue forward. We know what we need to do next to be able to kind of get these wins, to be able to find our game here. So a great comeback here, a great story here for the side of DreamHack with this result. And man, I feel like it, especially in these playoffs, man, they're conquering bigger and bigger mountains. Like they conquered the molehill, they conquered the hill now that was Infinity, and now they're kind of like standing up face to face with that mountain that is going to be Entity 7.
Yeah, I think they can be up there with them. They're doing an amazing job here dominating the map in the start, and that was just a little fumble there. I think they learned their lesson after a bit, and they're like, all right, we gotta make sure we end it before we celebrate or something like that. So, wonderful job positioning from Shaikiche was amazing. I was watching all those highlights and seeing her, like, where she would put herself. I'm like, wow, that is precision to a T. And Blink support was amazing. I just can't say enough about the team. They worked so well together.
Yeah, I think that for DreamHack is it was about like a roller coaster of feelings at this best of 5, you know, but we are going to talk just a little bit about it later. But now Xena has some good news for you guys.
Yeah, I know you guys been here watching the chat. Guess what? You're gonna get diamonds too, so make sure you get in on those diamond drops. The more you are involved in the chat and engaging, the more longer you stay, you get more of a chance getting these diamond drops, okay? So, get it.
The more, like I said, keep it positive and keep on chatting. It'll give you more of an opportunity to be able to pick up your diamonds and maybe that skin that you've been having your eye on.
And yeah, and despite like some people say, no, don't talk to the chat, it is cursed or something. No, we are going to talk to you guys. The chat here is the main star of the show, so you interact with us, talk to us, you get the chances to get diamonds here with our diamond drops. Thanks to the Mother Tune and to you guys.
Yes, I was sitting here chatting with you guys too, but also, ladies, if you are in the chat, we do have MWI qualifiers open right now, open registrations from May 2nd through May 11th, so gather your gals and get in on MWI.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, like we said, you've been sitting here watching the guys. We do know that there are a ton of talented females out there, like Shaikiche, like Ashley in the North as well, and North America, speaking from them, who got second place in the last MWI. We were looking for more regions to get involved here, to find that path forward, and maybe even find yourself a seat in the MWI.
Yeah, so this is a chance here to take inspirations like Shaikiche, Ashley's, or Angelis, for example, who won the Esports Awards in the last year. So you have tons of inspirations to you, lady. have your chance to subscribe here and open registrations on MWY. That's all for you, ladies. Don't forget.
Yes, be inspired. But we also want to give a shout out to our sponsor, the runestone.gg. If you want to up your game, go to runestone.gg to get that real-time data and analytics.
Yeah, if you're trying to improve your game, like I said, use an organization that has the same passion and love for the game that you do, and that would be no further than runestone.gg.
Yeah, that's the truth. If you don't have Runestone, you play like me. If you have Runestone, you play like Private. So, come on, that is the difference, right? So, make sure you improve your level of the gameplay with a Runestone. Thank you so much for making this happen.
Yes, a big thank you to them, and thank you to you guys. Follow us on our social medias, please. Mobile Legends, NA Esports, MLBB NA Esports. Okay, Kick, Twitch, X, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok. It's where we're all at. You can check us all out, find out who's won recently, the matches, where the brackets are. Keep up with what's going on in the tournament.
Yeah, especially with these weeks moving up. If you guys were maybe missed out on anything that happened in the north because you've got school or work and weren't able to catch all of the matches there, you can find it out all on MLBB or MLBB NA Esports as well. Maybe in the weekends you guys have plans. I know it's Mother's Day, so not a lot of mothers like to watch Mobile Legends, but if you guys did happen to miss it, you can find out all the action and everything that you might have missed here on our socials.
Did you see that, Mom? They told that she doesn't like to watch Mobile Legends. Yeah, I'm kidding about that. But you have the chance here to get to track the highlights, to get more about the update, the patch notes, everything that is happening on the MLBB ecosystem. And I gotta tell you guys, 2026 is going to be an amazing year for MLBB.
Yes, it's gonna be a wonderful year, and we want to wish you guys a wonderful year, and also welcome all the Indonesian and Philippines watchers out there. We appreciate you coming by and watching our little tournaments that we're going, and we plan to grow more. And salamat and terima kasih. I hope I said it right.
Yeah.
But
nice.
Yes.
Nice.
That's how I say hello. I have no way. It's a lot better than I would have done when it comes to it. But yeah, it's great to have a lot of the different regions checking us out and seeing what it is all about, especially with us. Like I said, this is kind of a brand new thing. It's a staple and history being made here as we have all of the North and South, the Americas, joining into one region to compete, to decide who we're going to be sending forward, to decide who's going to be representing this region when it comes to our international stages.
Yeah, so we got the Americas joining together. We got the South Korea allowing the MLBB scenario. You got the Turkey that is going to be the next stage for the M8. So many amazing things happening on MLBB scenario so far. So this is our year to make this community even better and even bigger than they are. So this is a chance to still love this game. This is the best game ever here when it comes to MLBB, when it comes to Mobile Legends, bang, so keep talking to us and keep following our social networks, so you are about to know everything that is happening on the MLBB ecosystem. I gotta say, I'm really excited about that, because after Americas, we're gonna have the EWC, we're gonna have the ENC as well. We're gonna have the M8, we're gonna have the wild card. Oh my goodness, there's so many things that I can't wait to see that.
Yeah, we got so many tournaments coming up, and it's exciting to see that it's all up there, and it's in every region, right? Everyone has something for you to watch, something new coming up along. EU has a whole bunch of things coming up for them as well. It's amazing to see the world come together like this, right? And get into the game, something we love, and share that passion and drive for it, for sure.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, the world just one big happy MLBB hug when it comes to a lot of this competition here. But as we've been seeing here with the AMER South, MCT AMER South, we've had a ton of growth coming out, and this has been one of the biggest treats for me. I know, Rico, you've had the blessing of being here for a while and understanding these teams intimately, and for me it's like it's just the pride of seeing these new teams, or for me new teams, and seeing the story that they have, seeing the story that they've been building here during the playoffs here, especially DreamHack, who have had such growth throughout here. A lot of us, even to the point that I dare say that I was questioning the belief when it came to us juggling around this roster, but they really showing that they have that cohesion, the ability to get better here, and that's what you need to have if you want to be successful in the playoffs.
Yes, but before we move on, guys, we are going to take a quick little break before we move on to Octa Gaming versus 9Z Globant. So we will see you in just a bit.
Every diamond count, and with Bonox, recharging is easy, fast, and secure. Jumping now, choose your top up and get ready to dominate the map. Plus, use the code MCTBNX to get 5% discount. Skins, events, hero, everything within reach with a single top up. Less waiting, more action. Recharge with Bonox and play it at next.
Listen up, Warriors! The Frozen Sea Showdown is here. 8 Francos, 2 sides. Ready your hooks. Well, the rules? Real simple. Hook 'em over, then bash 'em. Or hook 'em back and stash 'em. Remember...
We are back with more MCT AMER South playoff action. The matches have been amazing so far. I loved seeing how the teams have grown ever since the Swiss stage.
Yeah, it's been a great path for a lot of these teams here. The last series we watched, Infinity taking on DreamHack, I think all of us knew, and a lot of the viewers knew, this was going to be a slugfest between two teams that were evenly matched and have been back and forth through their entire history here in the playoffs. But I mean, coming up next, I feel like this is something that has been said when it comes to the teams, especially for an organization as established as Octa Gaming. 9Z Globin, we had the opportunity to see yesterday, to see them be able to overcome some odds there, but even they admitted that if they want to succeed here against a team like Octa Gaming, who many think have had a sure win for like second seed 2 here, if they want to be able to defeat a team like that, they're going to have to play better than they did in the Swiss stage, better than they have yesterday. They're going to have to be a team that has continually progressed and is better than ever before.
All right, let's get it up on the screen here. Let's see what we have next. Today's schedule, as we go on, we are going to go have Octa Gaming against 9Z. We had Infinity go against DreamHack. Ended up being the whole best of 5 there for them. DreamHack coming up top, Infinity going down to that loser bracket.
Yeah, so I agree with you guys. Totally. There was like so many emotions today, so many actions today. I was actually getting hungry. I was like eating a sandwich before heading to the broadcast here, before heading to the break time so far. But here now we're heading for the second match, Octa Gaming versus 9Z Globin. There's so much history among these two teams, especially when it comes to the mid lane, Sagan from Octa Gaming, and the goal lane from 9Z, that is Augusta. Both of these players, they played together in old RRQ Akita, which they were champions 5 times in a row when it was MPL here in the South region. So they have a lot of history together, but now they're facing each other on different teams. This is going to be very interesting.
Yes, and we're going to jump into Octa Gaming's lineup. Let's see who we have playing for us today for Octa Gaming. We got Lucy, Thanatos TZ, Seijin, V2, and Saber for today.
Yeah, a big lineup here for Octa Gaming, who have been pretty dominant throughout the Swiss stage. I think they were actually tied with Alpha North at 3-1. Unfortunately, I forgot. I don't know exactly what the stats were that brought Alpha North up to the 2nd seed and knocked Octa Gaming down to the 3rd seed. But I know that they are here looking to prove a point here, and a great roster that they have here. We're going to see what they have to say as well.
Yeah, now we're having an Octa Gaming video.
Salve, rapaziada, meu nick é Thanatos, eu sou o Jungle e capitão da Octa Gaming e eu vou fazer uma gincana com vocês de perguntas e respostas rápidas, então vamos lá. Então, meu nick é Thanatos. Em torno de 5 a 6 anos, eu já jogava um pouco antes, só que nesse período eu comecei a dar um pouco mais de atenção pro jogo. Acho que Tigreal ou Gordia, eu jogava muito com os dois, mas eu acho que foi Gordia. Foveus, ele trava muito assassino e minha prioridade é assassinos que tem dash, então Foveus. Cartizzi, eu tava usando o TZ no nick justamente por conta dele. Lucy, eu convivo muito com ele e é quem eu mais tenho sincronia também. Lancelot. Segunda skill do Lancelot. Smite. A skin brain do Lancelot. Funny. Gusion. Hylos, sonda pra frente. Atualmente, Freya. Saber, ele tem muita teoria da conspiração na cabeça, ele é meio maluco. Cartizia, se for pegar no mundo todo, Cartizia. Se for no global, eu traria o JP, mas se a gente for falar do Amer, eu acredito que Joel Creel ou Syndra, talvez. Baxia. Fim de jogo. É melhor para tomar decisões, o jogo é um pouco mais controlado, fim de jogo. Líder. Eu prefiro ter a tomada de decisão do que necessariamente ser a pessoa que vai ter a melhor mecânica e com essa melhor mecânica vai carregar a partida. Tanto que é por isso que eu sou capitão, porque eu prefiro ter a parte de líder para eu poder ter as tomadas de decisões.
And me, hold on. Had me chuckling over there with the highlights only go straight. But anyways, 9Z Globant over here. On the EXP lane, we got Chino, our jungle, Luisino. Session. Gusta Lagusta on that gold, and on that roam is Alboro Crazy.
Yeah, a great lineup here that we've seen yesterday here to kind of move themselves up here. They know that they have an uphill battle for themselves, but if they can continue with the momentum that they gained yesterday, I do not doubt their ability to match what Octa Gaming is going to bring against them. And let's see what 9Z Globant had to say as well.
Sim. 2018. Fusion. Casabusa. Chino. Chino. Valentino. La ulti de Changue. Ejecutar. La básica de Changue. Marcel. Changue. Misa. Carly. Israel. Sin. Paquito. Setlian. Tardío. Carry.
It's so fun seeing them, these videos of the characters and like what they feel, their answers to these questions. I'm always laughing watching it.
I mean, there was supposed to be a content, like, you know, but I'm feeling some like truths coming out of these players, like when they say like this info. You know, there's a lot of info though to process here, but it's so cool. It's so nice to see them, you know, in a way like they can be themselves. Just a little bit of a time. So it's nice to see those videos, by the way.
Yeah, little things like that. It's even the comments about Saber. It's like he's got a lot of conspiracy theories. It's kind of crazy. It's like okay. But yeah, it's very interesting, and especially to see like how they think of each other and the cohesion that they build on these teams for each other. But it's going to take more than cohesion to be able to bring them a victory here tonight, especially with a best of 5. We've already seen some of the teams how teams have been handling this global ban system. A lot of these little nuances that we've been seeing out there for a lot of these teams. Beatrix has come on as a mainstay almost when it comes to having a Marcel on your team. We saw the Lu Yi as well make an appearance yesterday as well. So I'm actually very curious to see where we go from here.
Yeah, and here when it comes to this challenge, especially for 9Z Global, is going to be a very true one. If you want to be, there is a saying that means that if you want to be a champion, you don't have to choose the opponent, right? So you have to face everyone. You have to face everything to be the champion, you know. And today is going to be a hard challenge for 9Z Global, especially because they are facing Octa Gaming. The only match that they lost, it was versus Entity 7. Entity 7 ended the Swiss stage, ended up the Swiss stage on the first seed. You know, like the first game was like Black Sentence 2-0. Second game, DreamHack 2-0. The third game was about like versus Entity 7 was a 3-1, and the last one versus DreamHack 3-0 also. So the only game that they lost was versus the seed number 1, that is Entity 7. So as Gusta Lagusta was saying yesterday, if they want to defeat Octa Gaming, just being good is not enough. They have to be better.
Yes, they do. The 9Z did say that this one's going to be a tough match for them. They are at least know that they're going against a really top contender here. So they have to bring their A game to kind of get through it. They are going to go ahead and ban out the Yeed and the Freya and Carry as well.
Yeah, and we're going with the pretty standard bans out here. I feel like we're kind of leaving a few of them open. Still got Marcel, still have Zushin out there as well. Still, you know what? I don't remember. Did we see last game? Did we see Sora at all?
I haven't seen him. No, I don't think they chose him at all in that last match we did. No.
At least in the last match we didn't see.
Yeah, that's why I asked you guys. I'm like, he's not priority anymore or something. Something's, I don't know. What happened?
Something happened. Yeah, something happened. You know what? I was like remembering the talk that we had yesterday with Gusta Lagusta. That we were saying like, one of the dangerous players on Octa's lineup is V2. You know, like he was saying that V2 is a very good gold laner. It's a very solid one. So I'm wondering here, like, if 9Z is gonna focus on this like gold lane situation, especially trying to neutralize V2's options here. But I think that a funny thing that is happening is it's actually Octa Gaming that is focusing on Gusta Lagusta. They brought out the Carry, they brought out Harriet out here, and Harley and the jungler probably for Thanatos Z as being the first potential here. But now the first choice coming out from Octa Gaming is him, Baxia.
Yeah, that's a pretty interesting thing. I think a lot of respect coming out from Octa Gaming when it comes to Gusta Lagusta. We saw Gusta Lagusta is able to shine on so many marksman picks, and even when it comes to bringing out some of his comfort picks, like a Wan we saw yesterday. Not just bringing out the Wan, but a dominating game with a Wan, a hero that has kind of slipped pretty far from the meta here. So big focus out there coming from the side of Octa Gaming. With the Baxia pickup, it does leave open the Zushin for the side of 9Z Globe, and they're going to scoop that up alongside the Glue pickup.
Well, they're making sure they pick up those meta and not giving it to the other team. Baxia's over here, Zushin on that side. Glue's, he's pretty good as well. It played right. but they're gonna go ahead and pick out that Claude here, giving a smaller hero pool for Gusta Lagusta.
Yeah, so, and especially when it comes to Glue here, it doesn't matter if it plays on the roaming side or the XP lane here. It is a very good situation, especially to get like some mobility heroes, you know, like it was for Harley, it could be a trouble because the Glue and the ultimate when it's stuck in his head, you don't have ways to get out. But whoa, we're seeing the Faramis here on Octa's gaming composition.
Yeah, Faramis has been we haven't seen him very often, although, which kind of is actually a little bit crazy for how deadly he is to a Glue. When he has that split and all of those little minions, Faramis is able to be able to, I think he does bonus damage for every single enemy that he hits in one blow, and that clears out Glue's minions very quickly here.
Yeah.
So, but the problem is that Faramis, this is not a great meta for support type roams. So, and that's why you haven't seen so many Faramises, but here I feel Octa Gaming is very confident in this pickup for them.
That's exciting to see. Faramis on the stage. I say Faramis. But yes, that is a big counter there to Glue. So I wonder that was their target to kind of handicap the glue here. They're going ahead and picking up the Suyu. I wonder what their next ban. Oh, Phobius being banned here on the side of 9Z.
Yeah, and I wonder but this confidence coming up from Octa Gaming gets really stronger, because not only with the Faramis choice, but they also choose Claude, which is a natural counter, especially when it comes to the ultimate, the Blazing Duet, like countering the sacrifice piece coming from the ultimate from Faramis here. So not only getting the Faramis, but also a natural counter. It is chosen by Octa Gaming. But now Sora, as we were talking about here, as this before this draft start, so now they Sora was banned by Octa Gaming. We're seeing now which one is 9Z is about to ban. If they continue focusing on XP lane, for example, Valentina could be another banning here coming out for both teams. Or Lapu, for example, if they continue on XP lane focus. So many possibilities here coming out from this last ban.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
for sure.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, the pick of the Faramis was so quick, and the fact that Claude is a big counter for it leads me to believe this is like exactly the way the early draft was, that Octa was predicting this early draft to go. So I'm kind of worried about 9Z Globant with these next two pickups. They're very important for us to be able to kind of get a little bit of an advantage here. I feel like the early game's not too bad for the side of 9Z Globant. On the side of Octa Gaming, depending on where the roam pick goes, Faramis, I want to say his clear isn't great. It's not terrible, but he will be able to get to some of those side lanes. He just doesn't provide a huge amount just yet, unless you can kind of use, I want to say, what is it, the not the Nether Realm, the Shadow Stampede. That's the when he can kind of get into their charge forward and pull back heroes, especially when they're trying to sit underneath their tower to try to escape. So it's something that 9Z Globant's going to have to be very careful of, especially because I feel like some of these niche picks, it can be even deadlier because teams have forgotten how to play around them. You know what I mean? They might not be as great on their own, but the fact that you haven't seen it in a while, like we saw with the Lu Yi, where that where her ultimate was coming down, and I think it was a Lapu kind of like stood there for a second. It was like trying to compute what was happening here, and then suddenly you have the entire team coming down onto you. Here, going to go ahead and scoop up for a little bit of security for that early game, Hilda, which means Glue will be going into the XP lane.
Yes, they went ahead and picked up the Hilda. They banned out that Moskov, giving Gusta Lagusta even a smaller hero pool, but then they have Bruno Granger open, even his favorite, Wan. So he still has options. Nothing major there for them. They're still needing their mage here on the side of Octa, as well as their XP lane there. Oh, unless they're using Pheromones at the mid. Oh. Yeah, Pheromones is a mid.
Oh my goodness. If you want to control, you have control now coming out from Octa's composition here. To be honest, I was expecting the Hylos, especially when Thanatos TZ talked in the video saying, oh, Hylos is only moving forward, you know, like when you like get in a composition like that, you gotta say, okay, pick Hylos, just go forward, you know, with the glorious path, so you help your team to get this following up with the move speed and the damage as well. But no, they came with Grok and Terizla here at the final composition. Penalties on a tectonic charge here. There's a lot of control coming out from this Octa's composition. And the last one that I didn't see because I talked too much is Granger coming out from Gusta Lagusta.
Yeah, I'm almost kind of a little iffy about the Granger, only because I feel like it could have been saved for a Harith pickup that would come out there. But if they're victorious here, then you waste a lot of picks on the side of Octa Gaming. But I feel like too here with Faramis, with Terizla, and even the Grok, I feel we're setting ourselves up with a decent amount of cushion for a lot of these positions that even if we lose, we had 3 heroes that aren't picked as often, that aren't considered as strong in the current meta here too as well. But man, I am intently excited to see how these, oh, did they just switch around the, oh yeah, they just, for some reason they just switched around where Thanatos TZ was on there. I was a little confused. I thought they switched positions.
Did you imagine surprise? Teresa on the mid lane.
I'm back. Oh man, but yeah, they do have a good CC comp there. A lot of control for that side. They just want to kind of, I guess, make sure they can keep them locked down enough for what they picked the Claude, right, to dish out those damage.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna have the tectonic charge, you're gonna have the penalty zone, and then you're gonna have Faramis, who can come in with I think it's the ghost bursters that he uses. That's that little that triangle damage that he's able to spread out, where how many enemies are in there, the more damage it does. But Rico, go ahead and take us into game 1.
Yeah, so everybody here, welcome to the Land of Dawn for the first time here in this Best of 5. Octa Gaming versus the 9Z Globant. This is the last match of the day of the weekend from the MCT AMER South. Let's go, my friend Private. And actually, it was like a visual bug because I thought I was seeing like Thanatos TZ with Teresa in the jungle. But no, it's a Boxe in the jungle.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of confused about. I'm like, I hope that wasn't what I was seeing there. But yeah, both of these teams, a big little pull there coming out onto Alburo Crazy. And the one thing though is, are we going to be able to make use of this Hilda here when it comes to being able to harass and get value out of this pickup? Because I mean, you're going up against the Boxia, and there's really nothing but tanky picks coming out from Octa Gaming. Here you see Chino and Lucy going at it back and forth. Neither one of them really getting an advantage. Ooh, a little bit of a pull back there on to Segan. Does put out some damage. Thanatos does find Alburo Crazy. Fashin right there on the side is going to be able to lift him up there. Lucinho comes down, might be in a little bit of trouble, is able to find an escape.
Yeah, like you saw the control here coming out for Faramis, especially on Luizinho, but oh, what about is happening?
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and try to find, I don't know, Alburo Crazy got caught there on the enemy side, might be in trouble here, gets hit up, gonna find himself a little bit of healing there. In comes Fashion, Luizinho able to find the first blood, and that's gonna go ahead and set them up for a Lord. Saber down as well. Lucy gonna have to look for the disengage. That's gonna open up this first hurdle for 9Z Globant.
Everything went well here for 9Z Globant because Alburo Crazy was able to survive. He bought so much time for the response coming out from 9Z Globant. 2 kills for Luizinho. The first turtle for 9Z Globant. What an interesting early game here for 9Z Globant so far.
Yeah, we take a look at the emblems here. I mean, nothing kind of out of the whack here. A little bit of a fighter emblem there on the side of the Granger as well to kind of get a little bit of healing, but I think that's become a little bit customary now on the marksman sides to kind of add to the healing that they can get once they hit that mid game and get those 3-item spikes. I think Gusta Lagusta is going to be the Gusta Lagusta taking on V2 is going to be the big one that we're looking at for. Speaking of which, up at the top, a little bit of action going on between Saber and Alburo Crazy. V2 is going to come around the side for a little bit of support. Alburo Crazy is continuing on with the harassment there. Oh, Blazing Duet actually comes out from V2. Gusta Lagusta hitting him with the Rhapsody actually does a lot of damage to him. Hunter Strike picked up for Luizinho.
Yeah, Alburo Crazy is still on the bush here, waiting for a Saber or someone to get lost in the jungle here, coming out from Octa Gaming. But now, oh, Saber, Thanatos, TZ, and Sagan are playing together. Alburo Crazy. It's very crazy, though. It's just like, okay, it's in the nickname, it's in the nick here, so that is why using Crazy on that side. But once again, 9Z Global trying to dominate this space, you know, because they got the kills, they got the turtle, so they don't want to lose this rhythm. They don't want to lose this pressure caused by this advantage so far. We're seeing the goal lead now, like just a little bit more than 1k for 9Z Global. But now in the mid lane, here we go.
Yeah, a little bit of action there. I think that you saw that Thanatos was trying to find himself an angle, but Chino was right there to continue on to enable a little bit of an escape for his team. First turtle, or the turtle is up right now. The second one of the game. Saber in a little bit of trouble here, gets caught up, is going to try to be getting away with the photonic charge. We do have the Nether Realm that just got activated. Is that going to be enough to save Octa Gaming? Now, coming in, Fashion with that ultimate is able to find a kill on to Octa. Lucy is able to reply in kind on to Chino. A little bit. Oh, we can see the evil Queller coming out from Luisinho. Not able to find a kill just yet, but it is able to push Octa Gaming away. That's going to be 2 turtles for 9Z Globant.
I'll tell you again here, my friend, if one more dagger in Luisinho's build, it was enough to get 2 more kills for the Suyo on that last ultimate damage. Oh, here in the top lane. Okay.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and try to lock on to V2 in a little bit of trouble here. Out comes the reinforcements in the form of Thanatos TZ. V2 trying to spray on the damage, keep on his stacks, but in comes Alburo Crazy to enable an escape for his team.
Good response coming out from 9Z Global here. The cavalry always arriving on time to save their teammate. Alburo Crazy sensing the danger. 3 players of Octa Gaming. Chino is on the bush for anything happens, in case of anything happens. But now we're seeing Fashin and Gusta Lagusa heading for the top side. Maybe we can have some kind of party, but now the rest of the team from Octa Gaming are moving out from the mid lane. They're always like working on this roaming, even to try to surprise Gusta Lagusta on the gold lane.
Yeah, the communication between both of these teams is tremendous there too, especially when it comes to Saber using that wall to input it into that bush to pop out both of 9Z Globin. As soon as that happens, immediately V2 turns away from the lane because he realizes that there's 2 members in there waiting to try to get a gank on there. They're so quick to respond, so quick to understand, and it's no wonder it's been so tough to get any type of ganks that haven't been in the form of like a lot of these objective fights here. Gusta Lagusta with the Rhapsody putting on some damage onto V2. Thanatos is able to find himself a kill onto Chino. Is this going to set up a fight here? And Thanatos able to find himself a kill onto the second turtle, or actually the third turtle there for the side of Octa Gaming. 2 kills as well, bringing us to a 2-3 game.
A very crucial kill here for Octa Gaming to guarantee the turtle, because after that, Luisinho was not able to contest, was not able to fight back about this third turtle. But now here in the top side, oh, V2 almost getting killed by Luisinho with Suyo, but now Alburo Crazy is up to do something. Both teams are heading on the top side. Here comes the boom.
Yeah, they're looking to try to maybe put some damage onto this tower. Fashion gonna have to use that ultimate on the backside up at the top. Thanatos trying to lock on to Gusta Lagusta, still able to create that distance. This might have been a little bit more. We do have the Nether Realm out there to try to save out Octa Gaming. Still trying to spray on the damage. Chino might be in trouble, taking a lot of damage, and Saber with the kill onto Chino, who has been caught again. Unfortunate for the side of 9Z Globant.
Yeah, so the last minutes were so perfect for Octa Gaming here, privately, because they were able to get the kills, they were able to get the turtle, and now get the tower in the top side, working with the macro. I think that one of the situations that 9Z was like worried about to take control of the game, you know, because, okay, the early game was very interesting for a 9Z Global, but minute after minute, Octa Gaming was heading back in the game, step by step, you know, getting the kill, getting the turtle, getting the tower, not only the top side, but also in the bottom side here as well for Octa Gaming. But now, almost 9 minutes of the game, goal lead here, heading still for 9Z Global, but Octa Gaming, sorry, is stronger than ever.
Yeah, they're still got a lot of power behind that. They may not have the gold lead, but I feel like they have a great value in the gold that they do have. 9Z Globin trying to get a position onto this first Lord. Meanwhile, Octa Gaming coming in from the side is going to get that information. Backing up the whole of 9Z Globin. They understand. Luisinho's up at the top right now. Actually, we do have a little bit of another realm coming out from Octa Gaming. Fashion going to have to use that ultimate to get away. Is it going to be enough? Luisinho comes in, is able to take down Segan. V2 is next on the chopping block. Burl Crazy able to find a kill on the Thanatos. 3-6 right now is 9Z Globin chasing down Octa Gaming. Lifted up, put back. Lucy in trouble. Gets taken down. That is 4 people down for Octa Gaming.
That was absolutely a hell of a cracker now for 9Z Global, guaranteed 4 kills. And now the Lord, easier than ever. The first one goes for 9Z Global. There is a gold opportunity to take down more towers on the map versus Octa Gaming.
Oh man, they're doing such a great job. Even when it comes to the disengage for Fashion on the Zushin, I want to say use that ultimate and went up. And I was actually a little nervous. I'm like, oh my God, you don't have anybody up there. And it was Luisinho was still up there solo clearing the lane and decided to come down and help out and was able to really turn the tables into that fight. And that's just some great communication, some great synergy when it comes to 9Z Globin here. Octa Gaming having a little trouble when it comes to a lot of these engagements.
Yeah, it's something like you don't get it why the jungler is hiding on the top side, why the Lord is in the downside, and then all of a sudden you are seeing Luisinho, getting double kill in the team fight. So everything working so well with 9Z Global, especially with the communication system. And now the Lord heading on the top side here. 9Z Global heading to the opposite side to destroy the tower number 2 on the bottom line here. So I think that they're gonna leave the Lord here to take one more tower. They do that. They get more map here domination. Here comes 9Z Global. Burro Crazy is playing aggressive. They opt to do something.
Yeah, I think they're making the smart choice here by disengaging. There was the entire team kind of just waiting for them all to try to funnel into that mid lane. So not able to find exactly. But I mean, when you're talking about map presence right now, when you look at the towers, this is not something I thought I would see, especially in game 1. Octa Gaming is down about 5 towers now to 9Z Globin, who are having a very successful game.
Yeah, not only the tower is a difference here, Private, but you see the goal lead now, it was like way ahead for 9Z Global so far, almost 7k. And when it comes to a Granger, for example, when it comes to a Zushin, that means a lot for 9Z Global to like be more comfortable in the game, to like guarantee more pressure, to cause more dominate. But now here comes a party at the purple buff from Octa Gaming.
Ooh, penalty zone does land onto 2 members. Immediate ultimate used by Fashion. We have the Nether Realm coming out. V2 able to find Gusta Lagusta. Luisinho able to answer back immediately to take down V2. Luisinho finds a double onto Saber, and down goes Lucy. Again, down. Octa Gaming running on their backs against the wall. Minions now starting to form around the mid lane. Can Octa Gaming clear this out? 9Z Globin, go ahead and start on. Gonna put the damage out there as well. Trying to come in to try to take out these minions to get a firm defense out there. Getting picked up. Down goes Thanatos.
Thanatos here lost the life, but he at least took down the minion wave, so they was able to defend the high ground tower here on the mid lane. But they are not able to fight back the next Lord, coming out automatically here for 9Z Globant. More pressure, more advantage, and maybe now with this Lord, they are going to the high ground towers from Octa Gaming.
Yeah, right now led, the tip of the spear right now being led by Luisinho, sitting at 8-0-2 on this Suyo pickup. Even when Octa Gaming does find an avenue to be able to get in and find the kill, Luisinho is always right there to clean up as well. It's never an opportunity that is not answered back immediately by 9Z Globin. You could see a great rush here. All the minions pressing onto all the lanes. Lord crashing down at the mid-high ground tower. That is one high ground tower down for the side of Octa Gaming. Now continuing their way on there. You see Luisinho going to clear out the top. The rest of the 9Z Globin at the mid lane looking for an opportunity. Ooh, they do have a wall separating two members of 9Z Globin, but not an answer coming out from Octa just yet. Minions beginning to crash. Top and a bottom high ground tower. You can see the bottom tower destroyed. Only one more high ground tower for Octa Gaming.
Yeah, Octa Gaming now in a very complicated situation. 10k in the gold lead here, Private. 10k goes for 9Z Global. But they, oh, here it comes.
Yeah, a little bit of engagement comes in there. Penalty zone onto 3 members there as well. Luisinho comes in for the damage. Evil Queller comes in after the Nether Realm has expired. Continuing on, Fashion finds a kill onto Lucy. Now the rest of Octa Gaming looking for an escape. Thanatos gets taken out as well. Luisinho with the kill. They're sitting at 9-0-3. 9Z Globin turned their attention to clear out enemy territory.
Yeah, there were another minion wave heading on a mid lane, but they didn't want to take any kind of a risk. They took down 2 players, but here the safety is the motto for 9Z Global. One more minion wave heading out the top side here. They want to take down the last high ground tower. They want to cause more pressure. Here comes the wall. Here's a bit of a shiba, but now, oops, here comes the boom. Oh.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming up there. They're still trying to defend is Octa Gaming. 9Z Globin wisely decide to disengage from that. Don't want to continue, especially when you have a Faramis on the enemy team, when they're so close to their base and can just rotate in and out to heal up. They do wisely disengage here for this game. Look, he talked about almost a 10k gold lead for the side of 9Z Globin. So they're in a great position, even if they don't get to this Lord very quickly. Now, starting to kind of put this macro up on these side lanes so that they can start getting these pushes. Now, Alberto Crazy checks into this bush, gets a heap of damage coming out from there. Big pop-up comes out. Alberto Crazy gonna use that flicker to get out of harm's way. Nether Realm to try to keep Octa Gaming suppressed up in this fight. Is it going to be enough? Gusta finds a kill onto Saber. Alberto Crazy very low. Luisinho finds himself a double kill onto Octa Gaming. Now chasing them into the back line. V2 goes down. Segan on the backside is able to find a kill onto Fashion. That is a complete team wipe. 9Z Globin has come to play.
On the second match of the day, 9Z Global dominate everything and makes a question for Octa Gaming. Octa Gaming, do you bleed? Yes, they bleed.
9Z brought their A game today. They were not kidding when they said, yeah, we gotta bring it. We're gonna bring it tomorrow for sure. And here they are. They started off strong and kept it going. And like, what, Luisinho? He got 9-0-3 by like 15 minutes. And Fashion, why would you let Zushin free? See, this is the reason right here why she should be banned. And time and time again, it's always proven and it still happens. I don't even know. 9Z did wonderful here.
Yeah, not just that, but I feel like we will. I feel like switching the glue from the roam position to keep it flexible, switching it from the roam into the XP really took out a lot of usefulness from Segan on this Faramas pickup. I mean, if he would have stayed in the roam, I feel like Segan would have just followed him around everywhere, trying to get the ghost bursters onto those split, and really been able to do the job here. I feel like even with the Nether Realm, the damage output coming out from 9Z was so much. Luisinho did such a great job of trying to keep up that gold. You see here, 15K gold. Over, right? I want to say that's 3K over some of his counterparts. Even Gusta Lagusta, who was in the gold lane, was only at 12K. And we saw that because even when they were at the Lord, Luisinho was still up at the top lane, clearing lanes, clearing jungle to make sure that he kept up that farm so that he had all of that damage to help out in a lot of these fights. And I feel like the damage might have been a big issue here for the side of Octa.
Yeah, and checking out these stats here coming from the first game, Octa with only 5 kills, and not only for that situation that you talked about, like a Farami situation versus like a glue, possibly in a roaming or an XP lane here. We also have to mention a Boro Crazy with Hilda, because we always talk about like Hilda being very dangerous for like jungler harassment or trying to dominate some places and on the map, for example. But after the Nether Realm, for example, when it comes to Hilda, she is able to cause a damage, you know, not only about like the slowest situation and this like huge sustainability, but she's able to cause damage. Our Crazy got 2 kills here and only playing forward every time with Hilda, which was one of the pillars to guarantee this victory for 9Z Globen in the first game.
Yes. I think Octa Gaming here would kind of like it went into this not really thinking 9Z was going to bring such a force, right? So just that in general might be a factor in them not thinking that way the next game, and they might start to do better. So who knows how it will turn out this next match for sure.
Yeah, something I was talking about here. So I feel like 3 of our picks here kind of not exactly tried, true, and tested when it comes to the meta, especially when it comes to the Faramas and the Grok. That I feel like Grok has kind of slipped down a bit. Faramas definitely. I don't think I've seen him there. But Zena, go ahead and take us into the MVP.
All right, and this is a well-deserved MVP here for Luisinho. 1107 KDA, 89.8k total damage, and 916 golds per minute. He was unkillable. He was there making all their kills. He was at the right place at the right time. He was doing it all.
Yes, the undefeatable, the unkillable here. It comes to Luisinho with the Suyo getting the MVP on the first match. We were talking about like during the game, like on the first Lord situation, he like getting the top side, like pushing the mini waves, and was trying to figure out what was happening. But then all of a sudden he was like on the team fight, joining the team fight, guaranteeing like 2 kills for a 9Z Globen, which was really, really important, especially with this damage dealing all the time, you know, this mobility that Suyo has. Yeah, so that is a really, really nice situation for 9Z Globen to get the first victory so far.
Yeah, I mean, there was a big focus paid down to Gusta Lagusta and a lot of his picks, but I feel like that was the only thing that was protecting them from Luisinho popping off there. They kind of left him open, ignored him, gave him a very, I want to say, Suyo is just one of those picks that scales so well with a jungler's mechanical abilities. So if your mechanical ability is up here, Suyo just really suits it with his mobility, his abilities to get away, the defense that he has, and the damage output from him is almost unmatched with how fast he can scale and farm throughout the map. And farming is exactly what he was doing. I feel like some of those first few fights, I feel like he wasn't really even a part of. He was just kind of like focusing, and I've seen this a few times, especially even in the Philippines when I see it, where there's a few early engagements that Suyo isn't really a part of because he's just trying to gather as much farm as he can. And once he gets the power and item spikes that he needs, he's gonna come in super heavy-handed.
Yeah, and heavy-handed he did. Those swipes were taking chunks off of their lives. Did you see that? At the end, I was like, I don't even want to like try to block him. Just one swipe from him takes away almost like half of your life. You're like, whoa, I'm gonna die. So they just did a wonderful job there. Their team did. They synced well together and they communicated well and made sure that they were not gonna go down without a fight there.
Yeah, so we're heading out for the picks and bans once again here. Oh, we're back. Yeah. Okay.
I just thought she was really surprised that the energy from that match just kind of took all out of her there.
I had to laugh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be
whoa!
coming into the second match here of this series here on the blue side. 9Z Globe going to have the first ban.
Yeah, so let's see. Oh, 9Z Globe, and if you learn the lesson, Zunshin is gonna be the first ban here at all for that lineup. I heard some people in the chat, especially like that, who were saying that Zunshin was a real problem for Octa Gaming, and she was really a tough challenge for Octa Gaming so far as well. But now here we're seeing Harriet coming out with the first ban here from 9Z Globant, while Octa guaranteed the ban from Freya. And now we're seeing the second one. I mean, it means like there's so many options, there's so many broken heroes in the meta here to choose, you know, to ban and to think about, okay, we have to ban this hero and we have to get a strategy to fight against this other hero, you know. So it's a lot of like broken heroes to so less bans at all.
Yeah, we see here. I wonder if they're gonna ban out the Zushin. They saw. I would think that they would ban out the Zushin so that they wouldn't have it, but they still have like one ban left. So which one are they gonna prioritize? Do they think she's a threat, or do they know something that counteracts that? You know? But I think it's just really hard. Yeah, in general, to kind of see what to counteract that.
Come on,
I would lose all respect for 9Z Globe if they let. I don't know. I think there's a consideration here. There's something that they're fighting with against the Zushin, the pickup here. I mean, possibly Phoveus, I guess. Marcel is still open as well. Yeah, like where are they going?
I'm waiting.
It should be the Zushin, right? We're going with the Zushin, no? Not the Zushin?
What is it?
Something immediate? Or the Phoveus we might be going for?
The anticipation
ooh, nice. Come on. Well, after Private was saying like, okay, you got a ban on Zushin, and now Octa come with Marcel, there's comes a very good chance for like a Boxia, for example, has been the first pick for 9Z. Oh, Phoveus, as Private was saying. So yeah, banning Zushin and even Marcel comes up an opportunity for Phoveus here.
Yeah, with that too, I was about to say they don't have to. They could have gone with the Boxia, but they don't have to because it's already off the board for the side of Octa, so they don't need to prioritize it just yet. They can pick it in maybe that second pick phase here for 9Z Globin here, and especially do you? I'm trying to sit here and think. I'm like, what do you even have that counteracts a Phoveus as well? He just does so well when it comes to being able to take care of a lot of those squishies during these objective phases. And he only really falls off toward the end of the game when the enemy team has so much defense. And Phoveus is, I want to say, the most you usually get on him is like a Warhammer or something like that. And that's even if you get that. I feel like he scales very well, even with just full defensive items. items. But at the late game, that's where he will start to fall off, still start to edge off here. Still waiting for the next picks coming from 9Z Global. Do we look to secure ourselves our jungler here, or maybe looking for our mid lane?
Yeah, I feel like. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no. I was just gonna say, would Glue keep him occupied? That's just a question. Like, will Glue be something that will keep Phobius occupied and kind of out of the picture?
Yeah, and maybe. And I was like, because I was wondering like this, the response coming out from the 2 and 3 from 9Z. I was waiting from someone in the mid lane, Khalid, for example, to like get more pressure in this like this Trinity coming out from XP, a roaming and a mid lane, for example. But they come with Baxia and Claude, which is very good actually. And now first is like if Octa Gaming is thinking about something in trying to mind gap 9Z here with the Glue coming out from ooh, okay, a mid lane here, because this Glue has still the possibility to go for the roaming or for the XP lane.
As we move into the second banning phase here, I see they take off Fars, and I'm wondering if we're going to go with maybe a Zeshion ban as well. But do we want to pick up Zeshion? I know it's got a great combo with the Claude, but I feel like we're really kind of lacking in the early game damage department here when it comes to mage options on the side of 9Z Cloven. Gord, that's going to be a huge amount of damage. I feel like Gord has probably been surprisingly successful. I haven't looked at his win rate just yet, but I'm pretty sure every single time I think about when he's been out, he's actually done so much damage that I feel like it's been surprising for a lot of opponents. Not just that, but he's got an immense amount of control to just spam out. I believe it's his is it his first ability, that the little bouncy ball that comes out there? Like he can do that basically like every 6 seconds, and he's just like dodging them left and right.
He can be very annoying for sure. They look like they are trying to ban out a lot of the mages here on the side of Octa, but there are a lot still up there for everyone to choose. There's Lunax, Lilia, Zetian, like you said. They are target banning hard the mid lane. They're like, what mid lane do you got? So they totally banned out the Lilia right there.
Yeah, the Lilia was the last ban here, and now 9Z focusing on jungler and also in the mid lane. But now we got the Gord on the mid lane coming out from Octa Gaming here, so maybe one more banning coming out from the jungler. Maybe Fredrin could be a ban here coming out from Octa Gaming to avoid this problem when it comes to like longer team fights and this resistance to trying to guarantee these objectives. Turtles and Lords, for example, that could be. Oh no, Kalia. All right, okay, so they're buying that a Glue is heading for the XP lane.
Yeah, well, and then plus with the Gord on your team, I feel like that was probably either the Cho or the Kalia was going to be the option that Octa was going to be looking for. Something that would disengage, that would be able to grab one person, bring it back, while your team would be able to absolutely just dish out as much damage as you could to them. So I like the pick off of the Kalia there too. Alles, I believe this is going to be the first. So the initial Alles pickup for MCT AMER South. I don't even think it's been picked up in North yet. So it's the AMER overall, the first Alles pickup.
I feel like they need a good frontliner though. I mean, Glue can be, but he just mostly likely just takes the one person away from the team and not really be an actual frontline for Gord or carry here. So they're gonna have to pick something, I feel, that's very tanky or that'll be able to handle all that.
Yeah, and one thing that I gotta be honest with you guys, like after the revamp here coming out from Aulus, I didn't see much of that hero. You know, maybe he might probably here heading for the jungler. He has a huge amount of damage coming out, especially for in the high DPS here. So let's see. what's going to happen. I was thinking about like Gato Chacha, especially when it comes to a Gord, for example, when heading and jumping in the back line here with the ARG, the Avatar of the Guardian here coming out from Gato, and now Valir as the last choice from a 9Z Global. So both mages here has no mobility. Okay, Valir has only like the disengage system, the disengage situation. Okay, that might be good for 9Z Global here, like finishing with Lapu Lapu on the XP lane. Glue is heading for the roaming after all the things that is happening.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this will be game 2, 9Z Globe. And Octa Gaming continually, I mean, they don't feel confined by whatever structures the meta has in there. We're going to have the Alice out there. Like we said, I kind of, to lean on what you said, Alice, a lot of people consider him just not with it when it comes to the meta right now. Even with his revamp out there, I feel like a lot of junglers have kind of steered away from him. They just feel like there are better picks out there.
Yeah, so both composition here now when it comes to 9Z Global with Luizinho, with the Boxia, Chino with the Fulvius, which has high potential here to get like the backline with the carry, for example, or Gord. But it has to be quick because after like the Trinity core coming out from carry, for example, she can cause a lot of damage. So like this ultimate might be not a good idea for Fulvius in the mid or late game. But now, ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the Land of Dawn. This is the second game from 9Z Global versus Octa Gaming. Octa Gaming only lost the maps for Entity 7, but now they lost for 9Z. So 1-0 to 9Z so far, Private.
Oh yeah, okay, I was about to say, I thought that they actually got that buff stolen away from them. Speaking of which here, Thanatos DZ in a little bit of trouble here, looking for an escape from Alburo Crazy. Saber there to provide a little bit of help. Thanatos in trouble on the backside. Coming in, Gusta Lagusta finds the kill, but might be paying for that with his life. Is able to use the BMI, but V2 putting the finishing touches to reply. 2-1 in favor of 9Z Globant.
Yeah, despite all that happening here, here comes again.
Oh yeah, man, they're not just giving me a rest at all. Luizinho gonna go ahead and engage here with Alburo Crazy. Saber taking a heap of damage. He's being so aggressive on this glue. They're really trying to get as much value out of it as they can.
Yeah, once again here, Octa Gaming is like, okay, the early game is a big far from ending so far, but even though 9Z Global is finding a ways, finding some breaches to get this advantage. A kill from Gusta Lagusta, a gold lane here, which needs this farm, which needs this resource. A kill on Luizinho, a Boxer, a very strong jungler here. But now on the pit, the turtle, the battle is going on.
Oh, Luizinho able to go ahead and get the turtle. Now 9Z on the prowl, looking to try to find themselves some kills on the side of Octa Gaming. Lucy getting slowed down. Fashion dishing out the damage on that Valir, and Lucy almost got away, but the flicker and aggressive move coming out from Chino on that Phoveus, able to find and secure a kill.
They say that this a flicker aggressive one, and it causes more damage, you know, not only for escape, but if you try to find a kill, this causes more damage. But now V2 can be trouble.
Oh, V2 actually gets taken out there. Luizinho he missed once too. He had to turn around. He's like, skirt, and was able to find the stun there and allow Gusta Lagusta to really shine up in that lane. 4-1 right now. 9Z Globant, I dare say, upset right now over Octa Gaming.
I wonder if the more optimistic supporter for 9Z Global was expecting something like that. I mean, maybe like realizing and recognizing that 9Z is a very strong team, But the history from the both teams on the Swiss stage, on the AMER South so far, it's like a more in favor to Octa Gaming, only losing for versus Entity 7, you know. But now we're seeing like a whole different level coming out from 9Z Globen. But the Cassis curse can be real because Gusta Lagusta on the top side was almost killed after I was doing some compliment for them.
Yeah, but I think he had set out that that BMI to just in case he had taken some damage. So he just wanted to clear out the lane, get that so that he can possibly get himself a rotation. You see here now already going down to mid lane to kind of keep those stacks up as well for his team. Next turtle is up, and 9Z Globen in a great position to be able to take this down without any answer coming out from Octa Gaming. In fact, they're going to go ahead and try to find themselves a kill here. A flicker coming out there from Fesh and Chino looking for the escape as well. Oh my God, they're going to go ahead. They're going in with the demonic force. Chino is not saying no. Out comes the Avatar, the Guardian. Down goes Saber and Thanatos as well. 6-1 for 9Z Globen.
9Z Globen, what are you doing here versus Octa Gaming? So far, the goal lead almost heading for 4K here. Not only for 4, is more than like just a little bit more than 2,500. What am I doing here? Oh, my math is not so well. But the fact is, 6 kills so far for 9Z Globen. Chino, a monster here with these Fovias. 3-0. Gusta Lagusta playing solid, you know, like causing damage, especially with the blazing duet. Like 9Z Globen with the perfect synergy so far, playing so well together, especially when it comes to the respond to the initiations coming out from Octa Gaming. Oh, what a crazy.
Yeah, Alberto Crazy comes in against 2 members of Octa Gaming. A little bit of an upset at mid. You can see a little bit of a fight kind of breaking out there, pushing coming out from Fashion at the mid. As we join down at the bottom, Chino and Lucy kind of duking it out here. Chino still having a decent game as well. A good job of either side of 9Z Globen when it comes to these objectives. Next turtle, though, is going to be up at the top, which means that 9Z Globen, when it comes to Chino, he's going to have to make his way across the map very quickly to get there. So he's joining in on this fight. Now, you can see 9Z Globen making their way up there. 8 seconds left on this Lord. On the bottom, you can see V2 has picked himself up a Demon Hunter sword already. Segan picked himself up a Sky Piercer, but he's already got a death, so we're just waiting to see if he's going to be able to make use of this. Oh my God, the demonic force coming out from there too. From their Saber in trouble. Might be long for this world. Gusta Lagusta able to find that kill. Avatar the Guardian slams down onto Thanatos, looking for an escape. Alburo sitting there just trying to be the front line for his team. V2 senses that as we have the blazing duet on to this tower. Octa Gaming is down by 7 points, 9-2 for 9Z Globen. Off screen, I think we missed it though. Fashion did get killed by the Gourd.
Yeah, but now here in the bottom lane, 2v2.
Yeah, Thanatos gets taken out of there. Alburo Crazy with the kill there. 3 members from Octa Gaming coming down here looking for the kill. Alburo might be in a little bit of trouble. Does get taken down. Segan with the kill there. Just as I was talking about, is Segan going to be getting the value out of this Sky Piercer? He comes out with 2 kills from out of nowhere.
Yeah, so now here the second kill from Sagan and the glowing one now. So it is not even the end for Octa Gaming. They still have the potential and the resilience here to come back in this game. But 9Z Globen is playing like I don't know, man. It's like something magical happening here on 9Z Globen's composition and lineup so far. I mean, they are really good. You know it because you are listening to me always talking since the first day of the tournament. 9Z is such a good team with such a good players. They are not like fitting well playing together. But now, my friend, it's a whole different story here because 9Z Globen is on fire.
Yeah, and it's an incredible match. Oh, Saber's going to come in there. Is going to be able to find a split and a slam. Down goes a Fashion. That's going to be the mage down for 9Z Globin. Now looking for an opportunity. The Mystic Gush, Gusta Lagusta has to get out of there. That's 2 members of 9Z that have to find a disengagement. Octa Gaming chasing down 9Z Globin, looking for the 3rd kill. Are they going to be able to find it? Down goes Chino. 3 down for 9Z Globin. That's going to make a very available Lord for Octa Gaming.
This is what we call La Mufa here. Is the caster's curse coming out once again, but now the Lord being guaranteed by Octa Gaming, and Luisinho could be the next victim, but he is able to survive.
With a hair of health there. I mean, I think even V2 turned around a little early because he thought that last auto attack was going to be able to finish the job. Unfortunately, just not the case. And just like that, Octa Gaming have swung this around in their favor. Don't quite have the gold lead just yet, but when it comes to the offense here right now, V2 has come on a line and is absolutely shredding 9Z Globin. And it started with a great pickoff onto Fashion.
Yeah, they got a goal lead here with almost 5k into 9Z's Globin favor. But now the reality is there is no such a way advantage for any teams. And Octa Gaming is causing the pressure. Border crazy. They're taking a lot of damage, especially coming out from the Gord's ultimate here. But now the tower is still standing on the mid lane. Meanwhile, the Lord is heading on the bottom lane. And now with Octa Gaming trying to defend this Lord, here comes the tackle.
Yeah, you can see on the other side, Alberto Crazy now looking for some placement into these bushes, maybe finding an angle for this next avatar of the Guardian. But Octa Gaming doing such a great job. Just really needed to wait to get some of those items. The damage output from Octa Gaming right now is pretty much second to none right now. Segan, V2 right now, and even Thanatos TZ. Chino in a bit of trouble here. Does not look for the demonic force just yet.
Yeah, but now Lagusta is here trying to do something with, here comes the stun coming from the Gord once again. 10 kills for 9Z Globin so far. The goal lead now heading just a little bit ahead for Octa Gaming. They're now causing pressure once again in the mid lane. The focus is the tower number 2. Here comes the minion wave with the car, and the mage here could be enough. No, they decided to not take any kind of a risk. The only thing that they are able to do now is stealing the purple buff because they are getting satisfied about that.
Yeah, you can see there in the damage dealt, Segan, V2, and Lucy, top of the damage charts. That's 3 members of Octa Gaming there. Second one coming up, only Fashion, who was shut down. Gusta Lagusta still hasn't been able to get the items. Oh, now, as I say that, he does have the 3 items that he needs. And unfortunately, I want to say an 800 gold lead there, looking for V2. So I think he's looking for the Malefic gun to start getting himself some of that range, which is going to be a huge problem for 9Z Globin coming up. Blazing Duet into the back line. Chino able to find a kill onto Segan. Is this going to be enough to turn the tables for 9Z Globin? Demonic Force slamming down onto Saber. Immortality has been proc. Fashion able to find a kill onto Lucy. Thanatos looking for an escape. A flicker out. Coming out from Saber, and 9Z Globin do not look to try to keep and continue on with that engagement. Instead, turning their attention to the mid lane to push that out, and now gonna set their sights onto this Lord.
Yeah, the Lord here is immediately started by... Oh, Gustav! Oh my goodness, the Thanatos is taking a lot of damage, but now here comes again!
Oh yeah, Blazing Duet comes out there and trying to put the damage onto Gusta Lagusta. Segan able to find the jungler of 9Z Globin. They don't have a retreat, but Gusta Lagusta doesn't need a retreat. Able to find the kill onto the Lord, while the rest of 9Z Globin look for a disengagement.
Yeah, what? Also, Why do you need the retribution when you have Gusta in your composition here with Claude to guarantee the Lord when they lose the Luizinho, when they lose the jungler, when they lose the retribution? But even though Octa Gaming take this opportunity to take down the tower number 2 and the mid lane, they now are like delaying the Lord. 9Z Global is trying to defend, but this Lord is already taken down. But now might be the respawn coming out from 9Z Global. Here we go.
Yeah, looking for an angle in here. I don't think Luizinho wants this fight just yet, as the rest of his team trying to push onto this lane right now. At the top, oh, they lose a tower. Octa Gaming, unfortunately, lose a tower up at top. V2 tried to get back there quick enough, but just was a second or a hair short to be able to stop it. And right now, 9Z Global reclaiming. It's such an even game right now between these two. It's just going to take on who goes down first. Are they going to be able to find Fashion? Are they going to be able to take down Gusta Lagusta? And those are the real questions. Segan, on the other hand, on the side of Octa Gaming, I'm looking to see who he's able to find that stun, and then secondary Mystic Gush coming out from him.
Yeah, I mean, like the last minutes was in favor to 9Z Global, but still they still haven't taken down the first tower in the mid lane. So Octa Gaming still have this comfortable situation about a map, a domination, all in the high grounds for a 9Z Global so far. Gusta Lagusta is causing a lot of damage now after like getting 4 kills probably after the Trinity core, and now he is trying to split push on the side here when it comes to the bottom lane, but he plays safe. That is Gusta Lagusta. He doesn't take any risks unnecessary here, but now Thanatos, here comes the flank.
Yeah, but he decides against it. I was actually kind of curious, like, what are you going to do there once you get the engagement there? We're just going to try to duke it out with the entire team. Yeah, and it does allow Octa Gaming to go ahead, try to find those minions up at the bottom lane for the split push there. And Gusta Lagusta, yeah, you said, doing a great job of trying to be a nuisance around, trying to keep the pressure in all of the map. Now he's back up at top already, clearing out that lane. At some point, Octa Gaming is going to have to answer it. You see them going out there here now as Gusta Lagusta going to go ahead and find himself a recall home.
Yeah, recall home, but now here in the jungler, that might be a party coming up from the two teams. V2, okay, V2. How are you doing there, my friend? He plays so aggressive with his carry so far, but now he's not in trouble anymore. But here comes 9Z Global trying to do something because the next Lord is on the upper side of the river.
Yeah, and you can already see turning tail, Gusta Lagusta trying to come in so he can join them. Chino does go ahead, activate that demonic force. Is it going to be enough? Coming down onto Lucy's head. Do they have the damage to be able to take him down? Chino with the kill onto Lucy. Segan finds a kill to reply to Chino. And now we saw the Avatar, the Guardian, used to get Alburo crazy out of harm's way, and a tower taken down again for Octa Gaming. And now trying to get force their will here at this next Lord in the front line. Luizinho trying to be on the front there. Ooh, actually going to use that Winter Crown. Blazing Duet into the back lines. Is that going to be enough? See, Saber still has that immortality, uses it so that he doesn't die to that Blazing Duet. Saber going to have to use that flicker to get away. Now Luizinho still trying to get a good look at this Lord as it is reset by Octa Gaming. Now you can see the macro beginning to push onto the side of 9Z Global, and unfortunately the Claude has to answer. Luizinho looking for a win. He's able to find the Lord and dies with it. Only heroes get to go to Valhalla, and that is where Luizinho is going after capturing that Lord for his team.
What in the world here? Luizinho saving the day once again. A very worthy sacrifice, I would say, for 9Z Global. They get the Lord, they lose Luizinho in the process, but there's a price that you have to pay so far. You see the items, both the gold laners here with the full build, Winter Crown coming out from Gusta, Malefic Gun, and the Corrosion side. Carry here with the Wings of Nature and the Malefic Gun. Both of the carries here are somehow getting some kind of immune to the next team fight. And at some point of the game, they're going to sell the boot and getting another item in to cause more damage. But Private, the fact is, the Lord is heading on the top side. Luizinho is on the game again, and the focus is the tower number 1 and the mid lane.
Yeah, you can see right now, big split coming up here. Gusta Lagusta focusing onto the bottom lane. Now, finally breaking through that mid lane. Wow. The Guardian lands up into the back lines. Is this the fight that they want? Gusta Lagusta able to find a tower at the mid lane. Saber taking a heap of damage. Down coming the... Oh, waiting for the demonic force. He doesn't. He actually just slips a Saber back a bit, but does not. Oh, a stun with the Mystic Gush. Chino still being kept up by Alberto. Crazy. Thanatos on the back end looking for an engagement here. Luizinho might be in a little bit of trouble. Still uses the Winter Crown to get himself out of harm's way. Will he be able to find an escape? No. Segan putting the finishing touches onto him, but a successful push by 9Z Globin. Only high grounds left for Octa Gaming.
All I can say here, that my heart can't stand it. What a match here. And we're talking about the second one so far. Only high ground towers, but both teams are here. 40 seconds left for the next Lord, while Luizinho has still 25 seconds here to go back in the game again. Both teams are like trying to find the flanks. We're trying to cause this damage. Oh, Thanatos TZ!
Yeah, it takes a heap of damage there from them as well. You're going to see the BMI to use for Gusta Lagusta to get out of harm's way. Octa Gaming, they're eyeing this purple buff. I think they wanted it for a second, but decided against the fight that it would cause for them. Oh, big little, I want to see some hiding going on up at the top of bushes. You see Octa Gaming trying to wait in position there for it. I think they want to be able to kind of latch on when they go for this purple buff, hoping that maybe one of the squishies will go for it. They decide they don't even want it. They're going to go ahead, head right for this evolved Lord and start it immediately. Pulling it out, Lucy getting vision, getting that information for his team. On the backside, Thanatos TZ looking for a way here, a way in on the backside. Ooh, Luis does find he has the Tortoise Pusins out as well. Lord very low and dragged out by 9Z Globin to try to continue out this fight.
Yeah, so here the Lord getting full reset once again, and the Saber with a very low HP, but now here comes Luizinho. Oh!
Yeah, a big slam onto V2. Is that damage going to be enough? Gusta Lagusta finds the mage. Down goes Segan. Demonic force slamming down. Immortalities have been procced. Saber gets taken out by Gusta Lagusta. Lucy is not long for this world. 3 members slamming down against him. But at the base of 9Z Globin, they have to find a defense there, as Thanatos was looking for the back door into it. Luckily, Chino was right there alongside Alberto. Crazy, ladies and gentlemen, game 2 going to 9Z Globin.
9Z Globin on the second game here. What a match once again. And now the reality is 2 9Z Globin, 0 for Octa Gaming.
Jeez, what a battle. 9Z was going strong in the beginning with 6 kills by 5 minutes, dominating the performance there, and they were bulldozing their way until like mid-game they started losing momentum, and then Octa started taking control of that map and keeping it for, even though they lost 2 lords, they still kept control of that map. But it seems like they weren't able to keep it going there, because 9Z did something and was able to take it all up there at the end.
Man, when it comes to the gameplay there, 9Z just really coming together well, understand the pickoffs that they need to get. And I have to kind of talk about Octa Gaming and what we are doing here with this draft. I feel like the last 2 drafts for them I'm finding it very hard to find out like what the direction we're trying to look in for victory here is, and why we're kind of reaching so far outside of what we thought, like where the meta is in certain picks, especially Aulis, which I want to say since his revamp, but even before his revamp, but even more now after his revamp, a lot of junglers has steered away from him. Just don't feel like he provides enough as a jungler, enough pressure to hold, or the damage he can do, or to hold a lot of these objectives.
Yeah, so when it comes now with this second game, the option here from Octa Gaming about like choosing Aulis, it's a risk, you know, like they decided to take. Despite many on other meta heroes on the jungler that we were about to see so far here in the tournament, but for Octa Gaming here, like they started bad in the early game, so like they was like very behind. But they still had the resilience to come back, you know, even though like with the guard here, like being so focused all the time, many times, sorry, to for Vios, for example. But even though they were like very strong, especially in the mentality, but 9Z Globin, and all the things that only I can remember what Gusta said yesterday on the interview. So they are really good. So we have to be better if we want to win, you know. And they are being better in this game so far. When you see in the highlights here, like the second match being so like tied up all of the time, especially when it comes to Gusta being so safer, you know, like using the blazing duet in the specific times, using the Dexter hologram to be like getting killed most of the time, because he knows that he is one of the damage for this battle.
That was the steal from Luisinho. Just jumped in there, but he knew he wasn't going to be finding himself a way out of there. And Lucy even tried to stop him, tried to get in front of it, but it just wasn't enough to stop him from getting that retribution. A great fight for him and his team.
And let's take a look at our MVP here. Of course, it is Gusta Lagusta. Dominant mechanics, smart positioning, and clutch impact. Everything came together for this MVP performance. 417 KDA, 70.8k total damage, and 752 golds per minute. He was killing it, even stealing the Lord without having a retreat. I mean, he did amazing.
Oh yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say, like, yeah, stealing the Lord without the retry when his jungler went down, that was a huge thing, and I feel like those were the two opportunities that Octa Gaming would have been able to really secure and really turn this around. But Gusta Lagusta and both Gusta Lagusta and the jungler able to find those opportunities. Never say never. Went in there to be able to make sure and maintain the offensive power that they were having.
Yeah, I was about to say that we even forgot like that Gusta Lagusta like using stealing the Lord with no retribution when Luisinho was down. You know, like it's one of the situations that like allowed 9Z to win this second game so far, guaranteeing the Lord where there was no retribution. Luisinho is stealing the Lord, so you see that the mentality coming from 9Z Globin, they're so focused, they're so concentrated, they're so good today, so inspired, that it leads to 2-0 so far from 9Z over Octa Gaming.
These teams are so inspirational right now. The Swiss stage was rough for them, but at the same time they did have those two matches against Alpha 7 at the time. So
yeah.
Wonderful performance by them this time around. They're bringing their A game here in the playoffs, and are showing their stuff and showing that they deserve to be here.
I feel like Rico, you called it way back when we first saw 9Z Globant, and you talked about that these were great players on 9Z Globant, but they were kind of mismatched in how they go, how their personalities are. I think you said when it comes to are they super aggressive? Do they like to hang back? A lot of the team members had different ways that they like to deal with a match. Slowly through the Swiss stage, they learned, they played more with each other, they started getting that understanding, and I feel like right now they're just all in sync with each other. Not only are they good players, but now they understand each other. They understand how each other plays and how to be supportive of each other's plays and picks as well. And that it has come out to a team that is absolutely surprising, especially to Octa Gaming, who have, I mean, I definitely, I dare say that there was a part of me that thought this would be going the opposite, that we would be looking at a possible sweep from Octa Gaming onto 9Z Globant, but the advancements that they have made here in just such a small time in the last few weeks has been immense. And if the biggest example of that is how much they've been able to surprise Octa Gaming here.
Yeah, and some people were saying like, okay, maybe 9Z Globant wasn't so lucky on Swiss stage because they faced Alpha 7 twice and they lost to them. But they also lost to Titan Esports, which was like eliminated by them yesterday, you know? So we can say that they, as you were saying, Private, they were evolving on the Swiss stage at the rest of this tournament so far, you know, not only like, okay, we got bad luck because we faced strong teams, but no, even though they were like evolving, playing as a team, as Gustas was saying yesterday, like, okay, we have some troubles with the jungler connection also, so we trying to figure out how to solve this, how to fix this, and they like actually, at least as we are seeing here, they are able to fix it. They are fixing a step by step, you know, like a time by time here. 9Z Globant is evolving as a team. This time enough that we always used to say here when it comes to Mobile Legends, when you don't have enough time to like get this synergy to work as a team as well. But 9Z Globant here, it's a special case because they are evolving during the tournament.
Yeah, I was about to say that yeah, 9Z did have that issue where they weren't able to speak with their jungle, and the Private did say communication is key, and it's proven here that just that little bit of that they weren't able to even talk with their jungle to see what he planned to do can make a big difference in their team synergy. And here it's living proof that now that they have that, they are able to, this could be a possible sweep against Octa. They went ahead and started banning Harley here and the Freya.
I want to say too, where were the bans going on the side of Octa? It was mostly the marksman for game 1 too, because they were trying to, like I said, they were paying respect to Gusta Lagusta. The second banning, the second game, I felt like there was a lot of those mid bans that came out from the side of Octa Gaming, which is curious to me because you're focusing, when you're drafting, your focus is on a particular person, a particular player and their hero pool, rather than the composition that you're able, like, how are we going to enable our composition? And that's not, you don't do that by just like trying to nail down Gusta Lagusta's hero pool, or you don't do that by trying to nail down Fashions hero pool. You open up other picks that might counter what they have or what they're going to be picking. And here, for some reason, it feels like we have like a different strategy or mindset when it comes to some of these drafts.
I've been waiting.
I'm a little curious though. Zushin and Phoveus are open here. Are we going to give those to them both at the same time? Because now you only have one ban left on 9Z's side, and you're not going to be able to pick either of those heroes.
I'm waiting, 9Z. I'm waiting. Come on.
I'm thinking it would probably be Zushin that's banned.
You know what happened?
Oh, never mind, I lied. They think
Okay.
Phobius is more of a threat, so here we go. They're gonna be able to pick up that Zushin starting out.
Okay, so now Harriet is the third ban here, but after, like, we were talking to Gusa Lagusa about Zushin's situation yesterday, and he was talking like, okay, we know that Zushin is really strong, and now we are like finding ways to solve this problem, you know, how to play against Zushin, you know. So maybe they have a plan, maybe they have some strategy here for Zushin so far. Ivy is the first pick here coming out from 9Z Global.
Yeah,
that's go
Yeah,
ahead.
go ahead.
That's
No.
That's exactly what they were talking about yesterday, is that they have been working on ways to deal with Zushin. Me personally, I've said it over and over again, if you're gonna let it through, you need to have something that's gonna be able to get to that back line to shut her down. You can't just allow her to exist. I don't, of any of the heroes, she is the most dangerous when it comes to just being this offensive power against your team. Ooh, and I feel like Octa, they're very secure. They understand that they have Zushin without the ability for 9Z Globin to pick it up. So they're going to be very patient before they even snatch that up. Here, they have the Sora out there. They pick up the Sora because Eve is out there. So they know the Valentina isn't going to show up unless they put the Valentina into the XP lane.
I feel like that just leaves it open for 9Z to ban it out now. They won't be able to pick up that Zushin, but at the same time, right, you said Valentina's out there, so they might want to pick her up instead for the fact that she is Sora's counter. But then they wouldn't even choose it here as well, because they already have Eve, so,
Okay, Grok and Guinevere here, so roaming and a jungler, possibly jungler here on 9Z Globant composition so far. So a very interesting combo coming up, like from the Tectonic Charge and the jump and the Requiem Violet here on that execution from a 9Z Globant. Even though you still have the real world manipulation as a support for for that kind of situation here from a 9Z Globant. I'm curious now to see if Octa is gonna choose Zushin now, or like they have another plan for not breaking Zushin, and maybe 9Z Global banning on the next phase. I'm curious about that.
Looking for trouble?
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
Okay, so I guess they just didn't want to use it. they're trying to dare. Maybe it's just some plan that they might see something that we don't when it comes to enabling and allowing Zushin out here, to the point that it's like, yeah, they're not gonna fall. We're not gonna fall into that that plan there, especially when you've got a good amount of control coming out from 9Z Globant here. The real world manipulation coming from the Eve, and then you've got the Tectonic Charge coming from Grok, Guinevere with her pop-up and the Violet Requiem. I mean, it's a good ability to kind of wombo combo onto each other. The last time we saw Grok, though, I felt like when Octa had him, I felt like we were lacking in the damage department. I'm actually trying to remember how much Guinevere kind of scales. I feel like she's a pretty good early game hero when it comes to the damage that she's able to dish out, but it's kind of a one person, or whoever she catches with that jump or with that knock-up is who we're looking for. With Grok, I believe when you hit the T-charge, or even when you swing, when you do your ability that swings, if you hit them into a wall, they pop up. Do they pop up, or do they just stun?
Just pop up.
Also,
I'm not sure.
Oh, just a pop up.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I think I'm almost sure that it's just pop
Yeah,
up.
it seems like a pop-up.
Not getting stunned. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's even better then. Even if it's not a stun, it's a pop-up, which helps Guinevere to be able to run in there and get a Violet Requiem.
Yeah, I think Grok can also be used to kind of stop Sora's combo, right? Just throwing out his walls on him, kind of like interrupt it to kind of like mess him up, no? Like, I heard that usually heroes that interrupt Sora's combo is a factor in stopping him from doing what he does best. So I'm not.
You mean with the T charge, the ultimate?
Yeah, just anything that will interrupt his combo, his combo.
For me, I think I'm pretty sure Sora, especially when it comes to shifting skies, or I forgot what the punches that he can lay down there. I don't think he's targetable during at least during the shifting skies. I know when he gets into the air, I'm not sure how targetable it is. From what I remember, the whole reason that he is so powerful is because when he gets into the air, you can't target him, and he's going to be able to kind of lay waste, and you have to be able to kind of either spread out or find a way to stop him. And it's gonna be curious to see what or how they go about stopping him. Yep. Now they're just gonna go ahead and ban out the Zeus, and they're like, you don't want it, fine, we'll take it back.
Yeah. So now, I was curious about if they were about to use Zushin, but now I'm curious. Okay, Valentina. All right. So I'm not curious, and I'm not curious anymore. They already choose Valentina here. From mid lane. It's gonna be very interesting here, especially with this backup ability to copy the enemy's ultimate. So that's gonna be very interesting, especially on the mid lane here for Sagan.
Yeah, I think that Valentina's a good pick because she could steal Yi's ultimate, so it kind of gives them that additional CC, right?
As far as options for Gusta Lagusta, I mean, you're looking at a Bruno, hopefully not, I don't want to call out a Wan if he's feeling super comfortable for no reason. But Bruno, I think it has that burst damage that they could possibly use here. Ooh, Alice coming out. And, Obsidia. Haven't seen Obsidia in a very long time here either.
Yeah, she's gonna be able to latch on to people.
I'm not
but that
sure.
could be bad for her.
Okay. It is good for 9Z Globant. Maybe in the next game. Two games later, Obsidia is getting strong to impact in a good way for 9Z Globant's composition. He's gonna need 8 or 9 items here to cause a damage on this game.
8 or 9, just a few though.
Granger could be chosen.
Yeah, I was expecting that. Not 1-1, by the way, because it has to be some condition to pick 1-1. But Obsidia, they're buying a lot.
No, my God, you were saying not 1-1. There she goes. There she is.
That's it. Bye everybody. Bye. I'm leaving. Bye. My goodness.
Okay.
Okay, so 1-1 here's the last choice for Octa Gaming, especially with the ultimate here to get in invulnerable. Yeah, I mean, might be good for avoiding Violet Requiem and the Tectonic Charge from Grok, for example, And let's see. Yeah, I mean, because I trying to figure out this composition coming out from Octa Gaming, especially when it comes to the execution. Use the Way of the Dragon, or the Phantom Scene here to cause damage with the players isolated to get specific pickoffs here. Okay, and when it comes to Sora's ultimate, especially the tanky ones with the controlling thing, okay, but despite that, I have to see. I want to see what is going to happen here.
Yeah, usually when you have a Cho pickup on your team, you're looking for that burst after the Way of the Dragon to immediately shut down that target. But ladies and gentlemen, with their backs against the wall, Octa Gaming looking for a victory to continue their path here in the upper bracket. 9Z Globant, to the surprise of many, sitting at game point.
Yeah, so everybody here, welcome to the Land of Dawn, to the third game. This might be the last one here. 9Z Globant versus Octa Gaming. The winner here today is gonna face Alpha 7 on probably the next weekend. So let's go, Private.
Yeah, both of these things, When it comes to seeing the Wanwan out there, I'm kind of wondering, is there something here that shines for the Wanwan, or is this more like a mind game from V2 to Gusta Lagusta to be like, oh, your favorite hero is Wanwan? Let me show you how to do this this Wanwan boogie here. So it's gonna be, oh man, I'm so interested. I'm so invested. I want to see how this. I wouldn't mind if we just stayed at the gold lane. I just want to see how these two dish it out. Both teams kind of being very respectful here. Not too many invades that we're seeing either coming out from both of them. They're just kind of moving around, getting their jungle, waiting for this first turtle.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I'm curious about like that situation, 1-1 versus 1-1 versus Gusta Lagusta here, because on one hand you have the situation, you might have the situation that V2 say, okay, I can show you how do you play, how you play with in the mid lane here.
Yeah, out comes the real world manipulation. Seegan's gonna have to use that flicker to get out of harm's way, but it does offer a lot of room for Octa Gaming to be able to scoop up that turtle. Now coming in, we do have the shifting skies. Chino gets popped up there. Might not be long for this world. Violet Requiem able to take down Saber. That's gonna be a first blood for 9Z Globin.
Oh my goodness, what a right time here to get the level 4 and using the Requiem Violet here to guarantee the first kill for 9Z Global. Once again, Luizinho is on fire. The turtle was for Octa Gaming. Okay, but the kill went for 9Z Global.
Yeah, and that's going to go ahead and keep them in pace and a little bit edging ahead when it comes to this gold lead right now. First blood out there for 9Z Globant, and both of these teams, like I said, still kind of playing it very slow. We do see that Octa Gaming now making their way through 9Z's jungle here, trying to steal up a bunch of those minions before rotating, maybe looking for a gank down at bottom. Gusta Lagusta, and there's no way Gusta Lagusta doesn't realize he does get caught. He's going to use that flicker underneath the tower, gets taken out by V2, but does take Saber down along with them. Titanic charge onto the backside. Is that going to be able to take down Thanatos TZ? It is. Luizinho with his second kill of the game, putting 9Z Globin up 4-1.
That is the wombo combo that we were talking about here when it comes to 9Z Global's composition. Gusta Lagusta was taken down, but he brings someone with him, getting one kill. Okay, V2 with 1-1 has one kill also. It's gonna be very interesting fighting here, battle, especially from the gold lane. But even now, so far, okay, we're checking out the gold lane is not even far, like a big deal for 9Z Global. But more than that, my friend Private, is the confidence, it's the powerful that 9Z Global is about to bring in this lane of Dawn.
Yeah, now we have all ultimates on our side now. We're gonna see how some of these team fights begin to shape out. Lucy on the back end. Ooh, and gets caught with the pop-up and a Violet Requiem. Out comes the real world manipulation. Down goes Lucy. Chino with the final kill there. Thanatos down for the count, and a T-charge able to catch a Saber on the back end. 9Z Globit 7-1.
What in the world is happening here, Private? What a massacre on the early game so far, coming out from 9Z Global. The second turtle, one turtle for both teams, but more than that, Luizinho with 2 kills. And this wombo combo, what a fantastic wombo combo. You have the jump plus the Requiem Violet plus the Tectonic Charge in the wall here to avoid anyone to escape from that composition and from that execution. And plus, you still have Chino using the flicker, using the ultimate from Alice here to control the rest of the players. My goodness, 9Z here is on fire today.
Yeah, and the fact that you can just use that jump to check the... Ooh, a T-charge does miss. Segan might be in a little bit of trouble. Gets popped up there. Fashion finding the kill for them. Even with the shifting skies to move them in underneath the tower, 9Z Globins get away like thieves in the night. They find the kill and they disappear into the jungle. Meanwhile, it does look like Lucy gonna go ahead, put some damage onto the top, trying to find themselves a tower, and they do find find themselves a top tower. A tower at the bottom as well. So while they're getting kills, they are losing out on macro, but V2 gets taken out by Luisinho and a mid tower going over to 9Z Globin. This might be the fight that they're looking for. Lanatos is going to be able to find a kill onto Luisinho. Tower, or wall does separate him, but he is able to leap over it. 9-2 right now in favor of 9Z Globin. But when it comes to macro, I feel like Octa Gaming is actually hanging in there.
Yeah, when it comes to macro here, Octa Gaming, they still have this leverage, especially coming from the side. No tower in number one, and the bottom and the top side here. But now, once again, Chino could be in trouble. That might be a 2v1 on the top side. We are not seeing that.
Yeah, up at the top, if we could get a camera up there to find out what's going on with the action. View of the Way of the Dragon. Titanic charge to upset the Way of the Dragon, but Chino still goes down. Luisino able to find a kill onto Lucy. Gusta La Gusta finds a kill of his own as well. A double for Gusta La Gusta. Is that a triple?
Triple kill for Gusta La Gusta on the gold lane here for 9Z Globin. Gusta La Gusta, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry because I didn't buy the Obsidian situation here on this game. I'm bow to you here, Gusta La Gusta, because this is getting crazy. 4 kills for Obsidia. I want to see the items though coming out from like the 7 minutes from the gold laners, especially here, because man, this advantage. Oh, the damage dealt ranking. Oh, Freshin is getting the top here, is literally the top. Okay, followed by Chino. Okay, but now we're seeing Luisinho with one more item here with the Guinevere. It's a 9Z Globin playing forward, playing aggressive, playing powerful here, not private.
Yeah, 13-3 right now for 9Z Globin. Way of the Dragon, latch on to the Albero Crazy. Can use that flicker and the Shifting Skies to try to lure him in. He is going to have to use that T-Charge to get himself out of harm's way. So he's not going to have a flicker or a T-Charge for the next fight for 9Z Globin. That's going to have to be something that is on their mind as they continue to tick away at Octa Gaming. Minions going to be able to make use of this bottom tower, taking it down. That's all the tier 1 towers for Octa Gaming side. And right now, Albero Crazy just standing in front of their about a 5K gold lead for 9Z Globin. And this team, what they have gone through, and to be able to come back like this, the synergy that these guys has is amazing.
Yeah, so now we're seeing the items. Thank you so much for this amazing production. So we're seeing now this Corrosion Sight and Sky Pierce. But now here comes the ball once again, Private.
Oh, into the back line. They do find a Throne of Rune on the 2 members. Do have Eve down, laying down that damage with that ultimate coming out. Crossbow Tank is not able to finish the job as Chino able to find himself and escape. The rest of Octa Gaming gonna have to disengage from this fight. Unfortunate for them. Even with, I feel like they had themselves a great combo to come in there. They just didn't have the damage yet to be able to take down 9Z Globin, who are about 6K gold ahead of them right now.
Yes, I agree with you, but one more thing here, Private, that could be worse for Octa Gaming, because I'm going to say on a delay here on the broadcast, but I think that the 2 players from 9Z Globin, they trying to get the hard engage on the mid lane, while the rest of the teams were fighting on the purple buff. I believe that if all the players were playing together on the purple buff, or even here the real world manipulation plus the Chino with Alice was trying to look the players on the mid lane, but the rest was in the purple buff. That's why they only got 1 kill versus Octa Gaming. But so far, Albero Crazy so confident. Oh, here comes.
Oh, look at that big T-Charge as well. And down goes 2 members of Octa Gaming. Thanatos looking for an escape on the backside of Violet Requiem is going to be able to take down Saber with the help of Gusta La Gusta.
Private. Ooh, once again!
Oh wow, that is amazing. We're getting all robotic because we're having so much fun here.
Complete team white.
Take my energy, take my money, take my everything here. 9Z Globant 3-0 fast clean versus Octa Gaming.
Wow, what a show! It's a sweep, and 9Z has brought it. They're at this point, it's a whole nother team. The way that they're doing things and acting, 13-3 and killed by 7 minutes, and then they just dominated the map. Even though they were losing that macro at the start, they regained it. It didn't matter. they were just unstoppable. They put that pressure onto Octa and that aggression, and Octa just didn't know how to answer to it.
I feel like the combination the combination of the Tectonic Charge and the Violet Requiem, a huge deal for them to have to try to deal with. Especially when you came in, there was just one after the other when it came to the control. We saw this when it came through the Giraffe. This is a huge amount of control that you're gonna have to deal with, not just with the Grok, then Chino being able to come into the back end with the Throne of Ruin, another stun that you guys had to deal with. Here, 22-3, this is kind of unfathomable for the team. 9Z Globant, who had one of the roughest starts in the early Swiss stage here. All of these players have come together to form this a tight and cohesive unit here that absolutely blindsided Octa Gaming.
Yeah, so I agree with Private when it comes to like Luisinho and Fishing, especially with Arbor Craze with the Tectonic Chart and the Jump and the Violet Requiem here. But we have to talk about Chino also, because he was really crucial with this Alice. Not only to like get in the flank or in the back line here in this team fights, but also to get this sustainability that 9Z Globant needed when sometimes some things that went wrong in that execution. And also Chino was there to get things under control, to secure that advantage for 9Z Globant so far. You see Chino like always playing forward, always like playing aggressive to take down this control also with Alice, to cause this damage, to secure that 9Z Globant's actions are gonna be a successful even way on getting the kills for 9Z Globant's composition. So everything worked so well for this composition, and the lineup now with the same page, the synergy is like 100% now. So it's a different 9Z Globant on the playoffs here, and I'm really excited to see that.
Amazing job there for sure. Like Chino, Fashion, and Alburo Crazy, they did an amazing job being there mostly for that team fight participation. They were there like most of the time to be able to let Gusta Lagusta do his thing and get those kills. Like, I really do not know who will be MVP here. The fact that they all brought it and did their part like to a T. They were amazing.
Alburo Crazy.
Fashion did pretty well too as well. I feel like a lot of those real world manipulations were absolutely on point and did exactly what they needed to.
All right, oh, there it is.
Okay.
Fashion with the 5-0-15 KDA, 54.3k total damage, 712 gold per minute. Just put that control. This player just took control of the early, never let the game slip, and they just were able to offer that control to the team and not let up, right? So didn't even die. Amazing positioning.
Yeah, it's an invincible mid lane here, especially when it comes to the using the reroll manipulation so well, so fun, and most time of the game here to not only guarantee like this advantage when it comes to the damage, for example, but also when it comes to this follow-up coming from the rest of the team. So it is plus and very good player here, very good goal lane in 9Z's global lineup here to help this lineup to reach the top.
Yeah, I mean, man, it was just every single engagement was just so good. It was one after the other when it came to the real world manipulation. Then you had the jumps coming in from Gwen, the Tectonic Charge coming in from Grok, and then the Throne of Rune coming in from the Alice pickup. It was just one after the other. It was like there was just no time to react. Even if you were able to purify, even if you were able to flicker, it's just like, okay, there's 3 more controls that they're going to be dumping onto me, and it just was not a good day for Octa Gaming here. 9Z Global, I cannot talk enough about how well they have improved here. To be able to get a 3-0 over Octa Gaming is huge.
For real. But let us talk with the team right now. The winners of this match, 9Z Globant.
So here he comes.
Hello again, Gusta La Gusta.
Hello guys, hello guys.
Hello. Hello again.
I wanna let me start this one off because
okay.
Yesterday you told us that if you guys were gonna be victorious against Octa Gaming, you were gonna have to be better than you had been ever in this entire Swiss stage, better than you were yesterday. Is that what you thought that you guys brought here today?
Yes. For me, today was I already said yesterday, like the problem for me, it was V2 for them because he was playing really good on the first part of the MPL, and I believe that I did a great job today with the team, with the shot calls and different picks also.
Let's talk about the last game here because I have a question about that. So we were talking about like, which hero is Gusta La Gusta about to bring here? First of all, I want to say I'm so sorry about that because like I was like the one that say, okay, Obsidian, maybe 2 games after she's strong to cause damage in this game, but Gusta La Gusta, you were on fire. But the question is, when you saw 1-1 on the other side coming up from V2, what did you think about that? So, versus me? Are you serious?
Yeah. When he picked the 1-1, I thought I said for the team, guys, it's okay. I know how to play against her, and she's not a problem for us. Of course, she's not a problem for us because we had Ive, Grok, and even in my ultimate with Obsidia, it was really okay for us to face 1-1. It was not a problem. I said for them, it is okay. I'll play against him, and I know how to counter her.
Yes, I figured it's one of your favorites, so for sure you know how to counter. So once they picked that, I was kind of like, I don't think that's a good idea, guys. But so were you expecting this outcome? You guys to sweep Octa like this?
Yes, because we are working so hard. Okay. We are working so hard every day, every Saturday and Sunday. We are preparing for it, for that part of the MPL. You know, we had a bad start, but now we are strong.
Yeah, you guys are doing an amazing job out there for sure.
I just have to say, I have to congratulate the confidence. That just says how much you guys have been practicing to, especially, yes, this is something that we've been going over through the broadcast, is a pretty shaky start when it comes to the Swiss stage, especially, and Rico has been the first one to let us know. He's like, man, all these players are so good. All they need to do is learn to work together and they're going to be unstoppable. And that is exactly what you kind of have been showing us here throughout these the playoffs here, that you guys have learned. You guys now have the understanding. What do you think was the biggest hurdle personally for you guys to kind of get to this point? What was hurting you the most?
I think it was the personality of the players, because we never played together. Like, I never played with all of them, and they also. And it was the problem, the personality, how we fit with each other and how we talk with each other. I think that was the main problem on the team because we just have 3 months training, practicing.
Okay, so
Yeah.
you're just working on that synergy for sure.
Yeah, and Gustav, after this big victory against Octa Gaming, what is going to be the celebration?
For today, I believe nothing because it is Sunday night. I'll go probably sleep.
I go to sleep. That's your celebrations. Like, I get a rest now.
my rest, that's my rest.
Fair enough, fair enough.
Well,
Alright.
you had a standout performance for sure there. And who would you say did the best on your team? Who would you give the MVP to for this bunch of matches, these 3 matches that you did, all in all?
Today, for me, honestly, a little crazy. He played really well. And on the second game, when it was really hard, he did the shot call, the engage on guard, and we did it together. But he got the shot call. For me, he's the MVP today.
Oh,
Nice.
Nice.
That's great. That's perfect. Man, like I said, congratulations. You guys definitely deserve this victory. And man, like we said, especially when it comes to this playoffs, the teams here, you guys keep on conquering bigger and bigger giants here. Next ones that you guys, I know, are going to be focused on, it's going to be Alpha 7 that you guys are going up against. You guys have been training up. Have you guys been training up against to be facing this as well?
Yes. Alpha 7 for us is a really problematic team. We already faced them 2 times and we lost 2 times. Maybe that's our revenge. We're gonna work so hard for the match against them. They are my ex team. Last season I was playing with Alpha 7 and I wanna win. I wanna win for sure.
Oh, so they were your ex team, so they know how you play. So that's why it's more harder for you to kind of beat them. Okay, I see. So what about Entity 7? What are your thoughts on them?
They're probably the strongest team here on MCT right now. But I really want to face Alpha 7.
You get that revenge match, right?
Yeah. I want to play against them next week, and I hope we can improve more for the next week because they are really strong. They have incredible players, and even the MVP of last year, Paquito, I want to face them and beat them.
All right. So Gustav, you have anything to say to your fans, to your family after this big victory versus Octa Gaming today?
Yes. I would like to say I love you for my mom because today is her day. I love you, Mom. Thank you for your support. I'm doing everything that I can do.
Oh,
So,
happy Mother's Day.
yes, you see? Yeah. A great player and a great son.
I know. You can also give out your socials as well so people can follow you. Do you have any social media so people can see and find you and kind of learn from you?
Yes, I have my IG and my YouTube channel. I do live streams. Probably tomorrow I'm gonna do live stream because it's my day off. And my YouTube channel, guys, is G Gusta La Gusta. I do every day I can do live streams. I do a lot of hours and I talk with a lot of people. And then I hope you guys watch me there. Thank you.
Oh. Well, so you guys, let's see what other questions do we have for our player here, Gusta La Gusta?
Well, I mean, one thing I guess is just kind of a basic thing for when it comes to a lot of teams and what you guys have had as growth. You guys have been in the ins and outs, the bottom and the top of when it comes to your performance. What do you think is the most important thing for a team that wants to be successful in pro play here in Mobile Legends?
For me, it's patience. You need to be patient. And like you need to know you're gonna lose is really hard, but if you want to improve you need to lose. That's the problem, that's the point. and you need to be patient and believe on the work and on the progress.
Yeah. Okay, so out of these matches, what do you think, like learning from your matches today, what do you think is something that you can improve on yourself? Like have you seen anything that you've done wrong in these matches?
Yeah, probably my macro yesterday. I did some mistakes with Cloud, and then I did a review with my coach today, and I need to improve that better with some heroes.
All right, that's good. You learned from it. Well, thank you so much, Gusta, for chatting with us. We appreciate you talking to us again. We will see you on the stage again. Bye.
All right, take care.
Bye, Gusta. Good night.
I have to hand it to you, Rico. I remember day one, before we even saw these teams, I think me and you were kind of going over, I wanted you to try to help me out when it came to some of these teams and like what they're all about. The first thing you said about 9Z Glowmint was how strong they were, but they were probably going to be on different wavelengths when it came to their personality. And that is a great call out, because that's exactly what he said that their problem was when it came to it, and for them to be able to fix that, that's just a huge call to have that's just kind of like that's what I love to see when it comes to casters of the region who understand his teams on such a deep level to be able to kind of pick that out there and show what it takes for them to be successful.
Yeah, and it is a very it's very funny though, because some of them like are really used to like talk, you know, like with Gusta Lagusta, for example. I got used to like watch some of his streams. You know, he's a very compromised one. He only plays on the gold lane on Marksman. Well, with Marksman, you know, it's very difficult to watch him playing with Freya, to playing with some fighters, for example. No, he plays with the Marksman. You know, he plays with the Marksman. He helps the community. He plays with the passion Mobile Legends, you know. And when it comes to Luisinho, I watch him like playing a lot of teams. He is a huge promise here on the South region, you know. And when I saw these teams together for the first time, like in the last split, I was say, oh my goodness, so they are going to rock it. They are going to like beat it everyone here on the MPL Latam Season 4. But they were like in the middle of the table, you know, like they were average, and it was like trying to figure out why this was happening. And then when I was realizing that, when I knew that the other teams, like the other players, they didn't used to they were not used to play together, and also okay, so maybe here we might have some kind of an issue between the personality, because like someone has his own play, play style. So,
yeah, they did an amazing job there. And like Rico said, check out Gusta Lagusta Women. We have the MWI qualifiers, open qualifiers right now. Open registrations are from May 2nd through May 11th. So Gusta Lagusta is a good gold laner for you ladies if you want to pick up some tips and tricks from him and get in on this this MWI.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of ladies interested, especially in North America and the US. We've got a ton of teams already trying to put it together so that they can get through these qualifiers. And who knows, maybe your team might be the next one that gets qualified for the MWI, and the next one that we see up on the main stage.
Yeah, ladies, so you got a lot of inspiration coming through your mind here to have you the chance to be one of the players in the MWE here, especially with the open qualifier. So join it.
Yes, for sure. And we cannot bring this to you without our sponsor, runestone.gg. Go check them out as well, ladies, or everyone else as well, because you can get your data and analytics from them, and you will get your gameplay more on that top notch, right?
Yeah, go ahead and stick to runestone.gg if you want to get all the information for a lot of these picks, equipment, and things like that have to do with the game. Runestone.gg can be your source for everything that concerns gaming.
Yeah, come on, checking your stats, improve your gameplay level with Runestone. Come on, what are you waiting for? So this is your gold chance here to improve your gameplay level.
Yes, for sure. And let us take a look at the brackets after these matches. We want to see where everything stands. And here we go. What do we have here?
Yeah, this has been an exciting night of matches. I feel like a lot of the underdogs have been able to kind of push forward. We had a full best of 5 to start off the night with Infinity, unfortunately taking the loss and dropping to the lower brackets due to DreamMax, who will be moving forward. And then, as we just saw, to close out the night, Octa Gaming took a frustrating 0-3 to 9Z Globant, who have come back stronger than ever and will move forward into the phase 3 of the knockout stage.
Yeah, so things are getting wild here. So we're gonna having Entity 7 versus DreamX, Alpha 7 versus non-Z Globants, and so the losing team is gonna face Infinity and the Octa Gaming for the next stage.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna have that rematch that they've been wanting against Alpha 7 here. They seem like they got it together this time around, so... But like Gusta Lagusta was saying, they know how he plays, so maybe they know what to do to keep him on that lower end. But if the other parts of the team pulls up and brings their A game as well, this might be a hard time for Alpha 7.
Yeah, but let's go ahead and take a look at what we're going to have for next week as well.
Yeah, what do we have next week, guys? Starting on Thursday? Yes, here we go for the north side here. We're going to have the north side of Alpha 7 going against Stamina Esports, and then Night Horde against Vendetta.
Yeah,
two best of 5 series is there that I'm excited to see, Rico.
Oh yeah, when it comes to the North region here with our great colleagues, with our great teammates. So Alpha 7 North is gonna face the Stamina Esports, and the Night Horde from Canada facing a Vendetta from our friend Ashley's also. So things are gonna be very, very wild. By the time they were like stepping forward through the playoff stage.
Yeah, another 2 best of 5s for both of these teams, and just a huge amount of history behind a lot of these teams as well, even more so than we've seen before. So I'm super excited, especially because, like we said, one of these teams will most likely be facing, we will be facing as well.
Yes, a lot of people are excited about these matches. For the north side, Alpha 7 is a big... it's just like Entity 7 on this side, right? Doing an amazing job clearing the board. But as you can see, from the Swiss stage, all these lower ones that weren't doing so hot there are bringing it this time around. So you never know what's going to happen in the playoffs.
Yeah, so you never know what's gonna happen, but you are about to know everything that is happening on the MLBB scenario and ecosystem here if you are watching and following us on MLBB Esports on Kick, Twitch, X, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok as well. So everything that you can know here on MLBB Esports, and also our social networks, Private Dancer, Dina Lily and Rico. No, it's gonna appear here our profile. Don't worry about that. But it's time for us, my friends, sadly, to say goodbye for today.
Any last words, Private, before we go?
Oh, I was gonna say, man, it's been an absolute honor to cast for all of these teams. I feel like I've been growing up with a lot of teams as well, to learn more and more about them, the history of them, and then watching their growth here through the South as well, to go from teams that we thought maybe might not have a chance to being like, oh my God, we might have a new top 3 here in the South that might be going up against Entity 7, or might be going up against against the North as well. So it has been an absolute honor here to cast alongside you two, Xena and Rico.
Yes, it's been amazing, and I'm looking forward to more. And that's gonna wrap things up for today here at MCT AMER South. What an incredible day of action as our playoff journey officially begins. We've seen huge plays, intense battles, and teams giving everything they've got. Until then, thank you all for watching, and we will see you next week.
You guys have a wonderful week. Don't forget to drink water, okay? Let's go. Goodbye.
Hydrate.